No, this is the camera we're looking at here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to have an intro.
Who's intro?
My intro. The show intro.
I'm the show intro.
No, you're not.
When do I do this?
You do that when we tell you to.
But who's going to say good afternoon?
You will when we tell you to. This is the show intro.
Okay.
And then...
Let's go.
Welcome to the state of PA football. PaFootballNews.com's weekly look at high school football from around the state of Pennsylvania. From Philly to Erie, Scranton to Pittsburgh, Johnstown to St. Mary's, York to Bradford, and all areas in between. Whether you're a Bulldog, a Lion, Crusader, Eagle, or Millionaire,
Joe, if you just watch
Billy
this right
Swain
here,
has got you
the camera
covered.
picks us up
Thanks
live.
to our sponsor,
That's
the
when you
Funding
go.
Zone. We'll be traveling the state, bringing a guest host and a friend or two. There's just one question.
We're all
Are you
leaving
ready
here to
for
sit
some
right in the middle.
football? Some
Yeah.
football?
I'll slide down a little bit.
Don't you think Joe should sit over there? That way, Billy.
I'm going to slide down a little bit.
Here we go.
Okay.
I thought you should be sitting over there.
You're live.
Good Sunday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joe Gilloway with Linglestown Gazette Sports alongside Billy Splain, Bill Wintermeyer, and Nathan Grella from Pennsylvania Football News. We are live from Mr. G Sports Bar at 3745 North 6th Street in Harrisburg. And what's the occasion? The second annual Linglestown Gazette Sports Pennsylvania Football News season Rollout-Coaches Cookout high school football show. We're cooking in today at Mr. G's. We want to thank G and Amy for hosting us.
Yo, G.
We were outdoors last year. It was a great venue, but it was a little hot, and we just wanted to bring things into the air conditioning this year. So thanks very much for having us here.
It's also nice to have an internet connection.
Absolutely. This afternoon, we'll sit down with a couple dozen high school football coaches from central Pennsylvania and beyond, along with a handful of others closely connected to the high school football sports scene statewide. 14 leagues and 6 PIAA districts will be represented today, who's made it one of her life's missions to assist student athletes and others with early diagnosis and emergency treatment for an often undetected and fatal heart condition, sudden cardiac arrest. That's Julie Walker. We're going to bring her 10 or 15 minutes here, and we're glad to have Julie back for our second year in a row. But first, I'd like to thank the Linglestown Gazette sponsors real quickly here before we get into our chat. Team PA basketball program, Ted's Bar and Grill, Tonino's Pizza, Hoffman Ford, Freedom Financial Wealth Management, Visual Service, Capital Region Insurance Agency, Crystal Bob at the Iron Valley Real Estate Group, Sam Hartley Decking, Rickabaz Electric, Modern Imprint, and Payor Apparel for giving all our guests today T-shirts. So I'm going to turn it over to Billy now.
All right, Billy's here. Hey, I see my man Carl out here. Carl's another one of our guest guys. Come on up here, Carl. Grab a headset. Get on in here. Carl Frederick, he's on our website. We're loaded with it. We got a whole bunch of our website guys here, and I got to thank my staff personally because my staff does one heck of a job. And we cover the whole state of Pennsylvania, and it's great. And we're excited to be here. Bill's new guy here with us. Carl's been with me for about a year, and Nate's been with me forever. You know, you started out as an intern at State College when?
2018?
Yeah, a million years ago. Yeah, so Nate's been with us. He has the backyard group out in Pittsburgh, and they do a good job for us out there.
Thanks for traveling so far.
Well, he traveled with me.
Okay.
He lives in State College.
All right.
Yeah, so, hey, Joe, glad to be with you again, man.
Likewise.
Here we are again, and the season.
We made it back.
This season went so fast. This off season, it was just crazy fast. You know, I mean, I couldn't believe how fast it went, Joe.
Well, I'm covering sports all year round, so it goes even faster for me. I mean, other sports, you know.
Yeah. It goes like mega fast for us. I don't know about you guys. What do you guys think?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fun off season. I mean, a lot of drama, but a lot. Like Joe, I cover basketball, baseball for locally, so it all goes fast, but I enjoy it all.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
You want to touch on who we're bringing in today yet?
Yeah, we have Bill here. Yeah. So the coaches we're bringing in today, we're not just coaches. We have athletic directors. We have directors, executive directors, really fancy people. And so we're bringing in Gary Cathell with the PSFCA and the Big 33. He's the executive director of both. And Cathell and I work very closely together, and he's just one of the greatest guys I ever met. Tommy Mealy from Bishop McDevitt, the athletic director. He's going to be in here for McDevitt. Jeff Wechter had something come up. He can't make it today, so we've got Tommy Mealy here. Mealy was also super important to us in the Big 33. I don't think I've ever seen an athletic director work as hard as Tommy Mealy did that day. It was crazy. Well, that week, actually. And then we have Ron Corsi, who used to be at Woodland Hills. He's now at Chambersburg. Ron Corsi, he's a superstar. And every year, Ron and I work together on a show, and we on a showcase. And this year, the showcase has moved from Woodland Hills to Chambersburg. It's called the Peach Bowl. I didn't know that Chambersburg was famous for peaches. Did any of you guys know that?
I know that they have produce groves.
Yeah, we have them too at State College, but we're not famous for any of them. And, anyway, we have Ron Corsi coming in, and Matt Grohol, one of my best friends as a coach from Winburn, and Jason Thurston, his opponent. So they're the first game in the Peach Bowl, so they're all going to be here. We get to talk about that, and Matt can maybe talk about some racing or whatever you want to, I see Matt out there right now. Matt's a good guy. You're going to like Matt. He's just a great guy. Then we have Mark Luther from Chambersburg and Coach Donnelly from CB East. They're like one of the main games for the Peach Bowl. That's a big series, the Peach Bowl. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
We had Coach Cal. He cannot make it today. Coach Cal Everett. Then we got Coach Hahn from Manheim Central and Coach McNamee from Central Dauphin. You're looking forward to that one.
Absolutely.
You're good friends with McNamee, Yep, and then we have Joe Hayden and John Deniston. Two great coaches.
East Pennsboro, respectively.
Two great coaches. Josh Oswald. I'm looking forward to this. Josh Oswald's coming in from Cumberland Valley. Hopefully he can get a babysitter when he needs it. Pull it through. And then with Jerry Yonchek, who's one of my favorite interviews. Jerry Yonchek, just a great guy.
So the side story there is what?
The coaching tree.
The last two, Central York.
Yeah, they were both at Central York, yeah.
Right.
And then we have Keith Stokes from Elizabethtown and Coach Borelli coming in. And then another thing I'm looking forward to is Mike Craig, the athletic director from Cumberland Valley. Of course, the championships are there this year. So the road to Hershey has closed and taken a detour. And we've got Melissa Mertz from the PIAA coming in. Bob Lombardi wanted to come, but he couldn't make it, so Melissa was more than happy. Melissa's actually moving her daughter into college right now, and she's coming right from there to here.
Good.
So that's good. And then we've got Coach Gillen and Jordan Hill. Of course, Jordan Hill over at Trinity, Penn State fame. Carl Major and Mike Bennett could not make it today. Mike Bennett is the coach of Berwick. If you could say a prayer for Berwick today, they had a major tragedy happened yesterday, and 18 people are in the hospital. 2 people are dead. Somebody drove through a crowd at a benefit. So keep your prayers for Berwick today, and that's just it's an amazing tragedy, just horrifying. They had 10 people die in a fire last week. So that was what this benefit was for. So Mike Bennett wanted to stay home and touch base with all his players and family and stuff like that. Carl Major, sick, not COVID, just very sick. So he was tested twice. He's fine. He's good. And then after that, we've got another great interview. You're going to love Tim Savage. Just one of the best interviews you're going to have. And Lance Dean. And then to close the show, we've got Coach Irby from Steel High and Mike Farr, who is the Eastern Director for the PSFCA. And he is also the Schuylkill Haven head coach.
And those two are buddies, too.
And they're
I found
very
out
close,
2 years ago on the sideline of the Big 33 game that there's a connection between those two. So we'll let them talk about that, how they met and the relationship they have today.
Yeah, that's our lineup for today. And hopefully everybody makes it in. And we've got some players coming in, too. So look forward to that, too. And, guys, what are you guys looking forward to this season?
I'm looking forward, and personally from the 717 area, the merger with the Berks County League, it opened up the 5 sections with the LL Berks. So I'm looking forward to the new rivalries that'll be starting up and a bunch of new coaches, new players coming in. I'm looking forward to the season. This is the eve of football, and it's like, as a kid, it's Christmas for me. We're right on the cusp of it. Week 0 is 2 weeks away. I can't wait for it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely excited. The biggest thing for me is going to be classification changes coming. Guys in 6A dropping down, Norwin, Hempfield, out west, and then Bell Vernon at 3A is going to be a powerhouse too.
Yeah, Nate's an expert in the Whitfield. Bill, what are you looking forward to?
Our first year out here, and my wife is part of that, and I just want to give her a shout out to Jen. So, but I'm just looking for some good football all around.
Yeah, but we always look for that. Yeah, right. Joe, what are you looking at?
A lot. I mean, I'm a Mid-Penn guy, District 3 Mid-Penn, but over the last handful of years, I've really started to closely watch, like a lot of the Whitfield schools and just around the state, man. I like it all. I really do. And I'm not trying to give you such a vague answer, man. I'm just looking forward to high school football. And, he touched on a couple of the classification changes, and I just have a couple other ones here.
Yeah.
And we don't have to talk about all of them, but if any of these, I think some of them are important. I mean, he just talked about Belle Vernon, moving down to 3A, and
That's huge.
They were a 4A power, and they were just kind of on the cusp, not quite maybe a McDevitt or an Aliquippa, but now at 3A they could really make some immediate noise. I mean, they're preseason number 1. Wyomissing, they won an appeal. They were trying to move them up to 4A. Southern Columbia still at 2A. They won an appeal. Farrell moved up from 1A to 2A. Bishop Guilfoyle, another defending state champ, had to move up to 2A. Central Valley moved from 3A to 4A. They won it last year. So 3 schools that won state championships last year moved. Southern Columbia, they, let's say, tried to move, and they won the appeal. And, of course, you can't move, Mount Lebanon won last year, so you can't move anybody in 6A up. But so there was a lot of movement. The rules that they implemented a couple years back are starting to kind of come to fruition, and programs are starting to have to move.
Yeah, well, they're going to change that. We'll talk to Melissa about that a little bit later on, but that's going to change.
One of the components will be removed.
Yeah, they're splitting the component from the
Right.
success factor, which we have to thank Phil Protime Myers for the success factor in Pennsylvania. I think one of the things that they found out was it was too difficult and kind of not fair to tie transfers to success. So now that they're, we'll talk to Melissa, but they're looking at just using a success factor, which they use it in Indiana. And that's where this idea came from. Okay, in Indiana, they use it, and it works very, very well in Indiana. But the thing that the PIAA is definitely going to have to look at is when you move somebody up, somebody has to come down. So, there has to be kind of a ladder effect,
Right.
So, and then there are ways, people question me, they're like, well, how do you move back? Well, you don't go to the state championship 4 years in a row. That's how you move back, But if you're always competitive, hey, me as a coach, I'd be like, hey, let's compete. Let's go. Other coaches don't look at it that way. That's their opinion.
Well, how about an
That's how they feel.
Aliquippa, they're single A class enrollment. They have 118 boys. Single A caps off at 123. They were almost forced to 5A.
We're going to talk to a guy here.
From a 1A school to a 5A. They won their appeal. They got to stay at 4A.
Yeah.
And, they're probably going to make some noise again.
We're going to talk to a
this
guy
year.
here that's going to be here today, Tim Savage. Williams Valley, always a powerhouse in 1A. It was always, it's them and Tri-Valley battled it out last year. They were bumped up to 2A by one person.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to play 2A by one person. So, lots of topics we could talk about.
There's got to be ways of fixing that.
There's just not.
Internally.
There is no, and when we get Tommy Mealy up here, I'll ask Tommy personally. I'll say, hey, is there something that fits for everyone? And he will probably tell me no, there's not. I mean, there's every coach and every athletic director will probably tell you that there's something that fits us, and that's the best way to do it.
Right.
That's there, but I don't think there is a solution, a solid everybody solution.
Right. Yep.
Thoughts?
Everybody's going to have their own solution. I mean, that you just summed it up perfectly. Everybody, whether it's classification or which league is the best, everybody's going to have their own answer. So
Yeah.
just go with it.
Yeah,
Good
that's what I
season
hear.
to start.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
I mean, especially with the difference between East and West. East, schools are getting bigger, enrollment's growing, and West, it's quite the opposite, where schools are getting a lot smaller. So they got to find a solution that works for both sides of the state.
District 1 is loaded with 6A schools. They just have more, by far, more large high schools than the rest of the state do.
If you pin out a map on the state of Pennsylvania, if you pin it out by schools, when you pull it up, just 6A, all the 6A teams are down in southwestern Pennsylvania, with the exception of maybe 20 who are outside of State College or outside of Harrisburg. So if
You mean
if-
southeastern Pennsylvania?
Yeah, southeastern
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
yeah.
So if you draw a circle around that area, southeastern
Absolutely.
you can include Harrisburg and southeastern PA. That's where everybody. Above that, there are only 13 6A teams in the rest of the state.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
it. And
Your
then,
North Atlas-
and
your
then the
Whitfield.
opposite,
Yeah.
if you circle 1A teams, because
Yep.
you see a lot of 1A teams
Yep.
out west, all the 1A teams are out west, and there's a few scattered throughout the rest of the state.
We have Still High, and that's it in this whole area. I think.
Yeah.
Even like Trinity moved up, and so yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, it's a very diverse state. Everything's kind of scattered out. It's not good. And I see the Fairfield Knights just walk in. How you doing, Fairfield? What's going on?
They had a nice
How's it
long
going,
trip,
James?
huh?
Hey, we got a pretty famous photographer standing out here too.
Neil Rinaldi
Neil Rinaldi. He's famous. Yeah.
from Neil Rinaldi Photography.
That's
We
it.
also claim him too. He's Linglestown Gazette sports photographer, right, Neil?
Oh.
So he does a lot. He does a lot with us. He does a lot on his own. He just started doing music, like concerts, and he does wildlife. So he don't paint him with a single brush here. The guy's a great photographer, no matter what he's doing. So thanks, Neil, for
Yeah.
joining us here today.
So anyway, let's move on with
Wanna
the show
bring-
here,
yeah.
and let's do a couple of commercials from, and then we'll come back and we'll have Julie Walker
Yep.
right here live. You want to read a couple of sponsors off? Your first three sponsors here off the monitor over here. Joe's new to the TV thing, so we're working with Joe.
Well, I use a little telephone. Capital Region Insurance Agency, one of our premier sponsors. They've been with us a handful of years. We want to thank the Warren and Logan Stump from Capital Region, Freedom Financial Wealth Management, second year on board as a platinum sponsor, which means all year round they're with Linglestown Gazette Sports. And how about Crystal Bob from the Iron Valley Real Estate Group? If you're buying or selling a house or just want some information about one of those things, contact Crystal Bob at Iron Valley Real Estate. Thank you.
And then we got something special coming up right now. This was created by our good friend right here, Nate Grella. So enjoy this video about the 2022 season coming up. We'll be right back after this video. Dan, you gotta wait for that. All right. So now we're just swapping it out. This thing
Anyway,
Bring the estrogen to the
we have Julie Walker here between us, and she's going to talk a little bit about the Peyton Walker Foundation. I want to mention first that Julie joined us last year, so you're one of our probably few two-timers here, or second-timer. And I get a chance to see Julie throughout the year, and I just love what she does, and we've kind of gravitated towards her. Lincolnstown Gazette Sports, kind of cares about the community, and the first people we thought of when we said we want to just kind of try to connect with a local person or organization that does good stuff, I guess, and it was the Peyton Walker Foundation.
That's not true. He called me up and he said, I forgot Julie Walker.
So anyway, no, I said she's the first one I remembered to add. So Julie, welcome. We appreciate that. And you're here to talk about sudden cardiac arrest.
I am, yes.
I guess the best way to start is, what is sudden cardiac arrest?
Well, let me first tell my
Let's
story.
start the way that you...
Let's share a little bit about the story. So I lost my beautiful 19-year-old daughter to sudden cardiac arrest without warning in 2013. And, never expected to get the phone call that we got. She was a sophomore up at King's College. Never in a million years. We got the phone call and our lives changed forever. So we have been on a mission to raise awareness about sudden cardiac arrest, and we have learned so much. I mean, to become subject matter experts on this is not something I ever envisioned, but I will work relentlessly to save one mom, one dad from the heartache. It's a lifelong heartache. We never get over this. And we know there's ways that we can help prevent tragedy and death from sudden cardiac arrest. So let's talk about sudden cardiac arrest. That's why I'm here, because I lost my daughter, but I want to work so other families don't lose their kiddos. So sudden cardiac arrest. Okay, we've got our first graphic. Billy, you did such a good job last year.
Can I do this? Let me hold this.
Then can you hold it up? All right, so sudden cardiac arrest is actually very different than a heart attack, and people don't really understand the difference. So we say sudden cardiac arrest is like when you're sitting in your living room and the lights go out without warning. It is a power failure in your heart. Happens without warning. Kids, adults, anyone immediately drops over without warning and is at that point they are realistically dead. And what you need to do is you need a shock from an AED to bring them back to life. And we're going to talk about AEDs here in a few minutes. But it's not a heart attack. A heart attack is a plumbing issue. Normally, if you're having a heart attack, which you may be familiar with,
I had a heart attack.
You feel that pain and pressure. You're sweaty. You're nauseous. You may have jaw pain, arm pain. It's very, very different. Sudden cardiac arrest, you really don't have a lot of signs and symptoms right before it happens. So again, happens without warning. It's an electrical issue. Any age, any adult, child, anyone can have a cardiac arrest.
Can
Kids,
I mention something?
You sure can.
So another thing is, like, what I learned from my heart attack is, you think it's a normal symptom that you could be having for weeks or months.
Right.
You just think it's like heartburn. I thought it was heartburn. I seriously thought it was heartburn. I did. And after the heartburn was gone, I had 3 stents put in. And the heartburn was gone, and my doctor looked right at me and he said, remember those symptoms if you feel them again. So, like, if you're feeling any kind of symptom in your chest or whatever, I would say go see, get it checked.
Are there symptoms for sudden cardiac arrest?
Why, Joe, that is a great segue to the next slide.
I'm very good at this. Look at this.
You're
Very
natural.
good.
Yeah, you're both a natural. All right, so signs and symptoms, and this is one of the things that's really important for coaches to talk to all their players about, for parents to have the conversations with their kids. Talk to your kids. Ask them, are they experiencing any of these signs or symptoms? All too often, kids learn to ignore this. They dismiss it. They don't want to report anything because they want to play football. They don't want to get pulled from sports. So they're like, it's no big deal. I'm just going to ignore it. And they also think it's normal. Like, they think, well, I've always felt this way, so I didn't even realize it was a sign or a symptom. So these are the signs and symptoms that there could potentially be something wrong with your heart. So we'll go down the list here. I see what order they're in. Shortness of breath. So if you're exercising and you just cannot recover, you're really short of breath, maybe get it checked out. Chest pain or pressure that's unusual, because kids shouldn't have chest pain and pressure. Palpitations, or if you feel some fluttering of your heart, that's definitely an issue that needs to be checked out. Extreme fatigue. Again, if you're not recovering, if you have a kid who normally is recovering during exercise and all of a sudden just cannot recover well, that's something to check out. And we're seeing that a lot post-COVID and post-vaccine issues that have led to the myocarditis and the pericarditis in kiddos. It impacts their heart, and now all of a sudden they're not able to rebound after exercise. So watch for that for sure. Lightheadedness and passing out. If you've got a kid who has passed out before, during, after sports, or even not related to sports, that definitely merits getting checked out. Talk to your family physician, your pediatrician, and get the kid checked, because passing out is a leading sign that there could be a hidden heart issue.
So, I
There we
think
go.
what Peyton Walker Foundation likes to focus on is both prevention and, I guess, treatment, the emergency treatment in all cases, right? By the time one of these gets involved, it's a treatment, but it's emergency, right?
Absolutely. Every minute counts in sudden cardiac arrest, because sadly, survival rates are less than 10%. So you can't stand by and do nothing if somebody's in cardiac arrest, because, like I said, they're dead. As soon as somebody hits the ground, they're basically dead. So they really need bystanders to jump in. Don't wait for EMS to arrive. We say call, push, shock. So call 911, push hard and fast on the chest, and get an AED. Like I said earlier, this is what will deliver the shock to restore the heart to a normal rhythm. Sadly, I've met so many parents across the country who've lost kids to sudden cardiac arrest. Some of them stood there and watched as their child died on the field because there was not one of these available. And it's not just important to have this on the field when the kids are playing games, but during practice. And tragically, data shows that there's more cardiac arrest during practice than actually during the games. So I beg parents and coaches, parents, demand that there's an AED on these fields when your kids are playing and practicing sports, and coaches, do not have a practice or a game without one of these on the sidelines. And it's not only protecting the kiddos, it's protecting the fans, the coaches, the referees, everyone. In fact, this AED right here was used, we had donated it to the Dillsburg Little League in 2019. And a mom at a game in July of 2019 stood up to congratulate her son. He had just hit a 3-run home run. She stood up, collapsed in sudden cardiac arrest, was basically dead on the side of the field, but the entire team, fans, everybody was there. Thank goodness this AED had been donated that season. They knew it was at the baseball field, went and got it, started CPR, used this to save the mom's life. So I carry this with me, because this makes all my work worthwhile. I know this one has been used to save a life. So make sure these are available for the kiddos. And like I said, and the coaches and players as well.
I have a question. If somebody wants to get involved in helping to donate an AED machine, because I know somebody out there does, at least one or two people.
Yes.
How do they do that? How do they go about contacting the person to get one of these placed at a location where there currently isn't one?
Right. So Peyton Walker Foundation works tirelessly. We have a great partnership within PIAA District 3 is our primary focus area of the schools that we provide AEDs for. So reach out to PeytonWalker.org. We have a donation program right now. Unfortunately, we're having a hard time getting AEDs because of the supply chain issue. So we have some in stock. We have some on order, but check out the foundation's website and you can learn how to apply for an AED. If you're outside of the central PA area, there's other options too. Lots of local community organizations sponsor AEDs.
But contact Julie, she can help you out.
We'll help you out.
Yeah.
We'll help you out.
They'll find you something.
Absolutely. You want to hold up the next sign?
Yeah.
This is what's really important. You're doing such a good job.
So, like, everybody, all the kids say, not me.
Exactly.
Not me.
You
What
look,
happened to me?
every parent looks at their kids and say, they're ignoring my message right now. They're like, my kid's fine. My kid is fine. There's nothing wrong with him. I will tell you, no, that's not true. Don't be arrogant and think that it's not going to happen to your kid. Every kid on this poster, this is one of the last pictures was taken before they passed away from sudden cardiac arrest. You can't tell a kid has a heart issue by looking at him or her. I mean, my daughter was this beautiful 19-year-old girl. You would not know that, sudden cardiac arrest was going to steal her life.
And typically, I think it's more boys or men that have heart problems than when you think of a 18, 19-year-old,
She was 19.
19-year-old girl. That would be kind of the last category of person. So if you have a daughter, don't think it's just men and boys. It's
That's a
women
great
and
point.
girls too.
Yeah, that's a really
And you never
good
know.
point.
You never know. I mean, like, one of the most famous cases in this area is Journey Brown from Penn State. They discovered his, thankfully, in time. Ended a great college career, but, I mean, Journey Brown, never knew.
Well, that segues to the next slide.
I know.
Almost
Can you
like did
imagine
your
that?
work. So that's a great segue, because heart screening is so important. A simple electrocardiogram can help find these hidden heart issues in kids that can lead to sudden cardiac arrest. But sadly, we're giving kiddos physicals and screenings, these sports physicals. That's the same physical I got 40 plus years ago when I was in high school. We haven't changed anything. It's such an antiquated system. So we are working towards getting electrocardiogram to be the standard of care for kids. We got Peyton's Law passed in 2020, so parents out there, when you sign your kids' paperwork to participate in PIAA sports, don't just check the box. This is no joke. Because on this form now, there's Peyton's Law, there's information about sudden cardiac arrest, there's information about how a simple electrocardiogram can help find these hidden heart issues that lead to cardiac arrest. So
Liam,
read
leave
through
some
it.
food for me, will you?
Read through the information, get an electrocardiogram, ask your primary care doctor to give the kids one if they won't do it during their sports physicals. We're working with our local partners at UPMC to add electrocardiograms with sports physicals. Hopefully we'll get it statewide. It's not mandatory, but that simple test can really help save some lives around the state.
There's no sound reason why that should not
No.
be part of a standard physical, really.
It's very inexpensive.
Yeah.
It's painless. I mean, it's quick. It's mind-boggling
It's
that it's not the
literally
standard
like
of care.
that. Like
Yes.
that fast. It takes them longer to hook all the little doohickeys up to you than it does to do the test, and then you're done.
Exactly.
You
the
go
data-
zap, 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 15 seconds, and you're done.
And it can save lives. I mean, there's so many parents, like I said, that I've met and that lost kids and said,
Yep.
oh my gosh, if I had just known to ask for this electrocardiogram, my son or daughter might be here today. So we just work tirelessly, raise awareness about asking for electrocardiograms, making sure there's an AED,
Right.
knowing the signs and symptoms and what to do in emergency. And thank you for the time to share our story. And
It was great to have
She
you
is
here.
Julie Walker from the
Of course,
Peyton Walker Foundation.
Julie and I see each other a lot more than just here and there because Julie also, they come in and they do all the screenings for the Big 33 Pennsylvania football team.
Yeah.
And, the Big 33, we like, Gary Cathell always says that the Big 33, we love cutting edge technology involved in our game. And when you came along, that was a no-brainer for the Big 33. I'm speaking for Gary right now, but I believe that's what Gary says. And, it's very important to have you there. And we always enjoy having you there. This year up in State College, they put you back in a dungeon. I'm sorry about the dungeon, but no matter where they put you, the machines work. So
Right.
it was a great thing. And good to have you here, Julie. And please, listen to what Julie has to say. Go visit her website at
PeytonWalker.org.
If you're looking to support an organization that's saving lives, I mean, it's as simple as that. PeytonWalker.org. You don't have to buy a whole AED. You can contribute towards one, and it's just a great cause. So we really appreciate it, Julie.
Thanks for being here,
Absolutely.
Julie.
Thanks for the avenue and the ability to share the story.
And we can't wait to see you again out in the field or the court.
I'll be
Yeah,
there.
it's a lot of fun to watch what you do. It really is.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
and we'll be right back with Gary Cathell and Tommy Mealy from Bishop McDevitt right after these messages.
You can go.
I would recommend becoming an official
Yeah, we're in.
because you can feel like you're a part of a sport that you love.
We officiate for the athletes and for the sport that we love. And so as long as you keep them first, then it's going to be a great experience.
The money I make from officiating for the past few years, I put all that money into savings to pay and finish my college education. In 6 months when I complete that, I will not be in any debt.
Officiating the state championship and getting that call. Getting that call. Sometimes I see student athletes that I officiated years ago. They say, man, you did a great job. Thanks for
Circle W Sports is the complete all-in-one platform for high school sports, designed by former athletes, coaches, and athletic directors. Circle W Sports gives school and team personnel an easier solution to run their entire athletic departments with the help of these features. League Manager makes creating master schedules a breeze. Configure your divisions, build schedules, track league all-stars, and much, much more. Referee Manager helps assign and track game officials in the same platform. And with RefPay, your officials can get paid within in hours instead of days or weeks. Enjoy live scoring and statistical services through our Performance Tracker and Stat Tracker apps. Learn how to track your workout or camp and combine statistics in real time. Then create any type of report after your results are tallied. The Stat Tracker app helps keep your fans involved, whether they are in the stands or at home, with live in-game stats. For more information, visit CircleWSports.com, the official online platforms of PA Football News and the PSFCA Big 33.
All right, I guess we're back live again. Here we are. Look at it. We're not so good looking now. We don't look as good. Bill Winnemar here on my left. This guy right here, Mr. Mealy, Tommy Mealy has worked unbelievably hard for us with the Big 33. Also the athletic director with McDevitt. Jeff Wechter couldn't be here. Gary Cathell, the executive director of the PSFCA and the Big 33. Welcome to the show, guys.
Good to see you again, Billy. Yeah, thanks for having us, Billy. Great venue here. And Mr. G, thank you very much for hosting here today.
Yeah, we got to thank Mr. G's, man. Mr. G's, they got to spread out for the people that are guests on our shows. If you're not here, come on down. We'd like to see you down here at Mr. G's. They've got some great food here. We're going to be showcasing a couple of sandwiches later on today. But come on down and enjoy a nice meal at Mr. G's and watch the show.
And Billy, it's not uncommon for G and Amy to do stuff like this. They love to help the community and to bring them in and kind of see what's going on. And I just told them before we got started here, I'm going to do something similar for soccer here down the road. So.
Yeah, and Mr. G's also helped the Big 33 out big time.
Yep. Tremendous. Yeah. Tremendous helped our program this year. And we're excited that you were able to bring everybody back down into his place down here.
Yeah, Mrs. Sports is awesome. I love it here. Looks pretty good. So tell us, Gary, what's new with the PSFCA and what's going on with the PSFCA, Gary?
Not to interrupt, but what is the PSFCA?
The Pennsylvania Scholastic Football Coaches Association.
It's been around for nearly 50 years, and I guess I can say this, that I've been involved in it for 35, 40 of the 40 years. We have a lot going annually each year. We now run and own the rights to the Big 33 Football Classic along with the East-West games and our clinic. But, we're there to support high school coaches, high school athletes, any way that we possibly can, through education, through safety, health, anything that we can do for those parts of football. We'll lobby for individual coaches. And as you know, certain times during the year, especially at the end of the season when things get shaky for some coaches, we go and speak on their behalf because we know that they do a lot of good work, not just coaching football, but, do a lot with kids and in general. So right now our membership year has just started, and we encourage all of the states, all the schools in the state to join the Coaches Association. And not just to join the Coaches Association, part of when they nominate is they have to be a member. So every once in a while I will get a call from a parent or a family, hey, why didn't my son make the Big 33, or why didn't my son make the East-West game? The first thing that I do is check to see if their coach is a member, because if they weren't a member, that kid did not make it or was not nominated at all. So yes, lots of benefits. We encourage all the coaches to join. Another thing that we've been able to do here especially the last 7, 8 years, I know since I've been in this position, we have a very good working relationship with the PIAA. Bob Lombardi and I have become very good friends. We will bump heads, but very productively. And it's been a real positive relationship with the PSFCA. Bob has, matter of fact, last year on your show, Bob and I spoke here together.
Yeah.
And we talk a lot, and I think it's good for our sport that we have that relationship with the PIAA.
Speaking of relationships, how about your relationship with this guy right here?
This young man here is a worker. I referred to him during Big 33 as the machine. He's nonstop. we were real fortunate this year. We moved the Big 33 Football Classic and the East-West games to the McDevitt site. And Tommy and his staff, Dave Gardner, the president of McDevitt School District. See, I'm from the West.
He's from the West. Yeah, he's a Whitfield guy.
I'm a Whitfield guy.
Yeah, maybe we should have Nate up here interviewing instead of.
But they just did a tremendous job. They really made us feel at home. We had some good meetings post Big 33, and we got a lot of exciting things ahead. And we look forward to continuing our relationship with Bishop McDevitt. Great place to work, great place, the people great to work with.
Tommy, before we start talking about McDevitt, how was your experience doing that?
Well, honestly, being a big fan of high school football in Pennsylvania, my dad took me to the Big 33 game every summer. It was like the kickoff to the football season, and then it was in Hershey Park Stadium in late July. So the Memorial Day weekend was a fairly new experience for PA, but I knew how we wanted to get things across, and that was just a first-class way. And as I'm running it, decompressing after that event, thinking of all that was involved with what you had back then in the Hershey days with the different high schools and practices. You had your youth clinics, you had the banquet at the Hershey Lodge, and to think, and then you had the game at Hershey Park Stadium, and then we actually rolled that all into one in about 4.5 days.
Yeah, we're sorry.
And really pulled it off in a.
Yeah, we're sorry about that, Tommy.
No,
adjustments coming.
Well, Tommy's right. We do have 12 events, 12 major events that happen in a short period of time.
And our facility was really catered perfect for it, with our auditorium, our cafeteria, the practice fields, the stadium, and everything we did for the buddies, the cheerleaders, the players, and the host families.
We got to thank Mr. B and Jacob.
Yeah, our technology team was great. We had our maintenance team was awesome, and very, very proud. It was a rewarding experience for everyone, and really checked that off the professional bucket list.
Thank Dave Gardner. The whole staff. We got to thank everybody.
Well, Dave was the one who kind of introduced us to Mr. G. And Mr. G, as you had mentioned earlier, did play a very nice part. Came with us and fed a lot of our people up there.
I served Mr. G's food at one of the. I was a server for Mr. G's food one night during the show, and it was fun to serve. I enjoyed it.
So we have a lot of great people. Mr. G is one of those, and again, a lot of those introductions came through the staff at McDevitt.
Yeah. So McDevitt, Coach Wechter couldn't be here, so let's get right into it, guys. McDevitt this year. Trip to the state championships last year. I'm trying not to use the H word. I'm trying to train myself not to use H. So, trip to the state championship last year. Mm-hmm. What do we have in store? Of course, Stone's a star quarterback, and you've got all kind of stuff. You lost Easterly, who, in my opinion, was one of the best football players in the Big 33 game. Yes. Yep. And what do you got?
Obviously, high expectations. I think they're expectations we've embraced all along. The feeling of coming out of Hershey Park, losing to Aliquippa, and really what was a great state final to kick off that weekend on a Thursday night. And we know what's out in front of us, but honestly, Imhotep Charter right off the bat, that's really our full focus. It was really exciting to be able to schedule that game. We've really had our eye on Imhotep Charter going back to like the 2013, 14, 15 era, when they really started to make a presence throughout the state there. And we almost played them with our Archbishop Wood series, Erie Cathedral Preps, in some of those years when we were making the runs to Hershey Park. So I just can't wait to see the gold helmet, their helmet, and it really, the Aliquippa game, much respect for both teams. I mean, the amount of speed and athleticism on that field, there was no trash talking.
It was fun.
The kids were picking each other up after the plays, and it really was just a salute of respect to them after the game, and really expecting the same with Imhotep Charter. We know they have athletes everywhere, so do we. We're very going to be very fast and explosive. We got a lot of size. I mean, we really have the makings of a great team with high expectations. So, and that's going to be down at Chambersburg. I know Ron Corsi's here. He's put together a heck of an event, and we're going to be one of the Saturday mid-level night games for that. And obviously, there's a lot of respectful excitement for that.
What's really cool is I've worked with Ron the last couple of, when we did it out west, I worked with Ron, and this year's probably the best lineup that we've had for the showcase Ron puts together. And we got a lot of teams here from that showcase today as guests, you know, so that's pretty cool too. But hey, I got to ask you this though, real quick. How's the tennis team doing?
Well, I just had my head coaches meeting the other night on Wednesday night. I said, folks, we're all set here. We got all our coaches are hired. There's still one sport I need to hire, and it's still boys tennis. So I guess technically I'm still the interim head boys tennis coach at Bishop McDevitt. So if anyone out there is watching, we do have that opening.
Bishop McDevitt needs a tennis coach. Last year we were dealing with the Big 33 stuff throughout the spring. Tommy Mealy was like suddenly injected. He had to inject himself in as the tennis coach because he didn't have one. So he'd be like, yeah, I got to go to a tennis match, so it can't be at the meeting. And how much tennis experience do you have?
So just, played a little bit in neighborhood. I live near Brightville Park in Harrisburg, but
So
really, but none. And I watched a lot. It felt like I was at a football club. It felt like, Gary, I was up at your clinic because I watched about 3.5 hours of YouTube. I took 4 pages of notes, and we put it in the productive practices, and it was a productive season.
Oh, that's a good one.
Tommy, let me ask you a question here.
Yep.
We know you start out with Imhotep.
Yep.
Who are your next 2 games?
So
I'm not trying to get you ahead, but let's let the people at home.
So this is going on about 20 years at Bishop McDevitt as the athletic director. This was by far the hardest year I've ever had to schedule games. I talked to nearly 40 schools from 5 different states. That's Maryland, Ohio, Delaware, New York, West Virginia. And through a variety of our season we were supposed to play Gateway to open up the season, which credit Jeff Wechter and I right away started to schedule these I don't know if you call it a blockbuster games, but these matchups with high powerhouses and out of state teams. Really started out in Berwick in the 2004-2005 season. We played Berwick,
right?
And then we went to Gateway and had a series at home and then out there versus Gateway. Then we played Erie McDowell. It was a very physical team we brought into McDevitt. And then we got into we brought DeMatha Catholic up to McDevitt about 6 years ago. We brought Canisius High School from New York, who's a state champion there. And we've always liked to do this out-of-state team. So we got the Imhotep charter. It was supposed to be Gateway, and it all worked out. Devin Johnson, by the way, their head coach, really great guy. Got to meet a lot. He was a Big 33 assistant coach this Memorial Day weekend, so that was awesome. But the second game of the year, for the first time in school history, we're actually going to bring a team from Canada down, West Toronto Prep Academy. So they're going to come from out of the country, and we're going to bring them down. That's our first home opener over Labor Day weekend.
Are you old enough to remember when Steel High used to play the team from Canada?
I follow high school football around here a lot, but I am not.
Yep.
No, I'm not.
We know Ron. Hey, Ron, we know who West Toronto Prep is, don't we? Yeah. Hey, you know what's really funny? You mentioned. Yeah. So what's really funny is you mentioned you started off with Berwick. That's where I'm from.
Yep.
I was actually at that game. That was at ESPN. It was supposed to be on ESPN.
So that game was supposed to be on ESPN on a Friday night. I think we got 3.5 inches of rain that night.
Trivia question: does anybody know who the running back was supposed to be that weekend? Anybody? Berwick, Bishop McDevitt. The running back did not play. Why? Who? No.
It was LaShawn McCoy.
LaShawn McCoy, yeah.
He suffered a compound fracture in his ankle against Harrisburg
the week
before. And that was just in short. We were supposed to play on ESPN. There's a lot that went on with the game. We got 3.5 inches of rain. We were supposed to kick off at 7 o'clock. And I was a brand new athletic director at the time. Okay, brand new. It was my first year there. And you're negotiating with ESPN, school administration, and the Berwick Athletic Department. And I got to a point where we got...
Not just the Berwick Athletic Department.
George Curry. So we were supposed to kick off at 7 o'clock, and everyone's like, are we going to play? Are we going to play? It just was raining cats and dogs all day long. And I never would imagine this, but they wanted to wait as late as 10:30 p.m. to kick off. And we as a school didn't think that. I mean, they had a grass field. It wasn't turf, So for us to drive up there through the mountains and everything and then get home at the 2 a.m., we just, our administration didn't feel it was safe. The whole ESPN thing got called off. We ended up actually going up there on a Sunday night, and it was a gorgeous night. It was a very physical football game. I think it was 28-14 we won. That year we, lost in the state semifinal to McKeesport.
And LaShawn McCoy was there. I drove him around the golf cart all day long.
You drove him around. He was signing autographs for the.
He was doing autographs. So we took him across the street to a place that is now the Forge Pub Eatery, which we're going to be bringing one of our shows to. And that was a good night. That was a crazy weekend. I remember the whole weekend and how it all broke down. And
ESPN was not too happy with it.
They were not happy at all. No.
and Joe, to finish off your question, we're going to go to LaSalle Week 3, September 9th, and that's going to be a major marquee game in the state. And that was a great game at our place.
You got 3 great games coming up.
Year, so.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So we're going to finish that contract.
Gold helmets everywhere that day.
Yep.
It's going to be gold helmets everywhere. Well, listen, Gary, Tommy, we appreciate you both being here. I look forward to seeing you guys again. We'll see you week 0. We need to end that crap.
We need to end
we need to get rid of week 0.
There is no week 0
I don't
anymore.
think there might be statewide. Maybe Nate can or Ed can confirm this, but I think there's only 5 teams that are having two scrimmages.
There's only a handful.
So they should have to catch up, I think. So, guys, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Billy.
Thanks for being on the show. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Gary, thanks for coming down. Appreciate it. You can shake my hand. And we got more guests coming up. We got Ron Corsi coming up. We got who do we got coming up next, Joe? Yep, we do. We have Ron Corsi, Matt Grohol, Thurston, and the Fairfield Knights. So we're going to take a break. We're hear from a couple of sponsors, and we'll be right back after these messages. Thanks.
Everybody knows Hoffman has it. Did you know Hoffman has even more? There's the fully stocked Hoffman Ford Parts and Accessories Department, the Hoffman state-of-the-art collision facility, confidence in our ultra-modern service facility, peace of mind with master technicians, satisfaction with low prices.
Do I really need to say it again? Hoffman has it.
Only at Hoffman Ford, Colonial Park.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
CoachComm is the proven and trusted leader in coaching communications. For over 30 years, we've built our business on innovation and winning, with the goal to equip your team with the best coaching communication available. 97% of all FBS programs and thousands of high schools and colleges across the U.S. choose CoachComm because CoachComm has the experience and the know-how to provide the very best in technology and winning solutions.
When you step out on that field, everyone is equal. Talent, it means nothing. They may be more talented than you, but if you show more heart, if you show more focus, if you just decide this day that you will never accept second place to anyone, if you do that, if you all do that, there's no one we cannot defeat. And there's no one that will want to challenge us ever again. So do you want to go out there like every other player, like every other team? Or do you want to stand up this day to make this day count?
That's it.
Make it count.
Joe, where you at? Where's Joe Gilloway? All right, we're back live with the season rollout, coaches cookout, cooking in, and Mr. G's. Sitting to my left here, we got Carl back. Carl's back. We lost Joe Gilloway. He's hungry, so he's eating out there. And we got Ron, my man Corsi. How you doing, Ron? Good to see you again. Ron and I have worked together many, many times, and it was good to work again with you this year, helping you find teams. Right to my right, one of my favorite coaches in the state. You're all my favorite coaches, but this guy's also one of my favorite coaches. Matt Grohol from Wimber. The Ramblers had a great season last year. And over on the right, somebody I just met today, Jason Thurston from Fairfield. Jason, I've talked to your admins and stuff like that and helped you guys schedule games and stuff like that, but it's good to finally meet somebody from Fairfield.
It's good to be here.
I didn't get to cover it. Jason, you brought some guys with you, man.
Yes, sir.
Can we see these guys on the air or not?
You guys want to sit up tall?
You want to just stand up? Just stand
Back
up.
there
I guess the
Man.
stools were a bad idea. Oh, man, they're tall.
They're putting you guys to work, man. Jeez.
Well,
Tell them you just
yeah.
started camp.
Who do
That's
we got
ridiculous.
back there? Yeah, who we got back there?
We got 3 seniors here. Andrew Coons plays receiver and corner for us. Also fills in at quarterback. Connor Joy here plays wing, receiver a little bit, and he's moving from corner to free safety this year. And then back here we have Trent Whitty. He plays guard and inside backer for us.
And, of course, the reason we have these guys here, Carl, is they're part of what?
They are part of the first annual Chambersburg Peach Bowl.
The inaugural.
Okay, inaugural. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no such thing as first annual.
If it's a repetitive event, we can. But we'll really
next year, next year it can become or annual next year.
Okay,
But,
gotcha.
Guys, I mean, like Wimber versus Fairfield. It's going to be fun, right?
Yeah, it's exciting. Anytime you get to play somebody you don't play on a regular basis, it's fun. It's fun to get on a charter bus and drive a couple hours down to Chambersburg. It's a great facility. We're just thankful for the opportunity. With our schedule and our conference, uh-oh.
You hit the switch.
I hit the switch. Am I there? Oh, boy. There we go. I'm sorry, with our conference dissipating.
Put this down.
I'll put it down. I apologize. I got to have something in my hands. But here, it was hard. Thankfully, these guys agreed to play us, and I got to hold something. We're going to play Uniontown and a couple other schools we don't normally play. So it's going to be a fun season for us, and we're looking forward to week 1 for sure.
Yeah, Jason?
Yes, likewise. We're very fortunate for the opportunity to play these guys. They had a great season last year, so it's going to be a tough competition for us. A good measuring stick for our program.
Tell us how difficult it is, Ron, to put something like this together. I mean, I know how it is. But
Absolutely. So, I mean, as you said, we've done events like this for the past 4 or 5 years. Obviously, COVID interrupted a couple years, but it is a labor of love to be able to put together teams from different regions and different areas. And the reality is that's why we do it. I mean, the beauty of it is these two teams who probably would never see each other, maybe down the road in the state tournament, but other than that, they would never really see each other in the regular season. It gives a chance to see, contrasting styles, different areas. Obviously spending a lot of time in the West, you just said the gentleman is a Whippeal guy. Football is a little bit different in terms of in the West and the East. There's still good football on both sides of the state and as well in the central part of the state, but sometimes there's a little bit different stylistic matchups, and I think that's what makes an event like this cool is you get to see, okay, let's see your region versus my region. Let's put our styles against each other, and may the best man or best team win. So I think it's a pretty cool thing in terms of getting teams together and getting young men like these behind us to compete against gentlemen that they would never, ever see. Or me and gentlemen exchange contact information, and we're still in touch via Facebook or social media 20, 30 years later. So for me, it's pretty cool just being able to get these kids together and throw a signature event.
Talk about the Fairfield program.
Yeah, so we just started our program in 2003. We were kind of a intramural program prior to that. Very rough early years for Fairfield, and I had the opportunity to take over the program in 2018, and just talking to these guys about having high but realistic standards, and every year our goal is just to get a little bit better than the year before, and I feel like we've been able to do that for the past 4 seasons, so hopefully this year we continue in the right direction.
Yeah, and Coach Grohol, obviously the opposite. Wimber has a great, long-standing tradition. I mean, Wimber football goes. I read the book. Wimber football goes back a long way.
Yeah, I'm just excited to be part of our program. There's so much history at Wimber. There were some state championships back in the 30s that they had won, and Coach DeMarco was there for 26 years, and to be his successor left me, some huge holes, shoes to fill, and we've been pretty successful lately, and just trying to get that first district championship. We lost one last year by about 6 inches on the final play of the game, and our kids are excited to get back at it here, in a couple weeks. So,
yeah, guys, hey, so let's turn it over to some of the guys here. Did you even know who Wimber was whenever you found out you're playing them?
Honestly, no, not really. We never really heard of them before, so we didn't really know who they were.
Yep, and then for you, you're playing an opponent that you've never heard of before or seen before. What does that do, like, for you, like, as a football player, to get ready for a game like that?
I guess just like be prepared for anything. Like just be ready to compete with whatever they have.
Mic's off.
Oh, the mic's off. Check 1, 2. Are we good? 1, 2. All right. You know, so you're watching film. What are you looking for?
Well, obviously they got different styles than us, so we got to pick up on like who their key players are, who they go to most often, what kind and how we can go against it.
Carl, do you have any questions for these guys?
How's everything going so far, like with the heat acclimation? I mean, it just seems like you're just getting started, and we already have you in this this big interview here, Mr. G's. How's everything going with the heat acclimation so far?
I think heat acclimation went pretty smooth this week. You know, we didn't really have anyone leave. Everyone got through pretty smoothly. Practices were going smooth. We got a few bumps here and there, but we ended up smoothing them out. So yeah, it went pretty good for us.
And Coach, now you said you started the program in 2003.
Yes, sir.
Out there for work, like lack of participation. Are you guys having any issues, I guess, for both coaches, getting kids out for football nowadays?
We have 19 on our roster.
Okay.
So, numbers are a struggle for us. Staying healthy will be real key for us.
Players playing both sides, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think for us, we've got 49 on the roster. But I was talking to Coach here, and I think I'm a big advocate for flag football in our youth system, and we go flag K through 6, and all those kids that are normally getting their brains beat out are coming out for junior high football, and I think that's been a big numbers proponent for us. Why our numbers are so good.
Very good. Makes
That's
sense.
good. That's great. That's great to hear. Ron, how's it going at Chambersburg, man?
Oh, it's going great, man. I just want to first and foremost thank both coaches. Thank the Fairfield Athletic Director, Andy Kuhn, for reaching out and bridging the gap, connecting these two schools for us. Thank you guys for participating in our event. I mean, without you guys, it doesn't happen. So just want to thank all the coaches, all the teams that are participating. We're going to have a great weekend, man. It's been an adjustment in terms of coming from, a traditional football powerhouse like Woodland Hills High School out in the West, out in Pittsburgh, to coming to Chambersburg. But it's been a great adjustment. I mean, I have a phenomenal football coach, Coach Luther, who, has collegiate coaching experience, does it the right way. Great kids, great program that is on the upswing. So for me, this is kind of a showcase, not just for all the other teams, but it's a showcase for us to showcase our program, our facilities, and let people know just how cool Chambersburg is, because it's a pretty neat place.
It is a pretty neat place. And Ron, it's been a pleasure working with you over these years, and I look forward to keep going. I mean, it's great because, like, coaches reach out to me. They'll be like, hey, Billy, I need a week 1. I need a week 0. I need a week. And then I'll be like, the first person I call is Ron.
Absolutely.
Like, hey, Ron,
Absolutely.
somebody needs a week 0. And I think that's how we got Coach Donnelly.
That's exactly how we got him. I mean, it was funny. They lost their opponent. We lost our opponent. It just synced up. It worked perfectly. I think the key to throwing events like this, though, is making sure you try to get the best matchups. I mean, obviously, we're dealing with teenage boys. You can never forecast or predict exactly what the outcome of the games are going to be. But on paper, you want to make the best matchups possible so that it's entertaining football for everybody.
Ron, one thing I do request, okay, as a reporter, because I'm doing the sideline stuff.
All right.
Make sure the teams know who's home and who's away, because I don't want that to happen. Last year we had 2 teams show up and they both brought all black uniforms.
So to my defense, all teams, all programs were alerted who was home and who was away. It's just the one program chose to ignore that. And if you recall, it's the same program that was on ESPN and made national news. So I mean, let's not.
They weren't a real program.
If we're really looking at that program had quite a few issues.
Yeah, you guys know what we're talking about. It was a program that really wasn't a program, and
the school that wasn't a school.
Like, wasn't real. But like, imagine being out on the field with a team that's wearing the same jersey as you are. I mean, like, imagine that. It was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And then for us trying to read the numbers.
I understand. So rest assured, knock on wood, wherever it may be, you won't have that issue.
While we're here right now, what color is Fairfield wearing?
So all the District 3 teams are going to be home. They will be wearing the dark uniform.
All right, Matt, bring the whites.
All the outside of District 3 teams will be away. Because obviously, Chambersburg, we're a District 3 program, so we're going to show love to our District 3 brethren. We're still going to host the other teams and make sure they have a great experience as well. But all the District 3 teams, we are the home team representing District 3 football.
So, Jason, what do you like to do outside of football?
Yeah, I'm a teacher. I have a small photography, videography business I do on the side. My wife and I have three children. She's the athletic director at Gettysburg High School, so all three of them are playing sports. So we stay pretty busy at our house.
You have 3 kids. What are the ages?
13, 11, and 8.
So you're like right in the meat of it right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's like everybody has a schedule,
Yeah,
right, Matt?
baseball, soccer, basketball, it's year round.
And of course, Matt, your son played for you.
Yeah, he's off to Slippery Rock this Thursday, and then I have another one that's going to be a sophomore, most likely be a starter for us. So I got a couple more years left, if nothing else.
And Matt, you spend a lot of time not far from here, don't you?
I got excited coming down the turnpike because I was going to go south and go to Williams Grove, but they're not running today, so I had to come here instead.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Matt's a big race fan. Matt and I always talk about racing and stuff like that. Guys, what are you looking forward to in this season? Start over here. What are you looking forward to?
Looking forward just to the games overall. I'm hoping we can squeeze out a few wins against some tough teams this season.
Yep.
I'm just looking forward to getting closer as a team and just having a good bond.
Yep.
Just looking forward to hitting people.
That's it, yeah. That's what we like. Yeah. Looking forward to hitting people.
Looking forward to hitting. I like it.
That's a good answer. That's the best answer you can have right there. Looking forward to hitting people. You know, the funny thing is, like, we do the player profiles every year, and we ask you all kinds of different questions. And this is honestly, when you ask a lineman what their favorite play to run is, they'll name the play, and then you say why, and they'll say, because we get to pull. So they get to hit somebody, so the linemen do that. But Matt, Jason, thanks for coming down. I appreciate you guys being here. I wish you the best of luck in the season. I won't be at the first game, but our prognosticator, all pair, Phil Protime Myers will be at your game. So you're famous. You're going to be famous. Protime will be there. And
I've met Protime before, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Protime's become quite a star with PA Football News. He's a star. He does our weekly predictions. He predicts games all over the place. And I believe when his comes out, I believe your game is going to be one of his predictions. So, Ron, I think you've met Protime. He's been at the stadium for the series a couple of times.
I have.
Ron, thanks for coming.
No problem. Thanks
we
for the
got your guy
invitation.
coming up later on, Mark Luther. But gentlemen, thanks for being here. Guys, thanks for coming down. I hope you got something to eat. If you didn't, get something to eat. Mr. G's has a spread out. Mr. G's on 6th Street. What's the address here?
It is 6th Street.
It's North 6th Street in Harrisburg. 3745. Come on down. Hey, you're tuning in. Come on down. Come on down to Mr. G's. Get some food, all right? Guys, thanks a lot. We'll see you at the Peach Bowl.
Thanks for having us.
Enjoy
Thanks for the
it.
invitation.
All the best
All
this
right.
season, fellas.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to thank a couple more sponsors here. I want to thank, first of all, my website sponsor is the Funding Zone. I got to thank them. They are one of the biggest sponsors on our website. No, they are the biggest sponsor. If you need money for your program, right now they have a great program going on, the Blast program. The Funding Zone, you can raise tons and tons of money through them. I want to thank also Mr. G's. We're going to be back here at Mr. G's a couple of times this season, just so you guys know. You can come back and hang out with us at Mr. G's on Tuesday night during the State of PA Football, our broadcast show. I want to thank Go Route. Have you guys looked at Go Route yet?
Have not.
Oh, boy. You want to streamline your practices and get rid of the cards and do twice as many reps on your scout team? Go Route. Take a look at it. It's worth looking at. It's definitely – and they have a basketball app coming out with a watch. You wear a little watch. It's pretty simple to watch. We've got a couple of commercials coming up from Go Route. And I want to thank Coach Com. Of course, Coach Com gives you these things on the sidelines. Guys, thanks a lot. We'll be back after a few messages from our sponsors. Take it away, Dan. Thanks, guys.
Circle W Sports is the complete all-in-one platform for high school sports, designed by former athletes, coaches, and athletic directors. Circle W Sports gives school and team personnel an easier solution to run their entire athletic departments with the help of these features. League Manager makes creating master schedules a breeze. Configure your divisions, build schedules, track league all-stars, and much, much more. Referee Manager helps assign and track game officials in the same platform. And with RefPay, your officials can get paid within hours instead of days or weeks. Enjoy live scoring and statistical services through our Performance Tracker and Stat Tracker apps. Learn how to track your workout or camp and combine statistics in real time. Then create any type of report after your results are tallied. The Stat Tracker app helps keep your fans involved, whether they are in the stands or at home, with live in-game stats. For more information, visit Circle W Sports.
Football presents and Linglestown presents
Linglestown Gazette Sports.
the season
Linglestown's
rollout
a town.
Coaches Cookout Cook-In here at Mr. G's in Harrisburg on North 6th Street, right?
Correct,
That's
yes.
right, Mr. G's down here, and we got some new guests here, and Coach Donnelly, how you doing, Coach Donnelly from CBS, and Mark Luther from Chambersburg. Ironically, we're playing in the Peach Bowl too.
We are.
That's right. Who'd you bring, man? You brought this
This
giant.
is our smallest lineman right here. No, this is Tim Powers. He's our best-looking lineman. So if it was a radio show, there were some other guys we might have brought, but since it was going to be on TV here, we figured we'd bring the best-looking guy.
Did he find the food over here?
He did. He's been back 3 or 4 times already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good,
We'll
good.
probably
All
stop on the way home.
Lineman, right? Yeah. So exciting. You guys get to play each other, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when Ron came in as the AD and presented this idea of the Peach Bowl to us, very interesting. We'd never been part of anything like that before. We have the facility to do something like this. We struggled a little bit getting that matchup, but ended up working out that Coach Donnelly and us get to play each other. And, you know, it's not something typical for Chambersburg to be taking on a District 1 school. So that's what makes it kind of interesting, is just 2 teams from different areas getting the opportunity to play.
That's what Ron and I have always, when we've been doing this, we've tried to get matchups from different areas. And I think as a person who covers high school football, I think that's exciting to see teams from different areas play each other. Because, Coach Donnelly, the football, it's the same, but it's different in different areas.
Yeah, I think what Ron is, and I've got to give kudos to Ron because we were kind of left in the wind with who we were originally supposed to play, and I think we've fallen into a tremendous situation. You've got 12 teams, 2 different states. You got all these different districts that are coming together to play, and we're excited about the opportunity to be a part of this. And I think, you know, hopefully we're going to represent District 1 well, and but I think it's going to be a great 2 nights of football for sure.
I do. I think so too. And like I said before, you know, you called me up and you were like, "Hey, we need a game right away," and I knew right where I was going to put you. I was like, "No, you don't need a game. We got you."
We appreciate you brokering the deal for sure.
Yeah, definitely. But talk a little bit about the tradition down at CB East.
Well, District 1, I mean, first of all, I think just football in Pennsylvania in general is outstanding. And in District 1, it's, you know, we've got, I think, the biggest district, you know, 6A in the state. So, you know, week in, week out in Suburban 1, you know, national, it's a grind, you know, like it is in their league as well. You know, they're playing state college. So there's no easy games. And, you know, we try to, even just from our scrimmages to who we're playing non-league. So, you know, to play a team with the caliber of Chambersburg, or we open up next week with Freedom, who's number 5 in the state. So we're always going to try to play the best, you know, talent that we can to make ourselves better.
And of course, you, like, when we talk, and no offense to the Suburban SOL, but whenever we mention it, there are 2 leagues that I do talk about all the time. And one of them is the EPC South. When you have Parkland and all those guys just beating the living daylights out of each other all year. The other one is
Mid-Penn Commonwealth.
the Mid-Penn Commonwealth. You guys just beat the living daylights out of each other all year long. You got Harrisburg, you got State College, you got Central Dauphin and Coach McNamee out there. You got Chambers. I mean, it's like a gauntlet every
Don't
week.
sleep on Carlisle.
We absolutely.
I know you're not, Coach. I mean, they're returning a lot of talent from a successful team last year.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Absolutely.
a gauntlet.
There isn't, you know, once you get past those 3 non-conference games to start your season and get in conference, it's brutal.
And then
you know,
you made it worse by getting
adding
this.
them, yeah. And again, our schedule, we look and talk to it about our kids. You know, we open up with CB East. They made the postseason last season. And then we have Northern York, who's just an outstanding traditional program there.
Coach Miller has it going on.
Yeah, and then we have Waynesboro this year, who's made the postseasons the last few years. So, and then you go right into conference and open up with Central Dauphin here, and Coach McNamee's here, and you know, that's always a big struggle for us, and they have a great program. So, and then, you know, you just look at it. Altoona's been very successful the last couple of years. Cumberland Valley program is on the rise again. Coach Oz has got that going. So,
yeah.
We don't get a break. You don't get a break. But that's what makes it great, because you got to prepare as a coach. You got to get your kids prepared. And if you win, you guys know you did something special that
The
week.
teams that had been struggling in the Commonwealth have kind of turned it around. You're one of them. And East High,
we
Central
are.
Dauphin East, Altoona, Carlisle have all kind of righted the ship, and it just made that conference or that division so much more difficult.
From top to bottom.
Yeah, and it's been great to watch your team, kind of morph into a team that week in and week out you're going to challenge anybody that you're going up against. That's for sure.
Yeah, our program isn't, that doesn't have the tradition is maybe Central Dauphin and things like that. But I think over the 6 years that I've been the head coach, we're putting a better product on the field, better football games. 2 years we made a postseason, and it's like high school football. We all know it cycles. We had a great group of kids, and now we're back on that cycle. We're very excited about the group we have coming up. A lot of young kids that we will have returning again next year.
That's wonderful.
So, so we're excited for this season.
Right. Good.
John.
Yes.
So expanding on what he's done, he said, you're down there in a conference with CB West and all these big names. It's definitely helps you as a program, right?
Yeah, I think pressure is a privilege, and we've got North Penn, we've got just the whole conference, top to bottom. Even some teams that maybe record-wise were down a little bit last year, they're going to be back this year. So it's a meat grinder, but if you're prepared for it, hopefully you come out on the other side in good shape.
Let's test that microphone out back there, man, big guy. Yeah. So, what's it like playing in a grind like that? Like, North Penn, CBW. Oh, you guys have 5 or 6 playoff contenders every year as well in your league.
Yeah, it's week by week. You're always going up against good players. You're never gonna have a week off against an easy opponent. So you always got to be ready to play the best you can.
Check 1, 2.
I can hear him.
There you go.
That's
all right. It's always like when we do that, but yeah, so what's your favorite food, dude?
Favorite food? Chipotle. That's my
Chipotle.
go-to spot. Yeah.
Hey, G, do we have any Chipotle out there for this guy? He wants some Chipotle.
I'm sure he's fine with what Mr. G put out.
Yeah. So we already did a player profile on you. I think we did, but tell everybody out there what the toughest drill that coach puts you through preseason.
It's got to be pursuit, because it's a lot of cones out. It's you're in camp, you're sore, and you gotta run. You gotta make sure you can get to make plays and tackles.
What are your goals for yourself as far as this season and beyond?
Really just help my team in whatever way I can, help my team win, whether that's on offense or defense.
What do you want to do after school?
Go to school and play football.
Yeah. Where would you like to play?
Right now, I'm just looking for anyone that's willing to give me a shot.
Great answer. Yeah. And this guy will give a shot for you. If there are any college coaches out there watching right now, I'm pretty sure he will. I've seen his film. He can play some football. But Coach Luther, talk about your numbers and what's going on with the program down there.
Yeah, we're we did something a little different. We brought our freshmen up and just to help with those numbers and give them the opportunity to play in the JV level. So, right now we're sitting almost at 100 kids, and that's 9 through 12 in our program. But it really allows us to focus on, hey, we got a group of guys that are varsity that we're sitting about 50 that are focused there, and then we got about the other 50 on the other side that get to work together and prepare from the JV side. And it was just something we started we did a couple years ago and then went away from it. And it just, for us to build a program and to be able to compete in the Commonwealth, we had to change our strategy a little bit.
Well, the other thing I was going to ask you about with the Peach Bowl, the Classic, right?
Yep.
Peach Bowl Classic coming up. Has that pulled you away from what you have to do as a coach at all, since you're kind of like the home coach, the host coach?
No.
Was Mr. Corsi able to keep you kind of shielded from those things?
Yep.
Ron's the man.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because I know how that can be when you're kind of the host, and in this case you're the coach, so you're right up there with Mr. Corsi. That can kind of get in the way of some things. So you were able to just kind of concentrate on football and let Ron take care of all the rest, right?
he took care of all that
That's
administrative
wonderful.
stuff behind
Yeah.
the scenes and basically just said, hey, we'll get this set up, get a matchup for you that we think
That's
is a
great.
Great opportunity for both schools. And then he just said, hey, it's time for you guys to get ready. And that's what your job is, what we pay you to do is get this football program
Right.
ready. So, so we're very fortunate that he put an outstanding lineup together. We're very excited about it. Him and I have talked. And, the hope, the prospect is in the coming years is we get teams that reach out to Ron and say, hey,
Right.
we want to be in that
You don't
game.
have to do the reaching out, right?
And that he's got to, make tough decisions. Who's the best matchup
Yeah.
to be?
Right.
And that it's a great thing to think about in the future. So hopefully we can get to that.
Well,
point.
we're excited for you, yeah.
Yeah.
And I love your facility. I mean, all your facilities are great. I get excited when I know I'm going to Chambersburg to watch a sporting event. I really do.
We're very fortunate down there. We got a beautiful football stadium there. We got great parking. It's just a great setting
Yeah, it
to
is.
hold events and
Yep.
grab baseball facility. And so we're very fortunate. And,
Yep.
and I think Ron's taken a great approach. And hey, let's get people here. Let's utilize the resources that we have. And
Yep.
can we make it better and get people excited about come to Chambersburg and support our community?
Good. Yep.
Yeah, definitely. John, we said this was for fun today, so what was your summer like for you, Coach?
Well, it was pretty memorable. We, my wife and I celebrated our 25th anniversary. So, and all the congratulations goes to her for putting up with me for that
Yeah.
long. So we had a great time down in St. Thomas. Been able to get away with the kids a little bit. We've got 3 kids, so one is at JMU. So we'd passed Chambersburg on the way to JMU. So we stopped in this spring just to see what the stadium is, and it is an outstanding venue. I've got an older daughter that's at Maryland. She's finishing up her senior year. And then my son Jack is on the team with us. He's a rising junior.
Yeah, so on that note, we are back to normal this year. We are back to normal. Did that make you coaches? What we I mean, like as media, we went through just about the same thing you guys did, if not a little bit more. Did that make you appreciate the summer a little bit more? Like figure out how to get more downtime? Because it was just a nonstop grind during COVID. You were constantly on the phone trying to figure out things. Did that make you appreciate things much?
Well, I think it always does. You look back over these past couple of years and what you had to deal with, and even as a staff, we were talking about that the other day. That if you have an athlete that gets sick, you always had to worry about, did they test positive? If they did, who were they around? Are you going to have to stop practice? Are you going to have to, and it just broke your flow. I don't know about coach, but I'm sure it is, and all the coaches is we got everything laid out. You know what I mean? We know what we're doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, now until next Saturday when we scrimmage Hershey. And, when something like that happens, it breaks your flow and your mentality.
It's in your hands now.
Yeah,
Again.
and it is back to,
Right.
okay, we know what we're doing and those kinds of things. And
I keep files of everything, and I went back and looked, and Liam and I were talking about on the way out, just thinking like a year ago we were still wearing masks up until December, and then just looking like we had like red light, green light, yellow light. There was different levels. I just couldn't believe. I don't know how we got through it, but kids are super resilient, and I think that's what helps us get through as adults, especially in a sporting situation like with football. But it is nice to have, like Mark was saying, just a routine now that we're all used to and we can count on.
It's exciting, gentlemen. I'm excited. I'm excited. Football's coming, guys. Right?
Yeah.
How exciting is that? I mean, like, how difficult is it waiting for the season to begin?
I've been waiting for my senior year for a long time. It went really fast, though, but I'm excited for it.
Yeah. We're glad to have you here, Liam, Coach Donnelly. We're glad you could come down, Coach.
Yep. Appreciate
Luther,
it. Really.
Glad to have you guys here, and we appreciate it. We'll see you both at the Peach Bowl.
Look forward to it.
And
Absolutely.
it's going to be a good time. The Peach Bowl. I forgot to Ron. I got to ask Ron. Like, I know you did not start out with the Peach Bowl as the name. So where did that come from? Do you know? I'm
you
gonna
need
have to ask
ask
Ron.
that, man,
I'm gonna have to
right
ask
there.
Ron right there during the break and find out where the Peach Bowl came from.
They were known for peaches.
That's
That's
it, man. All right, guys. Hey, thanks a lot. And,
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, gentlemen.
Thank you, Billy.
Yeah, thank
All right,
you.
we
Appreciate
appreciate
it. Thank you so much.
Luther.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you can just hang
Coach
your
Donnelly, my
headset
pleasure.
up there. And Joe, if you'd like, you can read off a couple more of your sponsors
I'd
there.
love to.
from
Let me
the-
just
from the
thank
thing.
Liam and wish him a successful, fruitful season. Win some games, man. You play some tough teams, and
Good to meet you, Liam. I'll take care of that. All right, and we want to hear from a couple
Once
more
again, we are here at Mr. G Sports Bar in Uptown Harrisburg, located on North 6th Street. Thanks again to the Mr. G's folks. And I'm going to thank Payer Apparel. Larry Bragg from Payer couldn't make it. He's on vacation. He provided all the T-shirts for the guests here.
Who's next?
Rickabaw's Electric. They're into their second full year as a platinum sponsor, which means that they sponsor sports with Lingelstown Gazette year-round. So we want to thank Dan Rickabaugh from Rickabaw's Electric. And Sam Hartley Decking. Sam Hartley is Coach Sam Hartley. He's the Central Dauphin softball coach. He was an assistant up until a couple years ago. He took over as a head coach, doing great things there. So thanks to Sam Hartley Decking. We really appreciate it. And one more, Modern Imprint. They just came on board with us. They're over in Camp Hill. They'll imprint anything. They do specialty advertising. So thanks to Modern Imprint. We really appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Joe. And
Thank you.
folks, we'll be right back with some more good coaches. Coach McNamee will be here joining us, and we'll be back after a few messages from some sponsors.
Thank you.
At Hoffman Ford, your deal is untouchable. Don't let rising interest rates and inflation stop you from securing your new vehicle. Lock in your price and rate today with Hoffman Ford Price Protection. Order a new 2023 Ford today. And if rates are better by delivery, you'll always get the better deal. Let us turn your perfect price into a promised price.
Hoffman has it.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
I just heard about it.
When you step out on that field, everyone is equal. Talent, it means nothing. They may be more talented than you, but if you show more heart, if you show more focus, if you just decide this day that you will never accept second place to anyone, if you do that, if you all do that, there's no one we cannot defeat. And there's no one that will want to challenge us ever again. So do you want to go out there like every other player, like every other team? Or do you want to stand up this day to make this day count? Make it count.
There are two things in life that you can't outrun: taxes and death. Everything else you can outrun if you're fast enough. You can teach speed.
The beauty of live TV. Here we are back at Mr. G's. Joe Gilroy's back on the stage. And over here to my left, Coach Hahn.
How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Not much.
Yeah, Manheim Central Barons. Over here on my right, my far right, next to Joe.
Coach Glenn McNamee, Central Dauphin High School.
How you doing, guys?
The
Good to have you on the show.
Great to be here.
Coach Hahn, who'd you bring?
I brought three of our players here. We got Nick Haas, one of our linebackers and tight ends.
Guys, you should probably stand up so we can see you.
Cole Groff, who's an offensive lineman and defensive lineman for us, and Caleb Watt, who's a linebacker and H-back tight end.
All right, you ready for the season, Coach?
Absolutely. Let's go.
Coach Hahn also, we had on earlier Gary Thelnam. Coach was also a part of our Big 33 group.
Yeah, that was great experience, unbelievable to be able to be part of the Big 33 and to be part of that team and coaching staff. It was great.
How much fun is that for a coach?
It's an incredible honor. I'm very humbled by it. I mean, I've been coaching for 28 years, but really been a head coach for 8 years. So to kind of get that recognition kind of early in the career is very humbling, you know. And I enjoyed it. It's great. It was great to be around those athletes and spend that time with them. It was good.
Yeah.
Coach, I want to mention. We mentioned it earlier. You guys moved classifications, of course.
Right.
That's kind of a big deal, you know, when something like that happens. I would think so. And you moved from 5A, and I have a hard time saying down to 4A because it kind of came out of the frying pan into the fire, huh? With some of the teams that you're going to have to go up against, like postseason-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. Where we were at, we've always kind of teetered on that line. So we've been the smallest 5A school for a number.
Film and all. So it does kind of expand yourself as a coach.
Yeah, I think what's helped me is being part of the PSFCA. I've made a lot of connections with a number of coaches, so that hasn't really been a problem. Be able to try and find film, or you know, right now the way film is nowadays, you have it on Huddle. Most coaches are willing to share, like, hey, you give me this, I'll give you that, and that's good. So.
How about Coach Mack? You're staying at 6A, right? There's nowhere to go, is there?
6A it is.
Right. We're going to start with this. How about the way that the Commonwealth Division has never been kind of off the map at all, but you think they're a little stronger here?
Yeah, it sure looks that way, but you know, that's the nature of it every single year. And I say this often, it's a very tough gauntlet, but it really helps focus the off season.
Right.
Because everybody knows universally how challenging it's going to be. So you better work very hard in the off season or it's going to be a tough road.
Right. And you start out with Central York. At Central York, 2 of your 3 non-league games are on the road, correct?
Yeah.
Central York and Coatesville.
Correct.
And then you keep Wilson.
Yes.
So, again, out of the frying pan into the fire as far as your non-league games. You dropped Berks and Manheim Township, who you may end up facing Manheim Township in the postseason here, so you never know. How difficult was it to get those new matchups? I know you have a relationship with Jerry Yonchuk from Central York, and then Coatesville. How did that come about, the Coatesville matchup?
Well, we've always prided ourselves on having a very tough non-league schedule, as you know, but this one might be the toughest one yet. You know, with Central York, followed by Wilson, followed by Coatesville, 2 of them on the road. And talking about focusing in off-season.
Right.
Our kids knew very early on we're going to have a superior work ethic to put ourselves in position against that.
Right. Yeah, and you and I talked, I guess, last night a little bit about, you know, how do you get the upper hand these days? Everybody's in the gym dedicated. Everybody's using every minute of every day that the PIAA permits. So, you know, I'm going to ask you this. We really didn't come up with an answer last night on the phone, but how do you get the upper hand these days?
You bring up a great point. You know, everybody seems to be elevating in their off-season with the weight room and time spent. It is becoming increasingly difficult to find that edge. There's no question.
Right. And last year was kind of, I don't know what to say about last year. You had 2 COVID pauses, and we're not here to talk about COVID, but I'm here to talk about last year a little bit. And
can we just say the C word?
Well,
don't give it any recognition.
Use the C word, right? The C word's fine.
It was a season where you guys had 2 pauses, and you never really, as a fan, as somebody watching from the outside, never really developed any traction. You know, you had a big win against State College, that's for sure. You had some big wins, but what'd you learn from last year?
Well, these last 2 years have been incredibly difficult, I think, for everybody involved. You referenced it in the last segment, even for media. We're really glad to move on.
It was so brutal. But let's just keep talking football.
That's what we're doing.
Well, the next time there's a pandemic, we'll do it better since we've learned the lessons.
Right.
Of course, that's tongue in cheek. We really pray to never ever have to live through that again.
But I thought all your guys stepped up. You won some big games.
Yeah.
You came from behind. I mean, a couple of those games were just so dramatic, and it's because your guys didn't quit. For sure. Carlisle was really good last year.
Sure.
And then Altoona. I mean, you know, how did Altoona stay with you guys the whole game? Because they played a really good game. That's what people don't understand. You know?
They sure did.
Yeah.
That trip there is a tough one. They had a good home field advantage. No, there were some good things that came out of last year despite those circumstances.
Right. So
Yeah.
tell us what's going to be different this year.
Yeah, like he said, let's hope it's back to normal.
That's
so to
right.
speak.
Back to normal. That's all. We're just going to play football this year, guys. Yeah. Coach, on same question. I mean, Joe brought up a good idea or good question. How do you get ahead? I mean, like we talked about these two and the Commonwealth and what Coach Donald plays in, but your conference is not loaded with a bunch of slouches either.
Yeah, no, we ended up expanding this year and brought in the Berks County schools. Now Wilson's always been there, but we have the 12 other schools now that are in. So it's 37-team league. All the sections pretty much changed except for Section 1. I think it's a welcome change. It's going to allow for some of those smaller schools in Section 5 to kind of compete against each other and keep schools playing football. Where some of those schools might have lost football because 2A schools shouldn't be playing 5A schools, and that's what was happening a little bit of. So this hopefully will help the situation, and then what it's also created is just a meat grinder of a schedule for a number of sections. Section 4 is they've got I think 6 out of the 7 or 8 teams that they've all been in the playoffs last year. Section 2. At the top you got Warwick, you have Manheim Central, you have Exeter and Governor Mifflin. That's going to be a good conference.
That's a juggernaut of a conference too. That is, it's difficult. So what are you doing? Let's ask one of the guys here. Grab a microphone, guys.
In the section.
There you go.
Yep.
You guys both play Wilson, right?
No, we don't.
Oh, you don't play Wilson this year. That's right. Yeah. Maybe you could talk to Coach Hahn afterwards and get some tips.
Yeah, there you go. But let's review our schedule we talked about a moment ago. I think they're all circled.
Yeah.
We better circle them all. We're going to be in trouble.
And the thing about it is you do have multiple rivals.
Yeah,
you cannot say that there's even one or two. Cumberland Valley, of course.
That is one thing about Central Dauphin.
Yeah.
You're right. There are several games that could be identified as rivalry games with a long history behind
Right.
them.
And, Coach Dean's got East High firmly back, and that's nice to see. To show up at that game that night and go, we don't know who's going to win this game.
Right.
That's part of a rivalry. But yeah, CD's probably a third of their schedule is real true rivalries. Yep. Yeah.
You see that a lot. Manheim, you guys really don't have a true rival either.
I would say, in my opinion, everybody that plays us, it's like their Super Bowl. I mean, who doesn't want to knock off Manheim Central? So you've got to be ready to play every week. There's no weeks off, and it doesn't matter who's on the schedule. So, and that's one of the things that we try to stress to our guys, and I think that's why they put so much effort and energy into it. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, the Barons are always tough every year, and I mean, you're right. Everybody says like, we're going to beat Manheim this year. We're going to beat the Barons this year, and the same with Central Dauphin. It's like every team in your league wants to beat every team in your league, So there's no Harrisburg saying, "Oh, if we don't beat Central Dauphin, that's the end of the season." We have to beat every team.
Yeah, I forgot Harrisburg's a rival too. Yeah, so
absolutely.
There's another
Interestingly, we haven't played him since 2019.
How about
because
that?
Of the
yeah.
C word.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think what you're referencing is it's really another way of saying how difficult the Mid-Penn Commonwealth is.
I want to ask Coach McNamee to talk about one thing before we break up here. Is it community connection?
Yes.
I can't interview you without you mentioning that. This has nothing to do with football, or very little to do with football. I was just walking with a friend this morning, and I said, I have to remember to ask Coach Mack about that because it's something that it's just a wonderful thing that you do. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's a community service program. We started back in 2006 for the football program, and this year we hit a milestone. We went over 15,000 hours since 2006. This year alone, the kids did about 1,300 hours. It came out to about 25 hours per kid, which is one of the best we've ever done. We do a lot of different things, read at elementary schools, visit retirement homes, and many others. We did about 60.
Labor, painting things, or
all
maybe
kind of
pulling
different
weeds
things.
or stuff like
absolutely,
that?
Yeah, absolutely. About 60 different events this year since last December.
Yeah, that's
really
wonderful.
proud of our kids for that.
Yeah, and I'm proud to be a Central Dauphin guy that you're able to do that, and I feel like I'm connected to that. So
I appreciate
I really
that.
do.
We always say our mantra is it's more than just football, and
Yes.
that's one of the greatest representations of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to say one
Thanks,
thing.
Coach.
I will say one thing. Joe is definitely a Central Dauphin homer.
Thanks for getting that out there.
I mean,
in the interest of full disclosure.
I kind of try to hide
you
that.
are Central Dauphin is Joe's favorite program, no matter what sport.
And we'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah, we hear
We'd
Joe.
like to
Joe
keep
be
it
like,
that
I'll
way.
call
I went
Joe.
to Central Dauphin.
He'll say, Joe will say, Well, I got to go do that because it's Central Dauphin. I got to do this because it's Central
I don't
Dauphin.
have that
I gotta
attitude
do. He does community service. What does Mannheim do? I know you guys do some stuff.
We're always big in community service. I mean, I think that's something. It's a responsibility of a coach. These kids are afforded so much by their community that we need to give back. So we do community cleanups. We've done helping with different events and setting up and breaking down. We run a lineman challenge where all the proceeds go to a particular cause for Fort Coles kids that helps kids with disabilities. So all that, the proceeds from that event goes to help that. It's not going to the program. It's not going back to our kids. It's going to something that serves bigger purpose than just football.
Wonderful.
And I think that's important. You, as a coach, we're leaders. We have to teach our kids to give of themselves instead of always just receiving, and that's part of it.
All right, guys,
Wonderful.
Before we wrap it up here, let's hear from the guys one more time. What is it each one of you are looking forward to most this season?
I'm looking forward to playing some new teams that we haven't played before and winning some games.
I'm just really looking forward to the new competition coming in and playing Exeter again because they'll be a fun team. They were very physical last year and they really competed.
I'm just looking forward to getting most out of my last season and the new competition.
That's pretty important, your last season, right? You want to show out for your last season. Yeah.
We wish you well, fellas.
We wish you guys well.
Thanks for
I wish
joining
you guys
us.
a great season. We appreciate you coming
Coach
here.
Glenn McNamee, thank
We
you very
appreciate
much.
you,
Thanks so much for
being
having
here.
We really appreciate it.
Coach
Know you're
Hahn,
busy.
Thanks for doing
always
this
a pleasure
again.
to see Coach Hahn.
Thank you.
This guy's one of the
Thanks,
greatest,
Coach.
man.
Good to see you again.
Coach,
Appreciate
thanks
Coach
a lot,
Hahn,
guys.
thank you very
Yep.
much. Thanks
Absolutely.
for coming up.
Thanks
We
for
wish you
having
well.
us.
All right,
Yep.
Bill, thank you. Ed, thanks a lot. I feel like we're shaking hands. Everything.
Did they get you a Pay or Apparel T-shirt?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're going to come
Much
back
appreciated.
They're nice,
with
huh?
some more coaches for the season rollout Coaches Cookout 2022 edition. Right after a word from these sponsors.
I'm going to mention some of the additional Lingelstown Gazette Sports Platinum sponsors helping us today. Team Pennsylvania AAU basketball program, Ted's Bar and Grill,
We've been there.
7300 Allentown Boulevard. They're local Central Dauphin, and Tonino's Pizza, another local to Central Dauphin, and they're in Colonial Commons right off of Jonestown Road. So thank you to those three wonderful businesses.
All right, so
We'll be right
we'll
back.
be back after these messages from our sponsors.
I would recommend becoming an official, like you're a part of a sport that you love.
We officiate for the athletes and for the sport that we love, and so as long as you keep them first, then it's going to be a great experience.
So the money I've made from officiating for the past few years, I put all that money into savings to pay to finish my college education. In 6 months, when I complete that, I will not be in any debt.
Officiating the state championship and getting that call to officiate the state championship was an emotional thing for me, just because of what I've been through, the ups and downs, and getting that call really meant a lot to me. Sometimes I see student athletes that I officiated years and years ago, and they say, "Man, you did a great job. Thanks for everything you've done."
There are two things in life that you can't outrun: taxes and death. Everything else you can outrun if you're fast enough. You can teach speed.
Ford, your deal is untouchable. Don't let rising interest rates and inflation stop you from securing your new vehicle. Lock in your price and rate today with Hoffman Ford Price Protection. Order a new 2023 Ford today. And if rates are better by delivery, you'll always get the better deal. Let us turn your perfect price into a promised price.
Hoffman has it.
Whoa, it's like rounding up rats. All right, here we are. We're back with the season rollout coaches cookout the 2022 edition. 2 new coaches over here, a couple new players. Mr. Deniston from, where are you from, buddy?
East Pennsboro.
That's right, East Penn, and
Susquehanna Township.
Coach Heaton. That's it, man. Good to see you. It's Heaton, right?
Yes.
I knew that.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I knew that. Who do you got, Coach? You got some guys behind you.
Yeah, I have 3 of our underclassmen with us.
Should we give a
over
microphone?
here to the far left. Stand up.
Yeah, stand up. Let them introduce themselves there.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Let's be loud. Be loud.
Position,
and proud.
year, name.
Dorian Smith, class of 2024, running back in DB.
Stand up.
Mason Lubold, class of 2025, center in tackle.
Aubrey Carter, class of 24, tight end and D-line.
Dude, you got him another year.
Yes.
Nice.
All of them, and then got him 2 years. So
Yeah. So, how'd the offseason go for you guys?
good off season.
Yeah, no COVID restrictions or slowdowns.
The C word. We're calling it the C word.
Yeah.
C word.
It's
It's
been,
the C word. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now the C word, and we're about to call it the diaper pail.
Yeah, I think we're past it. So it was a good off season. Not a lot of breakages, no sicknesses, knock on wood. So hopefully we're past it.
Yeah, I agree with Coach. I think it was very beneficial. We got a chance to get started early this year with a young group, and without having any interruptions and being able to really teach. We have such a young group of kids. It was important to be able to take this time in the off season to teach. So it was probably one of the more productive off seasons we've had in 2 years, 3 years.
Talk about like what goes in. Like normally, let's not say normally. Let's say back in the past,
right?
The summer wasn't touched. Like you saw your kids in August when they showed up for camp. Talk about the differences that there are now as being a head coach.
Well, I mean, there's year-round programming, and I know Coach Heaton and we both have a lot of multi-sport athletes, so you basically have a year of programming that starts in December, and you've got kids opting in and out. The wrestlers may miss the winter, but you'll have them for the spring and summer. The same thing with the basketball players. Baseball guys you'll have in the winter. You may lose them a little bit for the spring, and then you have them in the summer. But it's, there's opportunities to train and work with the coaches pretty much 10 months out of the year.
How many of you guys are multi-sport athletes? Yeah, you're all multi-sport, so that's important. I know college coaches always stress that. That's pretty important, Coach.
I believe it is, and I'm gonna piggyback on what Coach was saying. When you think back to the early 90s when we would have been in high school, there wasn't as much, and then I think you hit the mid 90s and it started to transcend to doing stuff a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and I think it all it attributes to the trickle-down theory.
Yeah.
Is colleges were doing more,
Yeah.
then it starts to work more. High school guys are doing more, but in this day and age, if you're not doing more, then you will fall behind a little bit. So I think that is a tremendous help, and I also think, to the piggyback on what you were talking about, being a multiple sport athlete also helps that process because you're constantly doing something. Your body's constantly in motion. You're resting. But, I know you've written about it a lot, and I've see people on social media. Multi-sport athletics is extremely important. And then when you get schools like Coach D's in mind, where we have to share athletes, coaches have to be smart, but we also have to go and say, hey, we're going to use you guys to the best of our ability as students, but also go out and play as many sports as you can. Then when that time comes, you get to college and you want to pick and choose, that's fine. But right now, be a kid. Don't be a guy that's 10 years graduated from college and be here at Mr. G's on Friday night and be like, man, I should have kept playing baseball.
Yeah.
Or I should have kept playing
so many of those.
Absolutely.
I would have been this guy.
So many of those,
And
aren't
there's
there?
so many of them. So I tell them, don't be that person. Just do all you can in high school and go from there.
Do you ever get any pushback from other coaches of other sports with this approach? You ever see that?
Not really. I think a school, we're 4A schools, and I think you need that. I think the other thing that Coach touched on that I would add to is that, so it makes sense. You're using different muscles. You're taking a little bit of a break. The piece that's really underestimated, though, is the ability to compete an extra season, right?
Okay.
So I could tell you personally, I would rather have somebody compete an extra 3 months out of the year as opposed to lifting weights. I don't feel like I need my kids in the weight room 9 months out of the year. Would like them there 5 to 6, but if they're going to augment that with competition, right, starting pitcher, track athlete, really whether they're going out and working hard to compete in something, that's huge because we want competitors.
Well, I also tag on that, the competing piece, but then also the fact that it's keeping our students occupied.
Yeah.
My grandmama always used to say the idle mind is the devil's playground.
That's right.
So we got to keep these kids going. So I take Aubrey Carter, who will go to AAU basketball practice, then come to a spring workout, or he'll go during in season. He'll go to basketball practice and then get done at 7, go get a lift. I look at Dorian, who will go to track practice or have a track meet, and then come to walkthrough after that.
Okay.
Now I look at Mason, who really is just a workaholic. He'll lift, he'll go to wrestling, then try to lift again. I got to kick him out of the weight room and stuff like that. So I think it's a testament to the kid wanting to be successful, and coaches wanting to communicate. We have a great group of coaches in Susquehanna Township. We know we have to share, so we communicate, we work it out, and we make sure we put the best piece together for all our kids.
But, I mean, we talk about all this stuff, but one of the things that, you guys are so busy, and it seems like people might think, oh, gosh, I don't want to be a football coach. It's so busy. But talk about the fun side of being a coach.
We're different
There's a lot of
cats,
fun.
man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun.
We're different guys.
Yeah.
I think a long time ago, I was like 7 years old, and I remember my dad was a coach, and there was one of his friends, I'll never forget, we were sitting at the house, and he goes, you need to be careful about this football thing, JoJo. And I'm like, I don't know what you mean. He goes, if it gets in your blood, it's over.
Doesn't go away.
Here I am, 50 years old. It's in my blood, and Coach knows.
Yeah.
Look, we wouldn't rather be doing anything else.
Yeah.
I think it makes me a better man, and we'll always be able to be 17 through these guys, and it's a great motivating factor. That's how it is for me.
Yeah, no, I agree with that completely. It's great to be around it. And to me, some of the best moments coaching might be a Wednesday night where there's some snow coming down in the weight room at 6 o'clock. Just that downtime to be able to talk, find out what's going on, get to know your players a little bit. It's a little bit different probably than other sports in that it is a hard sport. I mean, these guys just finished a week in 100-degree temperatures with helmets on. So you are looking for a commitment. We talk a lot with our kids about, be a football player, not somebody that plays football. And there's a big difference there, and somebody who's going to embrace it. And the relationship piece, I played multiple sports as a kid, and a lot of our team does as well. But it's really the intangibles. I feel like the relationship piece with football players probably means more than most sports.
Name something that you find is one of the funnest things, the most fun things about playing football, or being a part of not just playing football, but being a part of a football program.
Most importantly, I would say building a team and just being around your team, building that bond, having fun, playing with your guys.
Yeah, playing with you guys, yeah. Lift that mic up to your mouth.
Yeah, just having that camaraderie between us, and during camp, hanging out a lot. I mean, we're all friends, so it's a good time.
Yeah, like they said, I just think it's the bond. The team bond.
Yeah, it is, and it is the bond. And as coaches, you bond with these kids. So,
Sure.
I asked some coaches last week, what's the toughest part about when that last game's over and you got to say goodbye to your seniors? How hard is that? Because you guys have bonded with these guys.
Sure. Well, one thing I'd say about the bond, too, is before I answer that is, there's going to be times through the season where you're delivering bad news to somebody, right? You're going to play a different position.
Yeah.
You're not going to be the starting tailback or the starting guard. So that bond really becomes helpful when there's that trust there, and there's a give and take there.
Right.
And so you build that. It's tough for the seniors. When they go, because a lot of them aren't going to go on and play. And even if they do, there's really something special about playing in high school. Yeah. That it's tough to replicate that in college. College has other attributes, But there's, Coach and I, we both coach in an area where a lot of these kids grow up together. You guys probably played together as younger people. And so, by the time they finish up as 12th graders, a lot of these guys have played together 8, 9 years. And there's a community piece there, and it's tough. It's tough.
I think there have been 2 phases. So in the state of Pennsylvania, only 6 teams are going to enter the season with a win at the biggest price of that. Now, during the season, you win. If you get it, that's fine. So ultimately, you want to try and send them out with a victory.
Yeah.
But I think the toughest part of that is not Friday night. It's Monday when you got to hand in the equipment. Yeah. And I know I might be being extreme because Friday is a lot of emotions. Yep. Talking, but then the reality of coming in, taking down your locker, and then at our place, the big thing is guys wanting to exchange lockers or can I have your cleats or that type of thing there. That Monday is where I'm an emotional mess. After the game, it's pretty good. They talk within that Monday. It's like, wow, it's
that's when it sinks in.
That's when it sinks in.
Gotcha.
That's when it sinks in.
Question for the players: is there any team, or any opponent that you're particularly looking forward to this year?
I would say Middletown.
Middletown? Okay.
Probably Milton Hershey, just because it's our first game.
I have to say Middletown.
Why Middletown?
I don't know. It's a new team on the schedule, so I'm just hungry. I'm ready to go eat.
That's it. That's pretty cool. And we talked about that earlier. Like, it's cool to have those different matchups. Something you're not used to.
Yeah, I think it's when we have the schedule restructuring, it's always good to have an opportunity to play teams you haven't played before. So you will get excited for that. I remember, we had the opportunity to play Manheim Central the last few years.
Yeah.
And I remember when we first went to play them in regular season, it was like, wow, everybody was super excited about that. Although we try to keep a 1-0 mentality in the back of your mind, there's always that one game you're like, okay. And all these guys know each other. And they talk a lot, so that's a good thing.
Coach, it's pretty fun that way too. Like it's exciting. So Joe, you held an event this year, this summer. I didn't know about it, but I wish I did. Because I would have came down and promoted it. But talk about that. Talk about what you guys did this year.
This summer we held a multi-team 7-on-7 tournament, which hadn't been done around here in a while. And I apologize because in the midst of trying to organize it, I think I got.
I understand how it is. I understand how you get lost. That's all right.
I would say about 12 years ago, the National Guard had sponsored a Pennsylvania state tournament.
Right.
And we had like 20-some teams there, and I sat down with a couple coaches and people on our staff and said we need to bring that back. And it was a tremendous success. We had 12 teams that participated in it. Just a good opportunity to come down, get some work in. I think the coaches appreciate it, the community appreciate it. And now, moving forward, our goal is just to continue to expand with it and really turn it into something, because in the state of Pennsylvania, we don't have that one big event in the summer.
Yeah.
That is organized and put together from a coach's format. And not to say that everybody's into making money, but as coaches, we just want to get that day where we can get one good, great work day. And I got the idea from Coach Hahn, who does a smaller version of that.
Yeah.
And I think it worked well. We are looking for sponsorships. If you were looking, I remember the last time we did it, the NFL got involved, and the championship team got to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers preseason game as a reward. So we're going to try to let it grow this year and really make it work. But ultimately, pairing up with the anti-bullying campaign, because that's huge. Marvin Red Cross did a great job with that and getting the message out, because our young people are our future, and times have changed. It's not the same as growing up in 1980, in Uptown Harrisburg or in Edgemont. Things have changed, and our kids need us more than ever.
Yeah.
So even if we can get one message through about anti-bullying and how to do things right through football, it's amazing. I always talk about Jedi mind tricking. I think that's the big thing. We Jedi mind trick them. It's about football, but we're going to slide in those messages. It's going to make you a better man.
That's right, yeah.
So, it's a great event, and definitely looking forward to doing it in 2023. And if anybody's interested in getting involved with it, man, just contact me on social media or at school.
I'm interested.
My man, I already got you.
Yeah. So, hey, guys, you have anything else you want to talk about, or wish anybody good luck? I wish you guys luck on your season. I wish all you guys luck on your season. And I appreciate you guys stopping by here today. We love the reason we invite all you coaches here is not just to promote Mid-Penn, but to promote. We try to get coaches from all over the place. We're here to promote these guys, and we're here to promote your programs?
I think it's a great thing. You know, first of all, Pennsylvania football is awesome. I think our area has great football.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we have to continue to get it exposure with you and Joe and all the other things that go on there, and let people know what's going on. Let them know what the time our young people put in, you know, to be successful. Because for some of our young people, this is going to be not their highest point in their life, but it's a great, important piece of learning in their life. And they're going to take those memories a long way with them. I want to thank Mr. G and his wife for having us up there. And have everybody. I just seen areas sitting over there. But this is good for football. It's good for Central Pennsylvania. It's good for our young guys. And always good to get up here with my longtime friend, Coach Denniston. And, you know, we're just happy to be back at it. And I'll be a fan except for 1 week of the year.
Absolutely.
And then, you know, we have to go from there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, so again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Have a great season this year. We're going to be right back with some more guests right up here, different hosts. We're going to hear from our sponsors right now.
Circle W Sports is the complete all-in-one platform for high school sports, designed by former athletes, coaches, and athletic directors. Circle W Sports gives school and team personnel an easier solution to run their entire athletic departments with the help of these features. League Manager makes creating master schedules a breeze. Configure your divisions, build schedules, track league all-stars, and much, much more. Referee Manager helps assign and track game officials in the same platform. And with RefPay, your officials can get paid within hours instead of days or weeks. Enjoy live scoring and statistical services through our Performance Tracker and Stat Tracker apps. Learn how to track your workout or camp and combine statistics in real time. Then create any type of report after your results are tallied. The Stat Tracker app helps keep your fans involved, whether they are in the stands or at home, with live in-game stats. For more information, visit CircleWSports.com, the official online platforms of PA Football News and the PSFCA Big 33.
At Hoffman Ford, your deal is untouchable. Don't let rising interest rates and inflation stop you from securing your new vehicle. Lock in your price and rate today with Hoffman Ford Price Protection. Order a new 2023 Ford today. And if rates are better by delivery, you'll always get the better deal. Let us turn your perfect price into a promised price.
Hoffman has it.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it. Sleepless nights.
Good Sunday afternoon. Once again, I'm Joe Gilloway with Lingelstown Gazette Sports back at Mr. G's in Uptown Harrisburg. We would like to thank, again, G himself and his wife, Amy, for hosting us today. This is the season Rollout-Coaches Cookout. Second year we've done it. Last year we did it outside, so it's a cook-in this year rather than a cookout. And I'm here with Patrick Whiter.
Yep,
from PA Football News. And Billy from PA Football News is taking a break. He's over there digging into the buffet. So up next we have three coaches here. We have Coach Josh Borelli from Lower Dauphin, Jerry Janchuk from Central York, and Josh Oswalt from Cumberland Valley. Some heavy hitters here. We got some guys who had some successful seasons last year, and I think everything's looking up for all three programs teams this year. So I'm excited to be up here today with these guys. And I guess we'll start with the guy who's got his son on his lap here, Coach Oswalt. What's your name, buddy?
Tell me your name. Right here. Speak. Rayner.
Okay, well, we want to welcome you too, okay?
You say hi?
Coach Rayner.
Coach Rayner, okay. Okay, wonderful.
Just got to get him a whistle.
That's right.
We have a little bit of a kind of a connection here too. The last two Central York coaches are sitting side by side over here, which is cool. It's a story, you know.
Plus they play each other.
They play each other is another story, and I think that both programs are looking pretty strong right now, which makes it all the better, you know. So, Coach Oswalt, you took over December of 2019. And I kind of feel like a lot's happened in that time. And I'm not even talking about wins and losses. I'm talking about what it takes to kind of, you know, dig your flag in and, you know, try to put the program, I hate to use back on the map because, you know, Coach Whitehead, he didn't do that bad into an off season in a good way. That was probably one of those wins. How about you, Coach Janchuk? You know, I don't think we can get away from talking about it's the post-Prabula era at Central York, right? I mean, and not just Bo, you know, two brothers at Central York. And I know that you have guys behind you here that they're worried about what's happening right now. You know, you lost a great player there, but you're still ranked in the top 10, and I know rankings are just rankings, but what have you brought back or what have you added that's going to be able to keep you where you've been? Because you were just in a state championship game 2 years ago.
Well, I think part of that, a big part of that is the guy sitting next to me. And he just shared about how you rebuild a program. So when I came in, the program was already rebuilt. Mm-hmm. I just had to take my spin, which is just as if Josh would take over for me, but he did it the right way. So the expectations for our guys when they play, just like I know they are for Cumberland Valley now, is to win every time you step on the field. And that's a credit to Josh, his staff. I inherited many of those guys. And we use the word buy-in. I'll give you a perfect example. Like every other Friday, our students have a half day at Central York. Well, the first day this year, late in May, where we could have both the junior high and the upperclassmen, our students leave at 11:30. At 3 o'clock, we had 89 guys come back to be in the weight room. Like that's unheard of.
That's very good.
And so when they take the field, they do expect to win. Maybe if they're not even as talented as the opponent, but no, that's the expectation now.
Right, and you got a big week one. I call it week one game against Central Dauphin, huh?
Yeah, that's. I know how badly they want to tear us apart. You know, it was 2 years ago. I don't think that they expected to lose, and I know how competitive they are. I taught in the district, coached against those guys for many years, and tremendous staff. So I guarantee you we've been circled since the day we chose to open up with them from 2 years ago, and it's going to be a heck of a challenge. The cool part about it is it's going to be one of the few games in the state. It's going to be on Saturday, the 27th.
1 o'clock kickoff, right?
Yeah, 1 o'clock kickoff. And the neat part about that is there's not really many major college football games. It's week 0 for them.
Right.
I know I'll be over at his opening up the new stadium with Josh Friday night watching his game against Township since we play him, and I'm sure he'll be over at our place. And anybody that plays either Cumberland Valley or Central York from week 2 on is going to be at the game. So, right. I mean, it's going to be a playoff atmosphere in terms of a crowd.
Absolutely.
And it should be, one heck of a game, right off the bat.
Right. Coach Josh Borelli, Lower Dauphin, second year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and kind got things turned around on the right track last year. I mean, very much you did, actually. I think you finished, 6-4, 7-4?
6-3, yeah.
6-3, okay. What was the difference? I mean, there's athletes in Lower Dauphin. We know that. Year in, year out, girls, boys, the programs stay pretty competitive, but the football kind of fell off for a while there. What was the difference last year?
Yeah, I mean, kind of branch off what these guys said, just kind of get the base layer on the foundation set to kind of breed success for year in and year out. I mean, I think one of the big things is just a kind of refresher, bringing a lot of new energy that Lower Dauphin hasn't had recently.
Right.
A lot of younger coaches that really kind of got the kids loving football again. Kind of brought out the joy of the game, which really kind of translated to how we played on the field.
Yeah, they got to be having some fun too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's hard to get guys to buy in unless they're going to enjoy themselves. It can't be just a grind there.
Exactly. Yep.
So,
exactly.
and then you have to kind of go up against. I made a couple notes here, but Riccativo. I'm a Riccativo fan.
yeah.
Right? Now it's a different sport, but he came in and he kind of got that boys basketball team on the map. Are you guys friends? You and Coach Ativo?
Yeah, me and Coach Tivo are good friends. He was actually one of my basketball coaches at LD, too.
Oh, was
So-
he? Okay.
So we know each other pretty well, and we have a lot of crossover between. He's all about winning, that's for sure. He got a
Right.
lot of passion about it.
How many returners do you have from last year? A good amount, or?
Yeah, we had 5 on each side of the ball, so not too bad. We did graduate a decent amount of starters, but we feel comfortable with our younger guys stepping up.
Right. And how about when's the Hershey game?
Hershey game, I think it's week 9.
Okay.
Week 9 is
That's good. That's when your rivalries, when you put them near the back of the schedule, that's always good.
Yep, a lot of build up to that one.
Right. Okay. Let's get the guys involved over your shoulder. Do we have microphones back there
Yeah, we got a microphone.
that
right
you
here.
can share?
Here, guys, grab this one.
Okay.
And just introduce yourselves.
How about name, class year, and the position or
Yep.
positions you play? Let's do it that way.
It should be able to. There you go.
Joel's Golf, Central York Jr. It's
not working.
Running back.
Can you hear him?
Take this.
You can hear him? Yeah, we can hear him. They can hear him.
Najir DeWitt, senior, running back and safety. Scott Monk, senior, right tackle and DN.
Patty Hermjack, senior receiver DB. Ty King, guard and D tackle, senior.
Okay. Thanks, guys. I'm going to start down to my far left. Tell me a little bit about playing in a program for Coach Janchek.
Guys that have already set the standard, like 2 years ago when we went to the state championship, we know that everyone, like our program, we just want to win, and we're going to continue to win. We have guys that work hard each and every day, and we just keep setting the standard. Everyone, we're getting better each and every day. We're working to win. We want to go to states. We want to win. We want to win week 1. Looking forward to each game.
Wonderful. How about, I'm going to ask a question that Billy likes to ask, and I like it too, is what's that one drill that, I mean, you're out there to work, we know that, and all the drills are tough, but that one drill that you're like, oh my gosh, you know, it's 95 degrees out now, he wants us to do that drill?
It'll probably be turnover circuit.
Okay, now what does that entail? What does that involve?
You know, Coach Y always sets us a high standard, so make sure we hold the ball high and tight, no fumbles, no nothing. He always, every day, high and tight, make sure we don't fumble. That's it.
That can make the difference between a win and a loss, can't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, talk about a little bit about what a high school football player has to do on a year-round basis, okay? It's a lot more than just the 10 or hopefully more than that weeks in a season, but what do you do after the season's done? What do you do then for a little while?
It's more than just playing the games and kind of showing up. I feel like a lot of people think you just show up to practice, but show up and actually be there and be present. Coach Y sets a standard of working as hard as possible when you're there and making sure you get the time in. So we work year-round and we work hard year-round.
When are your times, your down times, or your times off?
Weekends and about 2 weeks after our last game.
That was where I was getting at. Yeah, how long? And it's about an 11-month season basically, and I'm sure within the guidelines of what the PIAA allows. But yeah, there's always something to do, right? That's going to contribute towards your individual success.
We always have something to get better.
Right. Okay. Great. Okay, Hermjack, right? I think that I'm related to some of the people that you're related to. Yeah, the Hernjacks from Camp Hill or Mechanicsburg. Anyway, I'm going to ask the same question. Coach Oswald, is it fun to play for him?
Yeah.
Gratifying, tough?
Yeah, it is really fun. Since he came in, he's always kind of set the kind of winning standard for us. And, yeah, ever since, he came in December 2019, he just kind of, totally, flipped the script almost for us.
Right.
And he almost got, a new wave in Common Valley to play football, be on a winning culture. And it's been really fun so far.
Yeah, things can be altogether different when a new coach. They usually are. No matter who you're going from or to, that's the gist of it. Is it's going to be different now, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, we wish you well. Okay, you look like a lineman. What positions do you play?
Guard and D tackle.
So you play both ways?
Yeah.
That's not easy, is it? No. What's it like now? You have a brand new facility. What do you guys call it?
What, our facility?
Yeah.
I mean, the DSF, I guess.
Chapman Field. The Chap, right? Yeah. And I'm friends with Coach Chapman, and I've always liked that field, and it's even more beautiful now. But what do you guys set as goals? Every team has a goal.
Yeah. Well, we want to. Beginning of the season, we all want to come together, as a unit, and then obviously winning. It's a big goal for probably every team, but we want to make playoffs. We want to win districts. But I know at the beginning of the season we go to Millersville camp. Kind of brings us together. Coach Oz brought that here. We love doing that. It might not be easy, but it's actually really fun. It's better than what you think, really. So we all get together, and it brings us together throughout the whole year.
Yeah, that's a wonderful answer too. The first answer he gave is the goal is to come together as a team. What better goal is there than that? Because that's what everything else kind of springs off of. Coach Janchuk, this is kind of a tough question to ask, but you're no better person to ask than you. Is who in District 3 is ever going to be able to catch up with St. Joe's Prep? What a heck of a team you guys had in Central Dauphin the year before and Harrisburg the year before. It just seems like a tall task. I know each year brings a new opportunity. I understand that.
It's pretty bizarre because if you look back to our game, one of our guys happened to run into one of their administrators in the restroom, and I think they were just warming up because it was a cold night. And he said the team that we were playing that night was their best game, the best team in the history of their school, St. Joe's. So I'll give you a perfect example. In our game, in their secondary, not their team, in their secondary, they played 7 Division 1A DBs against us. Now think about that for a moment. I don't know if there was a better team that year, Joe, in the country.
No.
They wanted to have a national title or national schedule, and I don't have a problem with what St. Joe's does at all. And I'm sure Josh doesn't hear about Josh's, but the point is, it will always be a shame that team will play somebody in the public, in the state championship. My gut feeling is we were probably the best 6A team that year. We lost in the final. We were a runner-up, but it doesn't matter, But if we roll into that game 10 times, that team was just that good.
Yeah,
Marvin Harrison's son is going to be better than his dad. His dad's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Right.
And it truly was just an unbelievable team that they had, and that's not crying sour grapes, but for any public school team to beat them. And it happened last year. They were down a little bit. I went to the game. Loved what I saw. The team from Pittsburgh to go and beat them. But it's just such a difficult thing when it's not a level playing field.
Right.
Who's kidding who with that? It just would be nice to see them play. Maybe they would play like Archbishop Wood for the state championship. I know that one's 5A and one's 6A, but it's really just not. It's not the same.
Right.
Well, yeah. I know, in Maryland, they have that system where it's the private versus the public, and talk to some coaches down there. They do seem like it's a lot more fair and equal system.
New Jersey.
New Jersey as well. So I think your point is very valid.
Yeah, they should be able to do that, but I coach in New Jersey, and I totally understand what you're saying, and it worked out great that way.
Yeah.
Public had their schools, and the private Catholic schools played whoever they were going to play, and that's the way it should shake out. It's just, we fight this every year in our State Coaches Association, and it was something that was passed, I don't know, is it through Congress, Josh, or whatever it was, a long, long time ago, that they cannot flip. which you still think there has to be a way to do that. And I think the first time it really kind of reared its ugly head, if you'd call it that, was when Berwick lost to one of the teams, and George Curry was so upset by it at that time, and then it's just continues. Like I said, and I have no ill will against St. Joe's. It's really amazing what they do. Just let them play it out with somebody else that can do the same thing.
Well, I remember a couple of years ago, Coatesville had a heck of a team.
Oh my God, yes.
I mean, that was they took them to overtime. And in a normal year, if St. Joe's Prep is in there, they might have won a state title. That might have been Coatesville's best team in 20 years. And they couldn't beat St. Joe's.
I thought
Prep,
Harrisburg's team was 3 years ago was one of the better Harrisburg.
Yeah.
I've been watching Harrisburg football for decades, and that was one of the best ever. And they lost by 3 touchdowns. So
Coach, I want to ask you, bring it back to your local level. You guys have really controlled Division I last few years in YAIAA. So is that something you guys feel like your program is like? We're at that point where we're going to be the favorites going in, or do you guys feel like you're the underdog now you lost a great senior class?
No, I don't really look at it that way, because last year going in, we had 2 starters back on defense. 2. Those 2 guys ended up playing in the Big 33 game. And then we had 9 new starters. We had 3 offensive starters. Now, when you have Bo Probola, he's a tremendous player, but we had to start 8 new guys and then 9 new guys. So everyone last year said, well, this will be the year. You still have Bo, but they lost that huge senior class, the class that Josh built, But again, the expectations, these guys behind me, they don't want to be the first team to lose in a York Adams Division I game. They haven't lost a game in 3 years. Getting back to Josh's last year there, my first 2, they've been undefeated. So the bar has been set, and they don't want to be that team that go, yeah, it was up to us. So I think that helps. I think that helps the level of play. I think it helps the league, because everybody, should want to knock off us regardless of what team I coached. I just happen to be the one coaching Central York.
Yeah, gotcha. Coach Oswald, can you talk about how competitive your league is week in and week out, and just the challenges you guys have every week?
Yeah, I mean, being up in the Commonwealth now, I did 6 years at, at Carlisle, and every week you line up against a team that's, ready to knock you off. Just different types of teams, different things you have to prepare for. There's not any cookie-cutter offense or defense or athlete for that matter. So it's definitely it's a meat grinder. It's something that, once we get out of the league play and earn our spot in the playoffs, we should be ready for the postseason.
Coach Borelli, you joined us last year out at Ted's Bar and Grill,
Yes.
and so it's good to see you again. And you talked about your guys. I asked them who their rivalry was. Remind the people at home
it's a tie between Middletown and Hershey.
Yeah, and I was kind of thinking, slam dunk, it's got to be Hershey. I mean, the neighborhood's kind of almost interweave, and but they just don't like Middletown either, huh?
No, it's just as close. It just doesn't. It's not right up against us all the way like Hershey.
You guys share stadiums with Hershey, so there's
that Middletown game's a trophy game for us, so that they kind of get into that too.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, every year you're probably the toughest games are going to be McDevitt, I'm sure, and then Cedar Cliff is tough every year. I think they've won 10 games in 3 of the last 4 seasons. So, Coach Gillen, who's either here or he will be here soon, he's got them firmly on the map. And then you got Middletown. So, it's not too easy to get through the Keystone for you guys either, especially when you throw in that Middletown, who's not a Keystone team.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, their yearly schedule for us, Middletown is, and then we had some up-and-coming young teams like Hershey's pretty young. They were young last year. They're bringing all their starters back.
Right.
And McDevitt's always McDevitt, so that's always a tough one for us. But.
Who else do you have non-league?
We play E-Town and we play Twin Valley this year. So some Middletown roots up there with Coach Myers.
And we got Coach Stokes, I believe, is going to join us here too from Elizabethtown. He's got quite a resume.
Yeah, he does.
Yes.
Yeah, that's another game for us that's right up against our border. Almost everybody we play.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, from every direction you play the border teams.
So can we ask these guys, what would you say the game you're most looking forward to? You got Yep.
I'm looking forward to week 1.
Week 1, you're ready to go, huh? Okay.
I'm looking forward to week 10.
York High?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, York High, Central York should be a heck of a game again this year.
Probably either week 1 or week 10. Any game's a good game.
Okay. What about here in the Cumberland Valley, guys? What do you guys got?
Probably week 1 because we get to open up our brand new stadium.
And brand new stadium.
Yeah, so probably week 1 against Manheim Township.
I would agree too. Manheim Township.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a great game.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's a heck of a program over there. Naturally, I mean, you guys both know that Mark Evans and you know they've been playing at a real high level for more than just a couple of seasons now. So great matchup. Is that going to be like a home and home now, or?
Yeah, so we're hoping to keep that going. We had Manheim Central, which I just saw Coach Hahn left. With them dropping to 4A, we had to make a smart decision with power rankings and everything else. And, what better option than to go next door and grab the 6A school that's there. And Mark and I, we go way back. So we played, I don't even remember when we played them. We did home and home when I was at Carlisle.
Right.
And they were both great games, too. So we're excited for that.
Yeah, okay. How about we wrap up with, you guys want to do some shout-outs? Is anybody at home watching that you may want to say hi to?
Shout out to family and friends.
Yeah, shout out to family and friends.
Family and friends.
Shout out family and friends, I guess.
I agree.
We got the right kids up here. That's for sure. Great answer, guys. Anybody else have anything you want to add?
Say hi to Mommy.
You say hi to Mommy?
Wait, look in the camera. Say hi, Mommy.
All right.
There we go.
Okay, so we got Jerry Yonchuk, Josh Oswalt, and Josh Borelli from Lower Dauphin, Cumberland Valley, and Central York. Thanks, guys, very much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you joining. Everybody get a T-shirt?
Yep.
Get your shirt?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay,
All right.
and we will be back.
Clock is going to keep it. Whitlock up the middle. There he goes!
step out on that field, everyone is equal. Talent, it means nothing. They may be more talented than you, but if you show more heart, if you show more focus, if you just decide this day that you will never accept second place to anyone, if you do that, if you all do that, there's no one we cannot defeat, and there's no one that will want to challenge us ever again. So do you want to go out there like every other player, like every other team, or do you want to stand up this day to make this day count? Make it count.
At Hoffman Ford, your deal is untouchable. Don't let rising interest rates and inflation stop you from securing your new vehicle. Lock in your price and rate today with Hoffman Ford Price Protection. Order a new 2023 Ford today. And if rates are better by delivery, you'll always get the better deal. Let us turn your perfect price into a promised price.
Hoffman has it.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michael Sikorsky from the Funding Zone, the #1 fundraising company in the state of Pennsylvania. If you need help raising funds for your program, please contact us at 570-885-0900. Thank you.
I would recommend becoming an official because you can feel like you're a part of a sport that you love.
We officiate for the athletes and for the sport that we love, and so as long as you keep them first, then it's going to be a great experience.
So the money I make from officiating for the past few years, I put all that money into savings to pay to finish my college education. In 6 months, when I complete that, I will not be in any debt.
Officiating the state championship and getting that call to officiate the state championship was an emotional thing for me, just because of what I've been through, you know, the ups and downs, and getting that call really meant a lot to me. Sometimes I see student athletes that I officiated years and years and years ago, and they say, "Man, you did a great job. Thanks for everything you've done."
Right now. a car drove through a crowd of people last night at a benefit, and 2 people were killed, and 18 people were sent, or 17 or something like that, were sent to Geisinger. A couple to the Berwick Hospital. Just a tragedy, and Coach Bennett wanted to stay back and touch base with his players and family and community. I think that's, kudos to him. Carl Major from Northwest, new head coach there, called me this morning. He barely had a voice. He couldn't talk, so he couldn't be here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk football. We got Carl. We got Joe. We got Nate. We got Bill, and Pat.
And then as soon as we're done here, I have...
And then what we're going to do is, after this is over, you guys are going to like this segment. Melissa Mertz, we're hoping Melissa makes it here. She's with the PIAA, but she's also moving her daughter into college, so the schedule is tight for her. And we're going to bring her, and we're going to bring Mike Craig, from the athletic director from Cumberland Valley, up. And we're going to talk state championships and new locations.
And other stuff. It's an exciting time over at Cumberland Valley for the student athletes and for the community.
We're going to talk about what Mike Craig's doing over there and what Cumberland Valley's doing to the facilities and the changes that they're making over there. It's going to be exciting. Then we got Coach Gillen and Jordan Hill from Trinity. We got Tim Savage in the house right now. Coach Dean. We got Coach Irby and Coach Farr coming up, and it's going to be a good time, man. Coach Irby's in a hurry. We're hoping he's on his way home from the beach right now. He's on vacation, right, Joe?
And Coach, he's coming back from vacation. Coach Hill just texted me. He's over, I guess, on City Island signing autographs at a Harrisburg Senators game. So he's trying to rush out of there and over here.
That's awesome. So, guys, let's talk football. New league.
Yeah, so I was at the Lynx Lebanon Berks League, now 37-team leagues. I was at their media day, and got to sit down with a lot of the teams there. Great experience, getting to meet some other coaches I've not met and some other players, and it just came away blown away how good this league's going to be this year. Section 2 and 4 is absolutely loaded, with teams, and it's going to be really exciting to see these teams compete. Like in Section 4, you got like a Wyomissing. Is a state, been in the state championship back-to-back years, and they're going to play in Lampeter-Stroudsburg every year now, who's been playing really well at the state level. And then you also got Berks Catholic in there as well with them. So, I was talking to the...
And Berks Catholic moved down to 3A. They're not 4A anymore.
Right. And I was talking to the Lampeter-Stroudsburg head coach, Coach Ridenauer, and he was saying, including their non-conference, out of 10 teams they're going to play, 8 made the playoffs last year. Wow. So it is an incredible league. Section 2 and 4 is really great. 1 is, got your townships and your Wilsons and your...
1 doesn't really... 1 just adds Reading.
Yeah.
That's all that changes with Section 1. But it's still going to be a competitive league, like you said. Section 3 is wide open. Section 5 is going to give an opportunity for the schools like Kutztown and Lancaster Catholic to compete. Now, it's widespread, more teams, more competition, new rivalries. We're looking forward to it.
And like Section 2, you get... Manheim Central, who's a heck of a program, but you also get an Exeter and a Mifflin, who's been really good in Berks. So that's going to be a highly competitive division, along with Warwick, who's in there. So
exciting time.
Exciting time. Yeah. I mean, and like a team like Calico, who's like a nice, solid team that, a couple years ago, made a state playoff run. They're in Section 4 too, so like they're no slouch going against Wyomissing and LS. So yeah, it's kind of really exciting, to get those really good Berks teams merging with the LL. It's going to create some real fun games and new rivalries.
Let me ask, how do they decide how the divisions break down?
It was based on the population, the school size.
Right. So enrollment, okay.
Enrollment, yeah, because I know, I used to coach at Lancaster Catholic, so I know Lancaster Catholic these last couple of years, there were 4 sections in the LL, so they played up to Section 3, and they decided that they just couldn't compete there because their numbers were, when they used to win state titles, they're down like 400 or 500 kids, so they're a much smaller school. Right. So they went down to Section 5 now, and like a school like Octorara asked to go down to Section 4. Now they got to go back up based on enrollment.
To 3.
They're going in 4.
Okay.
So Octorara, who's had a couple good years in a row here, but now they got to go against Wyomissing, Berks Catholic. So it's going to be, it does make it tricky for them, but it is based all on enrollment right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Same thing with Donegal, too. They had a district playoff run last year. They might have had 25 kids on their roster. Now they're going to have to face Wyomissing, LS, Berks Catholic. It's really tough sledding for them in Octorara. So, it worked out for a lot of teams. I mean, if you would ask them off camera or off mic how some schools feel about the merger, they might not have the nicest thing to say, but we're looking forward to it as reporters.
And then, there's going to be some travel things, too. Because, you get some of these schools pretty far. If you're like Solanco, and they got to travel, they're all the way down southern Lancaster County, and they got to travel some of these Burke schools. I mean, it's going to be some long distances for sure.
Well,
so that's going to be some changing dynamics, too. I know the Solanco head coach, Coach Cox, was saying that's the only thing. I talked to my AD, and we're going to get out of school an extra 30, 40 minutes earlier because, it's a little further bus ride.
Yeah. Ask Mr. Craig there about travel with the Mid-Penn Commonwealth. I mean, it's
yeah, right.
I think you're just used to it by now. There's very few like Central Dauphin and East are like neighboring, but outside of that, when you're going for like the teams right around here, the Central Dolphins, you're going to Chambersburg, Altoona, State College. It's just become a way of life for the student athletes.
It really is. And then these kids are adaptable. They're used to it.
Right.
They'll just put their earbuds in, listen to music, do their TikToks, and they'll be fine. It just makes it an interesting dynamic.
Right. Hold on just a second here. Ed, come over here. Ed Weaver, Circle the Sports.
Billy, I think your mic's a little close there, buddy.
It is. No, I got a microphone for him right here.
Okay.
Ed, jump in here and...
Is it on?
He looks better here. He looks better than he's not hunched over.
Tell these guys what travel is like.
Oh, what travel's like? Anywhere in the northern tier, you're going at least 45 minutes to an hour, any direction for a game. So, yeah, we know all about that. Our closest game's 45 minutes away, and that's our rival, North Penn Mansfield. So, yeah, you go up to Athens, that's an hour. You go down to, you play the Williams Sports Schools, that's at least an hour. It's crazy.
All right, that's what travel is.
Hey, we're a little soft down there, I guess. All right?
Yeah.
All right, go.
Yeah, thanks. I laugh when I hear the words travel and oh gosh, to travel, because Nate, you're from State College. Tell them what travel really is.
Travel is driving 45 minutes to Altoona or an hour plus to Harrisburg every other week.
Yeah, I live in Center County, right near State College, and for me there are 5 teams within 25 minutes. If those teams are away, I'm traveling an hour to see a football game. So the travel excuse, I get tired of that.
I'll be traveling 2+ hours now.
This guy's living in Virginia. This is how much Carl loves Pennsylvania football. He now lives in Virginia, and he's coming to the LL to cover games every week.
Wow, that's commendable.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I love football and love the opportunity. And we've talked about Pennsylvania high school football and the competitiveness, and Patrick and I are excited for the merger. I wasn't going to miss this. So
Virginia football is a little different. You'll find out. Like if you're home, it's a lot different.
Yeah,
like my nephew played Virginia football. They do travel. Like they travel very hard to get to games, but the football is nothing like it is in Pennsylvania. It's not great at all.
Right.
So since we're not all going to be, there's Melissa.
Yep. Hi, Melissa.
Since we're not all going to be up here for the next segment, what do you guys, anybody have any feelings about the state championship games being moved from Hershey to Cumberland Valley?
I think it's really awesome. Cumberland Valley with their new stadium and state-of-the-art of everything.
And the lights, they have the stadium.
I was going to say, the lights are outrageous. They change colors and they go all over the place and stuff. So it really is going to be a fantastic place, even when the championships get there.
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, another thing is, Hershey, nothing against Hershey, that stadium, has had some better days, but, so I think a new facility could really excite a lot of people and could create, a better atmosphere.
It kind of just felt like Hershey might not have been the right fit anymore.
Agreed.
And that's all due respect to Hershey, and I'm sure the kids loved being there, but it was everything else besides what was happening on the field that I think Cumberland Valley can kind of fill in those blanks, whatever might have been missing down there. I mean, they're ready to...
Yeah, well, they were spread out more at Hershey Stadium. Now with Cumberland Valley, it'll be really much better because the fans are going to be closer together.
Right.
So they'll make more noise, and I think it's going to lead to better football.
I'm going to address this before Melissa comes up here. Hershey Park started out great for us at the stadium. I thought it started out great. The facilities are, a lot of people everybody's like, oh, Hershey Park, it's great, it's awesome. The facilities inside, they don't see what we see from the inside, and the facilities are just, they're falling to pieces.
Are we talking about the park or the?
We're talking about the facilities at the stadium.
Oh, okay.
The locker rooms are falling apart. They cut the heat lines to the press box. They didn't let the PIAA do some of the things that would be cool to do. They had total control over what the PIAA had. It started out great, but in the media world, we were all talking about it's time to move. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
So I think we found the right.
It's got new turf, but I'm looking forward to talking to those two about it. Nate, Whippeal guy, what's going on out west?
Really just a lot of schools getting smaller. It seems like every 2A school that was bordering on moved down to 1A. Every 3A school moved down. You guys obviously have more recognition around the state. Is that something that's been going on statewide where we've really been seeing a drop in not only enrollment, but really enrollment in the school, where you're seeing just schools just moving down consistently?
Enrollment has been a problem in a lot of different areas, except for the southeast. In southeast PA, they're doing very well. The North Penns and CB East and all them, they're still dropping 100 guys, on their high school team. But statewide, yes, numbers are dropping everywhere. I've talked to several people who in District 10, they say single A football in District 10 is on life support. Kennedy Catholic has 14 seniors playing for them this year. 14, that's it. Sayre dropped out. They canceled football for the year.
Well, how can Kennedy
they had
do a
20.
JV version?
They had 26. However, talking to Coach, of those 26, only about 7, he said, had real varsity experience. The rest were mostly JV and kids who just came out for the team. So he would have been fielding 7 kids that played football and the rest didn't.
How can Kennedy Catholic field a team with 14 players?
They're going to try. But see, up in District 10, single A football, that's pretty much what most teams look like. 15, 20 kids.
Yeah, because I know Steel High, there are single A team around here, and they get mid-20s, 23, 25, and that seems small to all of us, but that's 14's crazy.
When you get down to these, 2, 3A, 1A levels, it is hard, and there's more options for kids now for multiple sports and stuff, so it can be hard. Then you got to make those tough decisions on, your freshmen. I used to be a head coach. What do you do with your freshmen? It's ideal that they, can play on a freshman team or do a JV, but sometimes you have that tough decision. They got to come up and help you play some varsity. And that's really tough decisions that these coaches got to make.
You head coach Lancaster Catholic?
No, I was head coach at Kennerdale down in Southern York.
Did you coach
Go Rams?
Did you coach Malcolm Morris?
No.
Okay.
But I remember, I wanted to create a freshman program, but we needed those guys to play JV. And so that's what we did is because we wanted those freshmen to get as much experience as possible on JV. But I would love to have a freshman program, but our numbers from 10 to 12 wasn't good enough.
Right.
So these are the decisions that all these coaches are constantly making. Now, your 6A, 5A, they're not making those decisions, but your 1 through 3A for sure.
Yeah, and you're seeing that, I talk to coaches all over the state all the time, and you're starting to see that all the time. They're starting to say, I just talked to a coach the other day. He said, yeah, we brought our freshmen up. Now our numbers look great.
Right.
He said last year, we had a 7th and 8th grade team, a 9th grade team, a JV team. He said this year we're just going to have a junior high team and a senior high team, and that's it. And so that's also, it's a challenge to coaches, trying to fill schedules. They want to get their JVs and their junior high teams. So, now they're trying to find, what other team has a junior high team, not 7th, 8th, and 9th, or 7th, 8th, and 9th. We need somebody to fill in all of it. So it makes it difficult for them, but numbers are definitely a problem, and it's probably something that eventually the PIAA will probably have to take a look at, because as we keep losing teams, it's going to start making the gap a little different at the bottom, so they're going to have to move those numbers up. I'm wondering if maybe in 4 years we're going to be looking at maybe just 5 classes.
Well, we already did see some of that. I can't remember the 2 teams' names. They didn't want to merge high schools. They just wanted to merge the 2 teams, and PIAA put a scosh to it. So
Well, it all depends on, like, the PIAA will let you merge, but then you have to give up, like, if they merge, then they can't play in the playoffs. So, especially if it's mid-cycle, like what happened with Sayre and Athens, had Sayre and Athens, from what I'm told, the coaches wanted to co-op. I can't say for sure, I don't have a quote, but the school board said no. Because it would have made Athens 4A. They're a 3A school.
That makes sense.
And then because it's it's right in the cycle, they would have had to forego playoffs for the next 2 years. Now up in District 10, Cambridge Springs and West Middlesex. Now West Middlesex is they played in the state championship games years ago, and a proud program, but they just can't get anybody out there because the population is dropping. Last year they combined. And it was a no-brainer for Sharpsville and West Middlesex. Sharpsville is always a contender in District 10, and they said, you know what, you guys are coming with us. You come play with us.
And don't be fooled. There's also parents that don't want that merger because it's going to put their kids' tails on a bench rather than out in the field. Okay,
that makes your kid work harder.
Yeah.
Listen, parents, listen up. If that happens, then you make your kids.
I
work
will
harder
buy
and
that
tell
to
your
a
kids,
degree, raising the classification and all that. But there's parents that they want their kid out in the field, and they know that if you bring in another school, it's going to threaten that.
That was with Cedar Cliff and Redland. The parents went ballistic, but they didn't want them to merge because of just that. My kid might be a starter at one of the other schools, and now you put them together, and he's on the bench.
Right.
So
Parents,
it's
make your
legitimate.
kids work harder, parents.
It's legitimate. Central Dauphin and East we got pretty close to merging some years ago. I mean, 12 or 15 years ago, but that would have created a very, very much more competitive environment for sports, you know?
Yeah, that was a good topic, Nate.
So how good's Aliquippa going to be this year?
Probably the best.
I don't know. We're kind of like we're in McDevitt country here, but you know, but I'm asking that question for you to be honest. I heard they lost like very little.
They're coming back with Tikwe Hayes at running back, who's a dynamic all-star athlete at running back. So like their whole team is just stacked. I mean, a couple of years ago they might even be this way this year, but their overall weight was heavier than half the teams in the NFL on their offensive and defensive lines. Like, they were crazy.
And that's a school with 118 boys in the top 4 grades too. So
yeah.
We'll have Joe read later.
So what a tradition they have out there. Jeez,
Absolutely.
Incredible.
I mean, I've gone to that stadium only once, but like it's incredible.
It's not there now.
I know they're
They got a
renovating
new
it.
one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Aliquippa Stadium the pit is gone. It's no longer the pit.
There was time for it, right? That's what everybody said.
Yeah.
It was pretty beat up.
Yeah.
It was the bleachers were condemned.
who else out there this year? Central Valley. They moved down to
Central Valley moved up to 4A.
Up to 4A. Yeah.
You know, TJ and McKeesport are already up there, so that's going to be an interesting story to watch out for. Is how Central Valley competes with those two teams, because I think the feel is that TJ and McKeesport are still kind of probably going to be the class of 4A this year. 1A, though, I think Bishop Canevin is probably the favorite. I mean, they only graduated like 4 seniors, and only one of them was a main role player for them. Like, they're going to be a powerhouse.
And then Central Catholic, I hate to use that off the map, on the map thing, but they kind of had a year or so that they weren't right up there at the top.
Yeah, Lebo had a really incredible run last year.
That was a once in a lifetime team.
Yeah, they're going to be. They had a large senior class.
Yeah.
They still got a lot of good athletes.
They
up
graduated
there,
26, I think.
Yeah, but I think Central Catholic right now, North Allegheny are probably the two teams to look out for at 6A.
Thank you.
Yeah, and 5A is wide open.
Yeah, I mean, Penn Trafford, they graduated a ton. So, I mean, Pine Richland's probably their gateway.
Penn Hills.
Penn Hills.
Yeah, Penn Hills.
Penn Hills is going to be a surprise team, I think.
Yeah, but, in the Allegheny 6, definitely look out for guys like Upper St. Clair and Bethel Park to maybe pop up too.
Yeah, I mean, and then in Central P, I'm looking at, like, the thing for me is I look at, like, statewide. I'm not biased, but, like, it's going to be cool because, like, from what we understand, Port Allegheny up in District 9, this is one of their years, kind of like Red Bank had last year. This is one of their years. So you got Port Allegheny. St. Mary should be really good up in District 9. I'm interested to see that. It's going to be fun. But I like seeing the matchups. I'm interested in this Peach Bowl thing. And PA Football News, guys, we have a heck of a first week. We have people all over the place. We got Psychotic. He's one of the best guys in the world and travels everywhere. He's going to be at the Battle at the Beach for the first weekend. He's covering, I think, 9, 10, 11 games. First game, we have TJ. We'll be covering TJ on Sunday. They're in that Battle at the Beach. That's at Atlantic City, right? Or Ocean City.
Ocean City.
So we've got that covered. We got the Beach Bowl, and then in a couple of weeks we got the Rumble of the Raritan. We have somebody going to that, but it's exciting. What I'm interested to see is Bishop Guilfoyle in 2A. That's one of the things I'm interested to see. How once they hit the playoffs, it's a different story now for them.
Oh, they're where they belong.
Yeah, it's going to be a different story, so it's going to be fun. I'm really interested, guys. This is going to be a fun season.
Yep.
And, while I have most of you up here, I just want to say again, how proud I am of you guys. You all do such good work, and we're looking forward to see what kind of work you do. And hopefully you can fit right in with these guys, and we'll make you super.
Are you proud of me, Billy?
Baby steps.
Baby steps, Joe. Baby steps.
I'm proud of you.
I knew you weren't proud of me.
I love working with Joe Gilloway in Lincolnstown because it's sports. I do enjoy it. Joe and I talk quite often.
Yeah, yes,
we
we
have
do.
learned what we can and can't talk about,
Right.
Joe.
Yeah. Yep.
But as far as sports go, Joe and I get along really well, and this show is great. I can't wait to continue this show. I can't wait to see you this fall. We'll run into each other.
Absolutely.
We'll probably see each other a lot. Talk about this. Hey, Saturday and Thursday games this year.
Yeah.
Tons of them.
Well, I know there's
Is there still a ref shortage, Billy? Is that
yeah, I know, like YAI and York Adams.
You were worried about that
is
last year, so.
Yeah, York Adams League, there's a huge ref shortage. So I know Lancaster Catholic's playing DeLone Catholic on a Thursday night because they can't get enough. So there's going to be some of that shifting to Thursdays and
well, during this whole show, we've been running the PIAA referee commercial that they have. Out, be a ref.
How about being a ref? We got to treat our refs better too.
Yeah.
Some people are a little rough on them.
When we did Wyoming Valley Conference Media Day the other day, they always asked me to speak, so I got to speak to them. And one of the things I told the kids, and listen, guys, kids, any players out there that are listening to me right now, Central York guys, pay attention to this, okay? What we told the kids was, hey, look, we want you to be ambassadors for your school, okay? Be an ambassador for your program. Be an ambassador for high school football. Most importantly, when you're on that field, those guys in that striped shirt, they're not there because they care who wins that game. They're there because they love football, and the referees who are there at your game are there so you get a chance to do what they did when they were in high school.
Yeah,
they're not making $1 million. They're not making $1 million. They're not making So I said to them, listen, during your game, at some point, anytime, in between a play or whatever, walk up to a referee and thank him for being there for you. Because that's what's important. Being an ambassador and thanking those referees for being there. And if you hear your parents yelling at a referee, go over and tell your parents to sit down and relax and calm down. Because that referee, again, is not making $1 million to be at that game. He's not. And parents, if you're listening, stop. Just stop, okay? I heard some things on the sidelines last year that I was just like, I heard parents mortally threatening referees over a stupid holding call that they couldn't even see because it happened in front of the coaches and they couldn't hear it. So come on, give our referees a break, gang. Everybody, give them a break.
I was a referee for 8 years. And,
Former referee right here.
Yeah, so going back to the shortage, they may have to drop from a 6-man crew down to a 5-man crew.
They actually do in Philadelphia. They use 5-man crews.
5-man, yeah. So that would get rid of all the back judges. They could form another crew and maybe put on the field, and it wouldn't be such a shortage as it would be.
Yeah, I don't. The solution is simple. The solution is, folks, if you're out there and you played football, go be a referee. Go do something that somebody did for you. Let them help you out, right?
Yep.
Would there be incentives though for becoming a new official? I mean, in terms of pay or benefits?
Well, you think I get another side hustle here?
If you start out as an official, you could someday take Melissa Mertz's job. You can move right up the ladder and have her job. That's
not for me. I'm just asking. general.
Well, speaking of Melissa Mertz.
We'll talk to Melissa when she comes up here, and we'll ask her why people should be a referee when she comes up. We'll bring her up here. But
you could do a referee notebook.
Yeah.
For the site.
Yeah.
All right,
So that's enough football talk. We're going to take a break now. We're going to let Joe read off a few sponsor names, but we'll be back with some more 2022.
Mike Craig and
season
Melissa
rollout.
Mertz from Cumberland
Coaches
Valley
Cookout.
and PIAA.
We'll be
Thank
back.
you. Appreciate it.
Guys, Joe, read them off, buddy.
Okay.
What do you got for us over there?
I'm going to talk here briefly about our Lingelstown Gazette sports sponsors. Once again, Rickabah's Electric. We want to thank Dan Rickabah, Sam Hartley Decking, Coach Sam Hartley. He's the Central Dauphin softball coach. Payer Apparel, Larry Bragg. Thanks for the T-shirts today and always. Ted's Bar and Grill, 7300 Allentown Boulevard. Team Pennsylvania AAU basketball program. Visual Cleaning Service, brand new. They signed up as a platinum account. They're going to, or platinum sponsor. They're going to be with us all year round.
All right, a couple of my sponsors coming up. Victory Sports Fitness, great group up in State College. Rob Oshinsky does a wonderful job getting guys in shape. Vapor Trail 247. Tommy Hughes, one of the best speed coaches in the country. He's got a famous wide receiver that he trained that goes to Ohio State right now. How you doing, Brian Tushinsky, by the way? Go Route is a wonderful unit that coaches can get to save a ton of time when it comes to practice and cards. We're going to come right back after some more sponsor messages.
Thank you.
With some more information about the high school football season.
All right.
Everybody knows Hoffman has it. Did you know Hoffman has even more? There's the fully stocked Hoffman Ford Parts and Accessories Department, the Hoffman state-of-the-art collision facility, confidence in our ultra-modern service facility, peace of mind with master technicians, satisfaction with low prices.
Do I really need to say it again? Hoffman has it.
Only at Hoffman Ford, Colonial Park.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
CoachComm is the proven and trusted leader in coaching communications. For over 30 years, we've built our business on innovation and winning, with the goal to equip your team with the best coaching communication available. 97% of all FBS programs and thousands of high schools and colleges across the U.S. choose CoachComm because CoachComm has the experience and the know-how to provide the very best in technology and winning solutions.
At Hoffman Ford, your deal is untouchable. Don't let rising interest rates and inflation stop you from securing your new vehicle. Lock in your price and rate today with Hoffman Ford Price Protection. Order a new 2023 Ford today. And if rates are better by delivery, you'll always get the better deal. Let us turn your perfect price into a promised price.
Hoffman has it.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
I would recommend becoming an official because you can feel like you're a part of a sport that you love.
We officiate for the athletes and for the sport that we love, and so as long as you keep them first, then it's going to be a great experience.
So the money I've made from officiating for the past few years, I've put all that money into savings to pay to finish my college education. In 6 months, when I complete that, I will not be in any debt.
Officiating the state championship and getting that call to officiate the state championship was an emotional thing for me, just because of what I've been through, you know, the ups and downs, and getting that call really meant a lot to me. Sometimes I see student athletes that I officiated years and years ago, and they say, "Man, you did a great job. Thanks for everything you've done."
You're on.
Good afternoon once again, high school sports fans. Joe Gillaway with Lingelstown Gazette Sports, along with Billy Splain from Pennsylvania Football News, and two new guests. We've been having guests join us since 12 o'clock today, and we still have another probably hour or so.
Yeah, old G's got like it's like a bus station out there. They keep
man.
coming in and going out.
We are live
out.
at Mr. G's Sports Bar, Uptown Harrisburg on North 6th Street. And this is the coaches' cookout, and this year you're asking why is it a cookout if you're inside? We're cooking in this year.
That's right.
And more specifically, Coach G and his wife Amy are cooking for us, and they got a lot of nice food for us. So we're going to kind of change our path here, and we're going to not talk to coaches here for the next little bit of time. We have Melissa Mertz, Assistant Executive Director. Do I have that right?
Close, associate.
Okay. But
Good enough.
Kind of the same.
They're all the same.
Good enough.
All right,
yeah. Right. It's all good.
And we had Bob Lombardi here last year, and he couldn't make it, so we're really glad to have you here today.
We
And then-
wanted Melissa last year, but Melissa couldn't make
That's
it.
right. I couldn't.
That's
make it.
So she said Bob. That's what it is.
You got the B team.
Right.
last year.
No. And then Mike Craig from Cumberland Valley, he's the athletic director, and we're going to talk a little bit about they won the bid to hold the state championship football games this year, but there's a lot more going on over at Cumberland Valley, a lot of excitement in the student athlete world over there, so we're going to touch on a little of that stuff too. So welcome to both of you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So first of all, let's talk about this. We're moving.
We're moving. Yeah. Not too far, but we're moving. And, I was listening earlier when I got here, and I think you really hit the nail on the head that we're moving to a great facility.
Yeah.
And great staff. And we've been running championships there before, and they take care of us. And it was time. We just feel that our voices were not being heard with our concerns over in Hershey. And, Cumberland Valley put in a very competitive bid, and one we couldn't say no to. So.
I think the most important thing was you were very angry because they cut the heat off and us media members were freezing. That's probably the most important reason why you did that.
I thought it was because they ran out of chocolate one year.
We didn't even get any last year. Holy cow. So Cumberland Valley swoops in and boom, here we go. But you guys weren't ready at first. So you made kind of almost like a blind bid, Mike.
Yeah, we knew we were getting our turf project completed at Chapman Field. So once we knew that was a go-ahead, we decided to put the bid in to host the football championships in Chapman Field. And we also were going to put field hockey lines down, so we said we might as well try to get the field hockey championships as well. And with Eagle View Stadium, which is our Bobby Ray Hall Toyota Field, which is located on the hill behind the football stadium, that's where we're going to host the soccer championships, boys and girls.
Wonderful stadium up there. That facility's great. I go to soccer games every year up there, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's a great spectator venue.
Yep.
There's a nice setting. You can see the mountains from the top of the field. It's a really nice location. And we felt, we're pretty easy access off all the major highways in Pennsylvania, and pretty centrally located. Like I said in previous interviews, we're about 177 miles from Philadelphia and about 190 miles from Pittsburgh. So we felt our location was about as central as you can get to host the championships.
Yeah, unless you're Erie, who some of the people made some noise up there, but you're Erie. Okay, you're way up there, But still, I mean, it's more than just the turf, though, that you guys consider when it comes to having the ideal facility to hold a football state championship.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And, location, the locker rooms were becoming a very big issue for us at Hershey. It's, when you're talking about a championship atmosphere, you want everything to be right for the teams. You want the kids to walk away from that and talk about it, for years and years and years. And we voiced our concerns with it. Unfortunately, those concerns were not met. And so that was, one of the other big pieces. The other thing is we oftentimes have conflicts with schedulings with concerts and, Bears games and so forth. We just, the time was right for us. And looking at the bid that Cumberland Valley put in, we couldn't turn away. And we are so comfortable with their staff. They make it so easy for us. And, they've helped us in so many instances. They took swimming one year when we couldn't go to Bucknell. And, so they've always stepped up to the plate.
That's very important, Melissa. So you mentioned that a lot of people, one of the biggest gripes I hear come playoff time is, why don't they just have the game here? Don't you wish it was that easy?
My job would be a lot easier.
You see a lot of that with basketball. Basketball, you hear a lot about. You have a magic wand, and they should just be able to open up the.
What the folks don't understand is places like this and like Bald Eagle area and Altoona, they get these places for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what the reason is, they want them.
Yeah. And it's very difficult, and Mike can speak to it as well, especially when we get into, out of football season, we get into spring. It's the end of the school year. Their own teams at that school have finished playing. They've put their stuff away, the equipment, the cage, whatever it may be, and people are starting to go on vacation.
Right.
It happens in all seasons, and a lot of times we're begging for sites.
Right, and Mike, it's difficult, isn't it?
I mean,
she mentioned another thing: the volunteers. People don't understand what you do for a football game rotates around volunteers.
Yeah, we have a great staff, and this includes all sports. I mean, we have people that want to work. We have coaches from other sports that come and help out at work in these events. We hosted baseball quarterfinals and semifinals this past spring. And Melissa's right. A lot of people at the end of the school year are finished with their teams.
They're done.
And they're wiped out. And so we have people that want the games and want to host these events. So, we hosted a Montoursville Monsignor Bonner baseball game, at the last minute because they needed a site, and we were a pretty good location for that game.
So, Melissa, you know who these schools are. I know locally, East High, they hold, Governor Mifflin does a lot. So who to pick up the phone and call.
Yeah, we have our go-to list.
Right. Yeah.
Mike's at the top.
Right.
And then there's a bunch of them. We have a go-to list that we go to those people first. Mm-hmm. Because not only are they willing to run a game, they know exactly what needs to be done.
Right.
And we can put a game, and this, sometimes it's a game that we probably anticipate is going to get heated. It's going to get, it's going to get emotional. It's going to get heated. We're going to have a lot of fans. And we'll put those in places where we know game management can handle it.
Mike and his crew.
I know Mike
can
handle it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, there are some stadiums where you just say, you know what, I travel all over the state, and I've been to I'd say probably at least 60% of all the stadiums. So I know who can handle what, and I know I know Altoona, Phil Riccio can handle it, and I know certain stadiums can handle these games. Not everybody can handle. Just because they have a nice big stadium doesn't mean they can handle a playoff game.
Yeah, that's
or a series of playoff games.
Or that it's available. That's exactly right.
Or it's available.
Right. Yeah, it goes back to what you talked about. And I get it. People say, well, why don't you just go here? Why don't you just go there? Finding the facility. And then we've got the two schools, and one's arguing that one's traveling 10 miles less than the other. I mean, you can't even begin to imagine the phone calls and the emails that you get, because they think there's an advantage there. So there's a lot that goes into, finding those facilities.
Right. And in high school football, there really isn't an advantage. I don't care who you are. There's not. It's the same field. It's 100 yards by 33 and the 30 yards. It's the same thing. Your fans, if you want to take away the advantage, you tell your fans to come with you.
I think it's a little wider than 33 and a third yards, but anyway.
Is that what it said? 33?
Mike, 50. Yeah.
All right, Mike, how wide is it?
You were close.
I was close, right? Yeah.
That's
anyway,
a record.
Yeah, so Thanksgiving has to be the hardest weekend to find because nobody wants to work on Thanksgiving weekend. So good luck, right?
I love going to football on Thanksgiving weekend.
I know, so do I. But like, there's a lot of people that don't.
So this isn't new to you, though. You've already hosted the girls volleyball, right?
Yes.
And it's still kind of a taste of what you have to do because you're interacting with Melissa and Mr. Lombardi, so you know what their expectations are. Any other sports that you guys have already done?
Yeah. Well, during COVID, we hosted the team championship.
C word.
Sorry.
During C word.
Yeah, during that rough time.
Yes.
We hosted the team wrestling
vocabulary.
championship.
Okay.
And then, as Melissa said earlier, Bucknell could not host the swim championship, so we hosted that. Obviously, it was a lot easier to host it without fans there, but our coach did a nice job of. Our swim coach sold stand-up people that people could buy, so we put them all in the bleachers.
I was there.
That was kind of
my card.
Yep. Yeah.
That is
we
crazy.
had a bunch of people up there. We had Tom Hanks in one of them.
Yeah.
And a couple other people.
He's a big swimming fan.
He's a big swim fan.
Yeah.
So as far as the facilities for football championships, how close are you to being ready?
Well, we're just about there. Turf's in. We were checking the scoreboard this week. We didn't tear down the old scoreboard until we made sure the new scoreboard was up and running. So that's going to get torn down here probably this week.
Okay.
And the only thing we have left to do is we're going to put new sealer on the blacktop right outside the fence of the turf. But the track's completed.
How's the press boxes looking?
Well, the press box on the visitor side is not going to be until October. But yeah,
It'll be there.
It'll be there before the championships.
If they need help getting it in, I'll bring my staff down.
Yep.
Just to make sure.
We're going to make sure you guys have a good
I
day.
got to take care of the media. Come on, Melissa.
I
you
know.
me.
I'm right there with you.
I have to take care of the media. They are an important part, though. Like the media, though, they are an important part. I've actually had, like, Nate and I talked on the way down. There are some school districts who give media members a hard time. Nate was thrown out of a game because he wasn't on a list.
Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
that was Hampton.
Oh.
He was thrown out of a game.
Yeah.
And we don't know, like, I've never had to deal with that before. They threw him out. They're like, you can't be here. Who are you with? PA Football News. You can't be here.
Well, that's because he was with PA Football News.
Yeah, right. Were you really? You're hanging out with this guy.
Like, that's not my
Better
fault.
travel and better company.
But no, I mean, like, that's important. Media is very important to programs.
I agree.
So that's a good segue. Great job on Media Days a couple weeks ago. Football on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and then soccer, boys and girls, the following day. And I made it over there. You guys did a wonderful job. And the Penn Live Cup. You guys won the Penn Live Cup. Talk a little bit about that. That's got to be a big deal because that factors in all the sports programs, boys, girls, and the more success you have, you get points towards this cup, and you guys won it all.
Yeah, this year I was shocked. I didn't realize we were going to win it until they posted it. So we were very proud of it. We're very happy that we were able to do that. I guess it shows that our athletic programs were balanced, and I think our track teams put us over the edge.
They pushed
in the spring.
pushed you through the finish line.
Yeah, we had a state champ in the shot put and discus, and we had our girls team was really strong as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they kind of pushed you across, broke the tape for you. Yeah, literally and figuratively.
Yep.
Yeah, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You bet.
So bringing that up, the cup, it's a special thing. It's a special thing. So I know at Hershey, we weren't allowed to, the PIAA wasn't allowed to do anything special. Like they did have some control. Is PIAA starting to? Are you guys considering looking at like maybe allowing like the big tunnels to come through or anything like that to make it more like an event?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We've already been meeting with the Visitors Bureau and talking about what we can do that immediately as you're getting close to Cumberland Valley, you already know that you're entering a championship atmosphere from the time you pull onto the campus. And so we are going to be looking to do some things. The other thing we're going to do, and not to exclude football, but with soccer, volleyball, and field hockey being there, we are going to make a fall festival. We've had this idea for a couple years now, and we also want to do it in the spring at Penn State with the spring sports. But we want to have a fall festival. You can buy one ticket, you can get into any of those, field hockey, soccer, volleyball, whatever it may be, and really create with Mike's staff a festival championship atmosphere. I know like Division II does it like every 4 years with I think soccer, field hockey, and volleyball as well. So that's one of the things that we're looking to do, but we're definitely going to be looking to dress it up and really make it a championship atmosphere.
I think it's pretty cool. Like one of the ideas I think I presented this to you would be, it would be nice to have just like a stage that we could wheel on and off, and then do the trophy presentation on the stage so that they're up on the stage, and then just wheel it right off and get it off. Little things like that. Like, we have a guy, his name is Psychotic. He travels the country. You guys have got to talk to this guy.
What's his name? Psychotic?
He goes by a moniker because he doesn't want his name out there because of his company.
We're scared of him already.
He's a truck driver, and he travels.
Scared.
Yeah. He covers more football than anybody I ever knew or know. And so he sees a lot of things, and he's got a lot of ideas too. But I'm looking forward to it being a championship atmosphere. You told me on the phone that when people pull in, they're not going to know that they're at Cumberland Valley. What are we going to cover the end zones or the
Well, I mean, we're gonna do. I don't know if we're covering the end zones, but we're gonna do everything we can to try to make it a championship atmosphere for the kids. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna do everything we can to make it a championship atmosphere. You know, a lot of the teams out west have been to our school already, whether it's for different playoff events. We had some teams come and do walkthroughs. Last year, Mount Lebanon did a walkthrough at our Eagle View Stadium. Aliquippa had called me about it, but then they ended up going to Central Dauphin because it was a little bit closer. You know, in the past, we've had North Allegheny do walkthroughs at our place. We've had Blackhawk girls basketball shooting around before they go to the Giant Center at the Dome. So, you know, we've been accommodating to a lot of the teams out west when they were coming to Hershey as well.
I'm a former roadie, and my specialty was lights. So is your crew getting ready? Are they working on that light show?
Did you see the light show?
I know what you have.
Okay, yeah.
But are they getting good at it? Because I can come down and train them if they need to.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We tested it the other night.
I think those lights are cool, and that's going to add to a championship atmosphere. Like, are you going to allow them to use the lights and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Even during the day, you can see them during the day, so it's pretty cool to use them during the day.
Have we come up with anything to replace the Hershey bar? Like the what would be the?
We're working on it.
Okay. and if you have, I don't want to know now.
So Chambersburg has peaches. What does Cumberland Valley have?
They're working on it.
We're working on it. We're gonna have a surprise.
It's going to surprise unveiling.
Yeah, I wasn't asking you to unveil it if you do have it now, but
as somebody who's on the report on the field when they throw those Hershey Kisses, I'm praying it's not walnuts.
No, it won't be.
No walnuts.
Yeah. But we're looking forward to coming down and seeing what it looks like. What's up with the PIAA? So let's turn the attention to Melissa. We're going to get tough now.
All right, let's do it.
NIL.
Oh, good. I was hoping you were going to ask. Yeah. Good. So in July, at our July board meeting, our board approved on a first reading, and I keep reiterating that with everybody, an NIL policy. And this is huge. I don't probably have to say that, but there's a couple things that I think are very important to point out about the policy. Unfortunately, the terminology has been getting thrown out there, pay for play, and we want to be very clear, this is not pay for play.
Right.
And the reason I can further justify that is because the policy is very specific that the student athlete cannot use their uniform name, school nickname, school team name, school name, wear their jersey, anything is affiliated with the school. Nor can anybody on the school administration, including alumni, booster people, be involved in any type of negotiations of contracts or monies or whatever it may be. This is simply affording kids that are student athletes the ability to use their name, image, and likeness, no different than the state champion celloist who could do that prior, who can do that. Why not somebody that happens to either be a quarterback or a field hockey player or a swimmer or a diver be able to, be afforded the same opportunities? Again, only for their name, image, and likeness. And the other pieces that go to that, we obviously have a lot of restrictions with it. They can't enter in any contract with anything that's gambling, alcohol, tobacco, the big no-nos, adult entertainment, those are all no-nos. And the final piece is we're looking to partner with a company that has already been working in the name, image, and likeness space in the collegiate and pro levels and can educate families and student athletes on exactly what they need to know, because this is uncharted territory for the high school level. And we know people are scared about it. People are nervous. People think, well, there goes amateurism. It's out the window. But this company can educate the families on reporting to the IRS because it's now taxable income.
Right.
And the big no-nos, how many years of a contract to sign, et cetera. So that'll be the education piece that'll come later. Where we're at right now, it was approved on a first reading. It'll have 2 more readings. September we have a board meeting, and then we have one in October. And the board could decide to put it into a place immediately in October, or maybe they wait till July 1 of 2023. And the last thing I'll say before we probably go into questions and everything is just that there are already 14 states that have it.
Right.
And we're one of 14 additionally that are probably putting something into place. So it was going to be on our lap no matter what. And we felt it was important for us to write the policy and be in control of the language because we feel we know interscholastic athletics versus it being forced on us by the legislature or some other body and says this is the language you're going to take.
Right.
So that's where we're at.
Sounds smart.
Question?
Smart approach.
Is there a plan in place for enforcing those rules and regulations about the NIL?
Is there a what? I'm sorry?
Is there like a plan in place for the PIAA for enforcement of the rules?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to really follow we don't have that completely laid out yet, but it's mostly going to follow everything that we do right now. If there's a report of an alleged violation, we have a whole process where that is all worked through. That report usually comes to us, and we'll share it with also our district committee of where that school is located. But that probably most likely is going to fall right to our level at the state office.
Okay.
Yep.
So Melissa, you would take a student athlete, and the most that student athlete would be able to do is say, "I'm Bill Smith from the local high school, local high school."
No.
Yeah, it's not even about going into
So the restrictions make it hard to really be able to.
The most you can do, from what I understand, is, "How you doing? I'm Bill Smith. I'm here at Chevrolet Honda."
Yeah.
That's it. You can't say I'm a high school football player. You can't say.
Not even if you don't use the name of the school, huh?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and again, that's where we're trying to focus on. It's Billy Smith or it's Johnny Smith's, just their own name, image, and likeness.
Right.
And I think a big difference, and I think what might help them wrap their arms around it a little bit is the fact that I said this at the office the other day. Different than when we were in high school and played sports, we didn't have social media. So, Billy couldn't brand himself, or Melissa couldn't brand herself, or Mike, create their own image, and they're on TikTok, and they're on Instagram. And oh, by the way, they are also, Mike's the star quarterback, whatever. But all we see and what we can recognize and give him money for is Mike Craig and what he, all his followers on TikTok and Instagram, exactly.
Right.
And Mike, this has to be a nightmare. An incoming nightmare for guys like you and Tim Savage and Mike Varn and all you athletic directors. It's got to be a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I think, looking at it, I do agree with the PIAA trying to get ahead of it. Obviously, if situations arise where we have to deal with it, it's just like anything else. We'll figure it out. Make it work.
Yeah, got other things
And by the
on
way,
your
I
plate
did
for
have
now.
my brand was Splinters. That was my brand.
Oh, that was your brand?
Call me Splinters. So I did have a brand in elementary school.
But that was a smart conversation. I'm glad we brought this up.
Right.
No, I mean, it's
because there's
important.
a lot. People are not. They're kind of disillusioned as to.
And I'll be honest.
They just think that kids are going to be
Kids are
swimming
gonna
in
be-
suitcases full of money, and that they're going to be able to use their more than just 2 days.
And we've talked with other state associations that have already had this in place, and they're like, at first, it's the same thing. There's a swirl about it. There's like a lot of hubbub, and then, I mean, really, what you're talking probably are very few amount of actual athletes that
There's not
will
many
rise
like
to the level of exactly.
Yeah, Nate and I talked about that on the way down. I said, how many football players in the state of Pennsylvania right now are worth a company going to them and saying, we'll give you $10,000 to say your name?
Yep.
How many are worth that?
Very few.
Very few.
I can think of Micah Parsons a few years ago. And he's gone. He's an adult now, so I don't mind throwing his name. People knew who he was, but there's so few Micah Parsons out there.
Yeah.
Right.
So like it's not really gonna. A lot of people are gonna think it's gonna touch them, but in reality, it's not. I talked to a Division I college coach earlier this year because I do recruiting. So I'm like, what do I tell kids when I go do recruiting seminars about the NIL? And he's at a FBS school, and he said to me, Billy, you can tell them when they come to our school not to expect $1. He said, because we have one athlete that's worth money. And, and he said, we're trying to figure this out as well as everybody else. He said, and this is what he said to me. He said, and this was in June, I think it was May or June. He said, right now, this is the wild, wild west.
It is.
But he said, the NCAA should have got their hands around it earlier. He said, but it's going to come back, and they're going to get their hands around it because they have to. Otherwise, college football is done. You might as well call it semi-pro football. Is exactly what he said. But he said, we're hoping that they do get their hands around it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what was said to us we had 2 Zoom meetings with representatives from the Big Ten, from 3 Big Ten schools, and they said the same thing. They said that it's the wild, wild west, and they wish they had better control of it because, and they need to get better control of it. And they agreed that doing something now at the high school level was the way to go. Just get your arms around it.
Because I'm seeing already kids changing their Twitter names to, they're already starting to brand themselves.
Yeah.
And I don't want that to happen to high school football because the pureness of high school football and the high school sports, not just football, the pureness is why I love doing.
Billy forgets there's other high school sports sometimes. Hey, I told him when we met like 3 or 4 years ago. I said I cover soccer and band. He looked at me like, "What is your problem?" I cover girls sports and what the heck?
We're still working on him.
Yeah. In my world, there's 2 sports: hockey and football.
I think we got.
I do know there are other sports. I do. I have gone to many girls' basketball games. I love softball.
So do I.
I do. I love softball.
Good.
I came up to state college for a game or 2.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I love softball. So
I was just watching the Little League
sports.
World Series yesterday. The softball.
Oh, yeah.
They go hard. That's really good. Yeah.
Did you guys see the clip of the kid that got hit in the helmet? You didn't see that? So the other day there was a kid that got hit by a pitch in the helmet. And he went down and hit him right here. Just caught the corner of the helmet where the earpiece meets.
Oh.
And the kid went down. And then he got up and went to first base. Folks, remember, I put this on my Twitter. This is Little League. Humans can learn a lot. Us adults can learn a lot from kids. The pitcher on the mound was so shaken. He was crying.
Overcome with remorse,
uncontrollably.
Yeah.
And the kid called time, left first base, walked over, and gave the pitcher a hug and just held on to him and said, "It's okay, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to be good. I'm fine." And went back to base. And I thought, that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. More of that.
So that was a pretty touching moment. But yeah, I guess baseball does exist.
I think we have our next guests here. We got 3 waiting. So maybe we'll bring them in together. I don't know.
Well, if we can take a few minutes and
we're going to take a few minutes. We're going to thank our
get out of
sponsors.
here. I'm sure Melissa has other things to do. She just moved her. Did the moving go good?
Yes, went very well. Thank
moved
you.
her daughter in today.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Shippensburg University.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep, Shippensburg.
Yep.
So that's it. So Mike.
That's
Melissa,
where I'll be spending time.
I was one, Mike, that when I heard that you guys got it, I was excited right away because I know you guys will do a great job. So congratulations with that.
I was rooting for Altoona, but you know what? I was. But I didn't know you guys were coming in.
You were his 4th choice, Mike.
And I talked to Mike Riccio. Mike Riccio said, "Look, they were comparing. He said if I was the PIAA, I would have had to flip a coin, or whatever, and." That's what it came down to. But Mike Riccio respects it, and he's not, or Phil Riccio, I mean.
Yeah, I know Phil pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he respects it. He said, they had the bid.
Yep.
And Phil does a great job for you guys.
Feels great.
too.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
does.
Continue to host some other rounds.
When we had that weekend with the ice a couple weeks ago in the playoffs, they saved high school playoffs. He had like 5 games that weekend.
Oh, yeah.
at Altoona.
Yeah.
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 So he did a good
He's
job.
great. Does a good job.
Melissa Merck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bill.
We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you made the day a lot
referee?
better. Both of you coming here made the day a lot
And
better.
if you want, please be a referee. Call Melissa or somebody at the PIAA and be a referee. We need referees bad.
We do.
Mike, thanks a lot.
Yeah, awesome.
Thanks a lot.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank
We'll be
you.
right back from Mr. G's Sports Bar in a few minutes with a couple more guests at
Melissa,
the
thank you so
season
much.
Rollout-Coaches Cookout.
You do a great job, yeah.
Thanks, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michael Sikorsky from the Funding Zone, the #1 fundraising company in the state of Pennsylvania. If you need help raising funds for your program, please contact us at 570-885-0900. Thank you.
involved, whether they are in the stands or at home, with live in-game stats. For more information, visit CircleWSports.com, the official online platforms of PA Football News and the PSFCA Big 33.
Everybody knows Hoffman has it. Did you know Hoffman has even more? There's the fully stocked Hoffman Ford Parts and Accessories Department, the Hoffman state-of-the-art collision facility, confidence in our ultra-modern service facility, peace of mind with master technicians, satisfaction with low prices.
Do I really need to say it again? Hoffman has it.
Only at Hoffman Ford, Colonial Park.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
When you step out on that field, everyone is equal. Talent, it means nothing. They may be more talented than you, but if you show more heart, if you show more focus, if you just decide this day that you will never accept second place to anyone, if you do that, if you all do that, there's no one we cannot defeat. And there's no one that will want to challenge us ever again. So do you want to go out there like every other player, like every other team? Or do you want to stand up this day to make this day count? Make it count.
Circle W Sports is the complete all-in-one platform for high school sports, designed by former athletes, coaches, and athletic directors. Circle W Sports gives school and team personnel an easier solution to run their entire athletic departments with the help of these features. League Manager makes creating master schedules a breeze. Configure your divisions, build schedules, track league all-stars, and much, much more. Referee Manager helps assign and track game officials in the same platform. And with Ref Pay, your officials can get paid within hours instead of days or weeks. Enjoy live scoring and statistical services through our Performance Tracker and Stat Tracker apps. Learn how to track your workout or camp and combine statistics in real time. Then create any type of report after your results are tallied. The Stat Tracker app helps keep your fans involved, whether they are in the stands or at home, with live in-game stats. For more information, visit CircleWSports.com, the official online platforms of PA Football News and the PSFCA Big 33.
You lead us?
Yeah. Good Sunday afternoon once again, high school sports fans. Joe Gillaway with Lingelstown Gazette Sports back at Mr. G Sports Bar, North 6th Street in Harrisburg. We're collaborating for the second year in a row, our Lingelstown Gazette Sports, with Pennsylvania Football News, Billy Splain and his guys. This is the second annual Coaches Cookout, and we're cooking in this year, obviously. And we want to thank G and his wife Amy from Mr. G's for feeding everybody. Really nice spread over here. So thanks a lot to Mr. G Sports Bar. We're getting to the end of the line here. We have two of the top coaches in the area from two of the top football programs in the area. And we're going to start with Jordan Hill to my immediate left from Trinity, second-year head coach. Colin Gillen from Cedar Cliff, second to the last down there. I knew this, I think, earlier today. What year are you in, Coach?
This will be my 9th year.
9th year, yeah. And 10 wins, 3 of the last 4 seasons. The only one that he wasn't was kind of the weird COVID year. So,
Yep,
yeah, you've had some success recently, and we're really happy about that. So let's just start with this. I'm going to start with Coach Hill here. Second season, have the expectations kind of changed? I mean, you got a year under your belt, and that might sound like a canned question, but, have they?
Real expectations, I'd say no, because we'll hold them accountable, and we have the same expectations and goals year in and year out. So no matter how good we're supposed to be or how bad we're supposed to be, the goal will always be to own our division, because that's the only thing that's controllable. We only have 10 that are guaranteed, so those are the only thing that we can actually prepare for.
Right. And in terms of talent, you guys had some kind of an ebb and flow season last year. You know, you might have won a couple games that didn't look like you'd win, and maybe not finished out a couple games that looked like you were going to win. It was kind of an odd season. Do you think the guys learned from that?
Definitely. This year feels more of a actual team. You know, where last year I would say it was a lot of individuals and a lot of change for them. Mm-hmm. You know, they would just come off of, the 2 years of COVID and whatnot.
Right.
And then the year before they hadn't won a game, and now they're getting a new head coach, and it's like English, and they're trying to learn a new language.
Right.
And I'm coming in, and everything that they thought was right, I'm telling them they're wrong.
Yeah.
Right. And we're trying to break them down and build them back up. And, our biggest thing within our program is speak our language. So, hey, we could be saying the same exact thing and saying a different word, but I would count it as wrong because we've got to say the same exact thing and have the same exact meaning every single time. So that has definitely been a sigh of relief this year, where there's a lot of young guys that we had last year that are growing up quick.
Right.
We played a lot of freshmen. We played a lot of sophomore last year. And we're hoping that pays off for us throughout the season, but definitely just the logistics and everything that goes into that. It's been a lot easier. Camp was a lot smoother last week, and that transition into tomorrow, we're hoping is the same exact thing.
Right. Okay. Guys, you want to ask Coach Gillen any questions there?
Yeah, Coach. Coming off last year, can you talk about going into this year? We're finally out of COVID, probably, or the C word, as Billy likes to call it. You feel like your players have adapted and like more back to a normal sports cycle now?
Yeah, I mean, the off season was definitely more standard than the off season. Right after COVID. So that helps. That consistency in the weight room. Being able to practice, that not having as many quarantines, those type of things. I definitely think you can see it. You can see our kids being more comfortable kind of with the installs and maybe not having to go over things quite as frequently as you might have had to previously. So I mean, going into that COVID year, that we were completely shut down. Like those kids going into that 2020 season did no football really outside of, hey, go out and throw the ball around a little bit, which is a huge, for us, our off-season program is huge. It really is. So that definitely helps us in getting back to kind of a standard practice of off-season preparation.
Can you talk about your league? It's so competitive year in, year out, and just talk about, how difficult it is to compete in that league. Because each week it's going to be a game.
Yeah, and, there's a level of familiarity with everybody, so you kind of know, with what Lower Dauphin likes to do and what McDevitt likes to do, and teams like that. Milton Hershey coming into the league with their athleticism, So absolutely, there's really not a week off, and I mean, McDevitt is scary good. Like you look at what they're returning. They strike fear in the hearts of many. Yeah, there's no doubt. But everybody has some athletes in the Keystone Division, So it's not like there's one team at the top and then a bunch of bottom feeders. Everybody is causing kind of problems and week to week like that because of the athletes that they have.
I know you want to take a look at, and I'm not saying use the exact blueprint, but Governor Mifflin was kind of scary good last year in Exeter Township. Put together a game plan, executed. So those teams can be beaten. I'm sure there's some teams that you're going to go up against that, on paper it looks like what a mountain to climb. But you got to get the guys to buy in first of all. A lot of the coaches earlier today talked about the buy-in. They have to first of all believe they can win. I remember watching Governor Mifflin beat Harrisburg, 5 or 6 years ago at Severance Field, and it was one of the most miraculous wins I've ever seen for a team. So, I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that McDevitt game kind of seems like a mountain to climb every year. But your guys probably have the capability. I mean, you have athletes over there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look back at the last 5 or 6 years in the Keystone Division, it's been us and McDevitt. They obviously took it to us pretty good last year. They got a great team, and we're not talking about that. We're not looking at that.
No.
We're looking at Shippensburg. Like that's who we open up with, and we're trying to, I talk to the kids about stacking good days. Like let's stack good days together. And I talk about bricks in the foundation, and champions are built one brick at a time, and each practice is a brick. And as you get into the season, and everybody gets adversity. Everybody's going to get adversity at some point. If you haven't stacked that foundation and you haven't laid those brick by brick, going all the way back to your first heat acclimation day and your second, third day when kids are starting to lose their legs, that adversity will find those weaknesses in those bricks in your preparation. And our kids have done a great job so far with that.
I have a question for both of you. Could you go over how you started coaching and how you built the layers to get where you are today?
I can go first on that because mine's a lot shorter than Coach's over here. Mine was really falling back in love with the game of football. You guys kind of know I had played for a long time there. And the passion for it, I had fallen out of love with it just because of the injuries and the trials and tribulations I was going through it personally. And I had stepped away from the game there for a little bit. And my first year coaching back into football was over at Cumberland Valley during the COVID year. And I mean, I dove all the way in. Everything that I kind of do, I go 100 miles an hour. And I was scared. I knew as soon as I get back into the sport.
Got the bug.
Yeah, I would get right back into it. And that's what happened. And, I mean, I literally took it and ran.
Right.
Took it and ran.
So I played high school football, played college football at Juniata College, and then I was an assistant at Elko, Eastern Lebanon County, when Mark Evans was there. So I coached offensive, defensive line there, and then when 2008, when Jim Cantafio got the head coaching job at Cedar Cliff, I was his offensive line coach, so I had known Jim a little bit before that. And then basically, to make a long story short, when he was done and he retired, it was 2014 was my first year head coach at Cedar Cliff, and kind of been there ever since. Moved into the community. I live about a mile from the school, which is nice. But it's definitely a process, and you learn so many different things from so many different guys, along the way. But yeah.
So you're part of a Mark Evans and a Jim Cantafio tree, right?
I would be those two disciples of those two. So
pretty strong, man.
Yeah. It is a pretty strong coaching team for sure. Yeah, those two guys, they know what they're doing.
Right. How about Coach Hill? Who are your, let's just say, mentor or mentors, coaching-wise?
Coaching-wise, I would say the tree that I would fall off of. I coached under two. My last year playing, I was on IR, and I came home and rehabbed. I coached with Coach Erb over at Steel High, that's my alma mater.
Right.
And then Josh Oswald over at Cumberland Valley. That was my most immediate. But other than that, mentor last year, the biggest person for me was Larry Johnson. We had an outstanding call every Monday. Hey, what went good, what went bad.
He's still at Ohio State, right?
Yep. He's
D-line
the
coach.
defensive line coach at Ohio
Yeah,
State.
right.
He was my D-line coach up at Penn State, one of my biggest mentors. Turned into somebody that was, not just a football mentor, but a mentor in life. And I would just kind of rely on him, like, hey, what do you think I should do in these situations? And I think the greatest, advice that I got for him is, hey, you've hired a lot of coaches. And he told me one too many.
Right.
He's like, let them work your first year. And
Yeah.
you sit back and you observe, because at the end of the year, you'll know who you need to get rid of, who you need to keep, what changes you need to make, and the direction and what everything you need to do for your program. And that's really what I did last year, and it helped me catapult going into the offseason and get my first real true year underway. Because when I got hired, we weren't allowed into the school to even work out until June 15th.
Oh, that's rough.
So this
yeah.
offseason is the real first year I'm able to actually be there, a full offseason.
I remember last year when you were at the one we did outdoors, you said that, the one thing you were doing, moving, going into your new venture was to trust your coaches.
Yep.
Yeah, because there's a lot going on out there. If you're going to try to micromanage every single area of a football team, that's a tall task.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did you make any changes to your assistants this year?
I did. So this year, we now have an offensive coordinator by the name of Kevin Yarnovich, who's actually my offensive line coach at Still High, and then somebody that kind of cornered me when I was in high school to make me play football. Because my first year there at Still High, I was just basketball, baseball, didn't really think to play football, didn't like it. I was the same height since I've been 12, and thought I was going to be a hooper.
Right.
And
I heard you're a pretty good basketball player.
I was okay, just okay.
Right.
He was my algebra teacher as well, and he cornered me one day after school and said, "Hey, you're coming to weight room today." So that's my new offensive coordinator. And now my new defensive coordinator is a guy that I actually grew up playing with by the name of Jordan Smith. Jordan Smith was a really good player of ours back at Still High through 2009.
Dynamic.
He was a big 33 kid, kid that could really play football. But he really showed me through this last year how much he knows football. I already knew he'd be a really good coach and how the kids respond to him. They respect him. He demands, a lot from them.
Right.
And the number one thing is he's hard on them, but those guys love him.
Right.
They may be a little hesitant to go to him for everything because he's a personality, but those kids love him.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Well, congratulations on those hires.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question for Coach Gillen? I know both these guys. I'm not trying to hog up all the questions. You guys are up here with me.
Well, can you talk about, you said this is year 9 for you? Can you talk about, you've had a lot of success there. Is the momentum from each season keep going? And is the goal always to try to win a section title and then make the playoffs and go from there?
Yeah, so we talk to our players a lot about the difference between good and great. And the difference between good and great is actually huge. We've been blessed at Cedar Cliff. We've had a lot of good players through the years, that we've been able to have a lot of that success. And we've been very close, a couple years ago, made it to a district title game. I think it's throwing out the COVID year, the last 3 years, we've lost the eventual district champion. So we're there, but that difference to be able to make those plays, every football game is decided by 5 or 6 plays. It really is.
13 games, 3 of the last 4 years.
Yes.
Right? 10 and 3, 10 and 3, 10 and 3.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's 13 games. A lot of games to play in a high school football season.
And those games are. I mean, we're right there, but we're just haven't been able to make those plays. So I think we talk to the kids about that, but it doesn't consume us. That's something that when you get into the doldrums of the winter and kids are having a hard time focusing, you kind of bring them back to how close you were, and these little things here are gonna hopefully make a big difference. And we have great kids at Cedar Cliff. We really do. We have kids that are willing to go to work, each and every day, do the things that we ask them to do. So I don't have any complaints. Good players make you look like a good coach. They really do.
Right.
So we've been blessed with a lot of good players that have been able to make plays and do what we ask them to do. So
go ahead.
For both of you again, do you have your style? Like you have some good players that they graduate and then you're bringing people up. Do you still coach them to your system, or do you revise everything to where you put a system in that fits your team?
That's a great question. I think you have to, at least offensively speaking, you have to have a system that is diverse enough to handle players' talents. Okay, so I'll use the example. A couple years ago, we had a really good football player, Bobby Whalen, who he took quarterback reps. We had a whole package for him, zone read stuff at the quarterback position. But then we had a quarterback, Chris Dare, who was more of a pro-style passer type kid. So we put Bobby at receiver, but we always had a wildcat package every week for Bobby. So our offense is kind of diverse enough that we can handle that and play to players' strengths. For me, philosophically, that's how I've always done it. I think you can do it other ways. I mean, I see teams running the Veer offense year in and year out. Cocalico comes to mind, and they're always good.
Always good, yeah.
They're always good at it. And, sometimes you flux a quarterback in there like the Noah Palm kid a couple years ago, and now they are scary good at it. Almost indefensible because you defend it a certain way, and you might have a guy for the quarterback, but your guy in never winning that one-on-one match.
That was a heck of a game.
So. So I think you could do it. You could do it other ways. That's just the way that I philosophically look at it. So we're very, very multiple on offense and the different things that we do, and we are defensively as well. We package certain things, but we're an even front team, and that's what we're going to kind of do. But we do mix it up, here and there.
All right, Coach.
I think it's different defense and offense. Just like Coach has kind of said, for us defensively. We stay the same in terms of what we're running base-wise. Offensively, I think you've got to have your staples. You've got to have, hey, this is what we build it off of, kind of just like Coach is saying. But, hey, every year is different, right? We don't have Tyler Rossi this year. He was our cowbell at running back, right? Now it may be running back by committee. So we've got to figure out how they actually are going to be able to be successful. How can we put them in position to be successful? And I think it's a year in, year out type of deal where it's like, hey, you've got to look at your roster and put those guys in position to make plays. Because I tell them all the time, it's like, hey, us as coaches, we wish we could be in your shoes.
Right.
We wish we could.
Yeah.
High school, I think, in my opinion, that's the most fun and the purest that you can have fun in the game of football.
Nothing like Friday Night Lights.
No, the higher and higher that you go, the harder and harder it gets, and the more and more, just like a cliche, it becomes a business. And even more so now in college, it's the biggest business is going to be bigger if it continues to go down the path it is than the NFL. So you've got to figure out how to put these guys in position to make plays and get them to understand what you're actually trying to do.
So, Coach, as somebody who's from this area and as a player and everything, do you think, that's a huge advantage, right? That the players can come to you and ask questions and everything. Do you lean on your playing days and just, explain so much to your players?
Realistically, through the last year, the only times it's been relevant to me in my mind is when I'm yelling at them.
That's good.
Other than that, I kind of told them, what I've done, that does nothing for you individually.
Right.
There's an experience.
Good
you
answer.
can sit around and you can talk about your war stories and whatnot. But what that really does for a Friday night game, it doesn't really matter. Right off get-go, I may earn respect a little bit quicker, or I may I haven't earned it. Right? It's the same thing. I think that's a two-way door where I've still got to earn the respect of the kids too, because once you do that and you get the respect from a kid, they'll do anything for you. So the quicker I explain to them, hey, what I did, it does not really matter for what we're trying to do. I don't think they believed me for a while until I proved it each and every day. And now that I think it kind of goes to the first question. It's like, hey, that's the biggest difference to this year. It's like these kids trust us. It's not, hey, we're trying to figure each other out.
Right.
Now.
Yeah, that dust is going to settle, and you're just going to be Coach Hill pretty soon.
Yep.
They know where you've been, what your achievements have been, but
we talked about it today.
Yeah.
Some of our coaches, we were like, it was Coach Yarn, and we were talking. He was like, some of these kids rarely seen you play. I said, Coach Yarn, these kids were born the first year me and you won a state championship.
Yeah.
They weren't alive.
Yeah.
Or they were.
It's a good point. Yeah.
And he was like, and that put it in perspective, what we've done, it's only a story.
Right. Yep.
It's only something we can go back on. We got to move forward.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, well, Coach Colin Gillen, Cedar Cliff, best of luck. Who do you start out with? Shippensburg, that's
Yep.
right. And who's your other two non-league games?
Then we go to Mechanicsburg and JP McCaskey.
Okay, good. And how about you, Coach Hill?
We open up down at Dauphin, and then we got two tough ones after that. Really tough ones. We got Roman Catholic coming down here, which we'll be playing at Camp Hill, and then we go to Wild Missing.
That's some tough ones.
Wow.
Wild Missing was the state runner-up last year.
Last 2 years.
Last 2 years, yeah. And I watched it. They lost 7-0 last year. What a game that was. A lot of hard-hitting players on that team, that's for sure. So, well, good luck to both of you. We really appreciate it. We know that it's a tough time of year to get you guys pinned down. Coach Gillen, did you taking the wife on vacation before the season starts?
We took vacation.
Okay.
Yeah. She understood. We've done this before.
The reason I asked is 2 years ago I tried to get you to do something.
Yeah, so we were on vacation. Yes.
Right, yeah. So, well, good luck. We really appreciate it. Did you guys get a T-shirt?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Guys.
Thank you.
So we'll be right back. I think we have one more set of coaches.
Yeah,
here.
I think we have one more set.
Okay, good.
And we'll be back after hearing from our
We're
sponsors.
live from Mr. G's. Thank you.
Mr. G's, yep. Live from Mr. G's.
Thanks, guys. Good luck, Coach.
When you step out on that field, everyone is equal. Talent, it means nothing. They may be more talented than you, but if you show more heart, if you show more focus, if you just decide this day that you will never accept second place to anyone, if you do that, if you all do that, there's no one we cannot defeat, and there's no one that will want to challenge us ever again. So do you want to go out there like every other player, like every other team? Or do you want to stand up this day to make this day count? Make it count.
I would recommend becoming an official because you can feel like you're a part of a sport that you love.
We officiate for the athletes and for the sport that we love, and so as long as you keep them first, then it's going to be a great experience.
So the money I make from officiating for the past few years, I've put all that money into savings to pay to finish my college education. In 6 months, when I complete that, I will not be in any debt.
Officiating the state championship and getting that call to officiate the state championship was an emotional thing for me, just because of what I've been through, the ups and downs, and getting that call really meant a lot to me. Sometimes I see student athletes that I officiated years and years ago, and they say, "Man, you did a great job. Thanks for everything you've done."
Everybody knows Hoffman has it. Did you know Hoffman has even more? There's the fully stocked Hoffman Ford Parts and Accessories Department, the Hoffman state-of-the-art collision facility, confidence in our ultra-modern service facility, peace of mind with master technicians, satisfaction with low prices.
Do I really need to say it again? Hoffman has it.
Only at Hoffman Ford, Colonial Park.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
is going to keep it. Whitlock up the middle. There he goes!
I taught Dan how to count. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Mr. G's in Harrisburg, 6th Street.
North 6th Street.
It's the 2022 season Rollout-Coaches Cookout, cooking in with Mr. G's. We're going to be here a couple times. Joe, talk about some of your sponsors, buddy. Over here on the
Capital
screen.
Region Insurance Agency. They've been with us for a handful of years now. Great sponsor. Freedom Financial Wealth Management, Mr. Steve Federoff. Thank you to Steve. Crystal Bob at the Iron Valley Real Estate Group. Another great sponsor, platinum sponsor with us. And Modern Imprint, brand new with us. They signed up to cover sports all year round for us. We do 12 months a year, too. We do the off season, too. And Payer Apparel, thank you, Larry Bragg. We have a T-shirt for you, Coach Dean. So Larry provided T-shirts. We really appreciate that. Payer Apparel.
All right, here we are. Joe, we got some new coaches all day long. It's been like a bus company. We got Lance Dean over here. Lance,
how you doing?
Welcome to the show, man. CDs.
Thank you guys for having me.
Second year head coach at East.
Yeah.
How's it going down there?
Good, man. We're excited. I think we're having a pretty good offseason, so I'm just excited to see the guys get out there.
Cool. Mike Farr, Big 33. You're the Big 33 Eastern Associate Director. Is that what it's called, or something?
I am the PSFCA Eastern
PSFCA,
Executive Manager.
That's it. Yep. And he's also the head coach for the Schuylkill Haven Hurricanes, who have a giant sign on the hill when you enter town that says, "We were the national or state champions."
Yeah, in 1991. So
it's been a while. You were on that team, though.
No,
You were a coach.
I coached on
Yeah.
that.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
You were a coach on that team.
Yeah.
Yeah. So welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Over to my right. You're gonna learn a lot right now, Bill. You can learn a lot from these guys. You know.
Oh boy.
You're gonna have to learn how to hold your shield up with Mike Farr on one side and Tim Savage from Williams Valley on the other. Tim Savage, welcome to the show, man. How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for having me down.
Yeah, it's fun. You couldn't make it last year, though, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit under the weather.
Just a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all right.
You got it.
And we want to say hi to Carl Major back in Berwick. He's Northwest coach. He's that guy this year. He's sick as a dog. He called me this morning. Couldn't make it. So he really wanted to be here, too. So
Was he sick, or was there like a really good event going on last night?
No, he was pretty sick. I heard him.
Oh, real sick?
There was there was not a good event in Berwick last night. It was a terrible night in Berwick
that's right,
last night.
yeah.
Yeah. So, but he's sick, so he couldn't be here. But guys, let's talk football, man. Let's start with Lance Dean. What's going on? What's going on with CDs, man?
Like I said, this is a good off season. Obviously, we lost a lot last year. I think we graduated over 20 seniors. So, we're just looking to kind of, reload and kind of accomplish some of the things that we weren't able to accomplish last year.
Yeah, how'd you guys, Mike, Tim, how'd you guys like to have 26 seniors?
That'd be absolute fantastic. Sometimes we start the year with 26 players.
Yeah, last year I ended up with like 22 players. Yeah. Wouldn't mind if they were all seniors.
Yeah. But then we talked earlier with a couple of coaches that you're not in a very easy conference to compete in.
Right. Yeah. It's competitive week in, week out, like literally week in, week out. So I think that's just a compliment to our conference. Doesn't matter who you're playing, got to be able to bring your A game. So I just think we got a high-quality conference competitively. So just hats off to those programs as well, obviously.
I've been saying all offseason that the Commonwealth Division has improved greatly, and one of the reasons is because of Lance Dean and his Eastside Panthers, and that's for sure. We just had Josh Oswalt here.
Okay.
He's another reason. I mean,
Right,
you guys
right.
are getting these teams back and ready to compete for division championships.
We got a new bartender, too.
For a couple seasons there, it was kind of like CD in Harrisburg,
Right,
with
yeah.
respect to all the other programs. But
Absolutely.
That's kind of what it was. And then State College would dip and dab there. But now you got, 5 or 6 programs that are all ready to, if they're not right there, they're within striking distance.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think, the expectations for all 8, 9 programs coming into the season is to compete for a mid-pen championship. So I think all coaches actually believe that. So, like I said, just very competitive, well-coached, full of athletes. You know, got different style of teams, but I think all less, everybody's looking to compete at a high level, more or less.
Right. Yep.
Mike, talk about that. Like what Lance just said. All coaches. Do you all expect when you start your season to compete, or do you realistically know that guys, we're going to do the best we can?
Well, as a coach, you realistically know, but we wouldn't be in the coaching profession if we weren't there to win championships. There's no reason else to coach.
Right.
I mean, I love my kids and they're like sons to me, but at the end of the day, if I'm coaching in 2022, I gotta knock off Waynes Valley. That's just the way it is, and no different for him. I know it is.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go and make hey, we're just going to be competitive this year. Great. No,
If we finish in the top 4, that'll
we're going
be
at it.
season.
Right. I mean, I have this. Everybody who knows me knows that over the course of the last 20 years, I've won a lot of medals. But they all ask me, where are my silvers? I give them all away. I give them to kids in town. Because to me, the silver medal isn't good enough, so I don't want one. So I'd rather not have a medal than have a silver. I have all the gold medals, but the silver ones, as soon as I leave the field, I say to one of my managers, hey, can you give this to one of your friends? I literally hand it off to him.
You sure you're not from Stilton? That's what they do down in Stilton, right?
Listen, I'm sorry.
Same thing down in Stilton.
A lot of people think I'm crazy, but I'm sorry. That's just the way I am. If you're not number one, you're just, in my opinion, you're just the first loser. So loser is loser. So even though we work hard, to me, as a coach, Mike Farr, it's not good enough to be number 2. So I don't celebrate number 2. I only celebrate number 1. And that's just the way I feel about it.
Hey, Coach Farr, can I, last 2 years I had the privilege of calling the state, the East-West games. And can you talk, I know season's ready to start, but I just want to know, I really think it's really cool that you split it up between the small school and the big school. And, I'm from Lancaster Lebanon League, so it's a little bit different. We don't have a lot of 1A, but I really saw the benefit, and I thought it was really cool the last 2 years. Can you talk about that and the benefit you've seen from people, in the smaller school levels? I feel like that now they get their shot to play in a bigger All-Star.
Yeah, well, it's very simple. I mean, the reason why I decided to get deep into the PSFCA many, many, many years ago is because I was tired of seeing all the big school players getting all the accolades. And I don't think it's fair just because we have kids that are born in a small school district that they don't have the same opportunities as kids in big school districts. I've sat in meetings and said, oh, he's a single A player, so we're not really going to look at him. That's not okay with me.
That's not fair.
It's not, well, I don't care about fair. All I care about is just because you were born. I mean, I graduated Zach Barkett, who's one of the best high school, probably top 5 in the state of Pennsylvania history. And we barely got him on the East-West game because he was from Schuylkill Haven and he was a small school kid. He rushed for 4,200 yards in one season, but he wasn't good enough. When I became president of the PSFCA, the first thing I did is said, Gary, we need a small school East-West game because there's a lot of good football players that play on small school programs, and they all need an opportunity to play at some level. It's not their fault that geographically, they were born into a school district that only I have 136 boys in my school.
Right.
So most of these, he probably has that in one grade. I have it in one school.
More than that.
But I'm just saying it's not okay. And I'm talking for Tim, but I know Tim feels the same way. Yeah. Tim's graduated a lot of great football players that never even had an opportunity.
You want to talk about that? You want to talk about the All-Star game and opportunity then?
I was very excited when I heard that there's going to be a 1 through 3 classification game because definitely there's guys from all over the place in the state of PA that come from small schools that can still ball it out and impress and put on a great show, a great product. Mike asked me to coach in a game 2 years ago. We had a blast doing it. It's nice to see that where we dub our kids, like personality-wise, there's kids from all over the place that would fit right in, and they could come play in Schuylkill County tomorrow, have the same grit, the same personality, busting balls, carrying on, having a good time. And it was a great experience, and it's nice to see the kids get on there because now there's something to strive for. Like before, like you had to put up insane, crazy, ridiculous numbers just to get a look, and now it's with that game being at hand, they're much more fair, much more competitive, and it's a goal. It's something you can set a goal as a player to try to achieve to get into that game. And I'm very, very excited that we have that 1 through 3A game.
Yeah, I work with the PSFCA and that, so behind the scenes and stuff like that. And the one thing I do notice is like over the years, All-Star games really have begun, and not just like this one, but different All-Star throughout the districts. They have a hard time getting kids to want to be a part of it. Now, you guys don't even have one. We need to fix that. So, but I do notice like the small school East-West teams, they are probably we had the least amount of turnover with those two teams.
Least amount of turnover, highest attendance.
Highest attendance too. That's the difference, small schools.
A lot of pride.
That shows how important it is to these small schools.
Coach Dean, we talked earlier, asked a couple coaches earlier who they looked at as their rivals. Okay, now I know you guys have a neighbor school there.
4 or 5 teams.
And, Coach Mack had a hard time really nailing it down to one. He said, of course, East and Cumberland Valley and Harrisburg. Do you guys have a game or two on your calendar that are like, man, this is the one we really,
all
really
10,
want?
Coach?
Yeah, all 10 for sure. I think with the Commonwealth, I think that being one of our goals, I think we make it that type of thing and that type of energy level every week. Obviously, with us being in the same district in Central Dauphin, obviously I think there's some energy there in a good way, and I think there was some good energy with us in Harrisburg last year as well.
See you, Joe.
So, all right, Coach Ian.
Thanks, Joe Eden.
But yeah, I think it depends on who you ask.
It's a tough question. Yeah.
Like for me, I grew up in inner city Harrisburg my whole life.
Right.
And also went to McDevitt. So playing Harrisburg, that was always a rival for me. Whereas if I went to school with some friends, if you ask somebody that's been in East their whole life, they may say Central Dauphin. So it kind of depends on who you ask, but I think just overall we give the attention and the focus week in, week out to everybody.
Well, the tough thing or the sad thing was that the East CD rivalry kind of became not a rivalry, and it was. I'm from CD, right? But it was kind of refreshing to see East win last year because everybody wants that to be a rivalry.
Right, absolutely.
You don't want it to be once every 14 years East steals a win. They stole one a couple years and they earned it, but when Kane Everson had that great fourth quarter against CD, one of the most amazing fourth quarters. One of them you had to be there to.
And I think it's just even if you were at the game, and you were there, the energy level was just great for the district and just for the community, just to see high competitive football on both ends.
Right.
So I think bringing that back is definitely good for the district for sure.
Right. Yep.
Districts, yeah. I mean, how important is it? We can sit here and compare right now because all three of you have schools in sort of geographically and economically different areas. So, let's compare. What's it like on a Friday night at your school as far as the crowd? I mean, are you seeing what you want to see?
From a just a support standpoint, you're saying?
Yeah, on Friday night when you walk in that stadium, is that what you want to see, or do you want to see something different, or is that what you expect to see?
I mean, I love what I'm seeing as far as just the commitment to support to what we're trying to brand at Central Dauphin East. From cheerleaders to student section to diehard alumni, I think we kind of have a wide variety of support that's going on right now, in a good way, more or less. So it's something truly exciting to see.
Altogether different last year than the year before, and I say that Coach Blanning's a friend of mine. It's just a new era started. Is basically what I'm trying to say. I was at almost all your home games last year, and it was a crazy environment compared to years past.
Tim, talk about the atmosphere at your place.
Well, if we had a red light, we'd just put on a blinking yellow if we had one. Of course, that small, we don't even have a red light in any of the communities. But,
we have two.
Yeah. But anyway, if now that people are ready to put COVID behind, before COVID, it was packed.
C word.
Well, I'm just saying, the last 2 years, you've seen a dip in attendance because of all the different stuff, and I personally would it's a kind of a double-edged sword, but the streaming that took place during COVID, I know you want to say it, was good for people that could stay home and check it out, but it definitely, I think, needs to go away.
Yep.
They come out to the game, come out live.
Get rid of it.
You know, get your French right, your 50-50, come scream at me, scream at Coach Farr, scream at Coach Dean, whatever you want to do. Like, come out and support the kids, get off the couch, get off the computer, come out and get back to, like, Friday Night Football, and Central PA is just outstanding, and I think I love our atmosphere. The stadium itself is a great place to play. I appreciate that it's not on campus. Like, we're in the middle of a town, so it's like a small college feel. So
you're not even in the middle of a town. You're like in the middle of like a grove in the middle of a wooded section of town.
Talk about where is Williams Valley for the people at home that don't know. Tell us where Williams Valley is.
First, when you would come over the mountain, you would hit like Elizabethville, then you started driving up through 209, and you would hit Likens and Williamstown, then Tower City. Once you get to Williamstown, that would be us through Tower City. And we're right between like, the two mountains. It's cool. Like, yeah. You know, but like when you're not playing on campus.
Good thing I had GPS.
No. You got to have the GPS loaded up before you
get there. Okay.
Yeah. Because if you pull it up when you're entering Williams Valley, forget about it. You're not finding it.
Yeah, I mean, you got like Tri-Valley coming in, or you got Schuylkill Haven coming in. It's a really cool feeling, like pregame, when you look out and you see bonfires and half barrels, and you know what I mean, it's ready to go. You know what I mean, like it's forever like 1992 there, and I appreciate that.
And I understand we had a death in the family you just told me about earlier today.
Yeah, the old llama. Yeah,
they used to have a llama tied, like when you walk in the gate. There was a llama tied to the fence.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
That stuff they don't even allow.
Oh
No,
my God! What a different world.
It just spit on people all the time.
Was it a mascot?
No, it's the neighbor right behind the press box had a big llama.
Pet. Yeah.
You know,
And it brought all the games?
No, it was outside the stage.
Oh,
But,
okay.
you know, it was just like I'd be there and I'd have like different reporters or people from out of the area would be like, "Hey, is that a llama back there?" I'm like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Like, I literally coached here for about 6 years before I knew there was actually a llama up there. I thought my kids were lying, but there was, right in the back there, a big, tall, black and yellow one. And like I said, it just kind of like spit on everybody that walked by. I didn't even know llamas spit, but I learned a little bit then. But you know, now it's much more calm up there behind the press box.
It's pretty old school up there. It's where he's at. It's pretty old school. Like I mentioned earlier, I covered games all over the state in different areas. I've been to your place. I've been to his place. But one of my memories in the last 5 years, 6 years is I went down and I covered Williams Valley and Marion Catholic. And it was like, for me, that was like old school, old time, back from the 1970s and 80s, crack 'em up football.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it reminded me of.
It's coal region
it was
football.
Just like,
so it's
old
the
school.
way it is. It's every Friday night in the coal region.
And then you go to Schuylkill Haven, they've got 2 red lights.
Yep.
Right.
So.
Yep, town's out there, places packed. You know what I mean? We just have a good time, and they have high expectations. They don't take their sports lightly. They have very high expectations, and they're very vocal with me when I'm not fulfilling them. So, it's just a good time. I was born and raised in Schuylkill Haven. I've been coaching here since 1986. So it's just, and you can't go anywhere without someone talking to you about the team. And man, that play you ran the other night, man, I really wish you would have, really would have thrown the ball in that situation, or I wish you would have. Why are they jumping off sides all the time on defense? What's going on? What are you doing? Do you need me to come out to practice and work with the nose guard? I mean, I get it all.
That's a fair question, though.
I get it all.
Why are they jumping off sides all the time?
You're a young coach. Are you getting that stuff yet?
Some of it. I just try not to pay attention.
You guys have been around for a while now. If you could give him a piece of advice that you could say on air, what would it be as a young coach?
Me?
Yeah.
Stay off social media. Everybody's an expert until you give them 25 seconds to make a decision. They don't understand. They've never done it. They've never been there.
Yep.
So I just stay off social media. Everybody's the expert, so let them do what they got to do to make them feel good. I stay focused on my kids, and that's all I worry about.
I always tell everybody, until it's Joe Montana yelling at me, I don't care. I really don't care who's screaming from up there. I mean, it's just you put the best product on the field, and it all works out. And
You're definitely old school because you said Joe Montana. A lot of the kids today would have to Google that.
What did you say, Joe Montana?
How do you spell that?
You said Joe Montana.
So let's talk about who we have first. Coach Dean, who's up first for you guys? Week 1.
We played Reading first game at home.
Reading?
Yeah.
Now, how'd that come about?
Was
it a home and home?
It was one of those things. What's that?
Was it a home and home?
Yeah, so it was a 2-year.
Yeah.
Mr. Goldthorpe, who was our previous athletic director, it was one of those deals where it kind of was something that was already intact prior to me getting the job.
Right.
So when I came in, I kind of walked into, not only this year, that year being set, but the next year agreement as well. So it was something that was already set previously to me getting hired, more or less, I would say.
And what's the mindset of the team right now?
Just kind of finished. We got unfinished business. I think a lot of people kind of look at what we did and was surprised last year.
Right.
We were not. We didn't do anything we wanted to do. We talk about our goals a decent amount. We didn't win the Mid-Penn Championship. We didn't win the District Championship. We didn't win the State Championship. Our year wasn't to come out and win more football games than the year previous to me getting there.
Right.
The goal wasn't to make the playoffs. The goal was to do those things. And so unfortunately, we didn't do those. But however, the goals are the goals. We won't get at it again.
Right.
Hey, you want to make this group one bigger? Want to make this group one bigger?
There he is.
We can do that.
Come on over here. We're going to make it bigger. We're just going to make one big group.
Coach Irby's going to take my seat.
Oh, he can take my seat, actually.
Wait, hold on. The legend has entered the building.
What up, big time?
I was going to put him right here.
Okay.
You can sit in my lap if
Come
you
on
want.
back here. Come right here.
Right here.
What up, big time?
All right.
Straight from the beach, huh?
Big time. Coach Irby, Joe Sacrifice. Joe, we have another microphone back here. You don't have to leave. Look, I mean, come on.
Joe's trying to save his voice.
Why, he's going to be in front. He's going to be in front all season. So you might as well see what it looks like from the back. Right? How you doing, Coach?
How are you?
Thanks for coming to the show. You don't get a headset because you're late. I'm just kidding.
I'm good. As long as you can hear me.
So where were you, buddy?
I was in Jersey on vacation.
Yeah, vacation. So like Coach Irby from Steel High, by the way, everybody. Vacation. Let's talk about that. Like, the grind is real anymore with football, high school football. It's not the same as it used to be. So how important is it, Coach, to get a vacation and get away from it?
You get a couple days here and there, so you got to pick and choose your battles. With camp rolling in, you want to get away, get yourself focused, relax, because it is a grind. If the goal is December, it's day in and day out.
How about you?
Yeah, we pretty much just give them off the month of June, and we get back there around the 4th, and it's football every day until we get our ticket punched one way or another.
Is there a solution to that? Like, you guys are like
not anymore.
Doing three times what you used to for the same amount of money.
It's just the way it is today. Kids are bigger, faster, stronger. You have to, if you want to compete, it doesn't matter what level you're at. You have to put the work in the off season.
Lance,
you don't have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, like Lance, you have more kids, but I mean, there's a lot of 7-on-7. If you stop, do you worry about your kids tuning out?
Right, yeah. We try to keep them as tuned as possible just throughout the year, but obviously at the same time, just make sure we're moving efficiently. Do a lot of different things to, try to keep them loose, allow them to have fun. So it's not strictly football, because this next week or so is now going to become football. So even though like throughout the summer we do team picnics or just try to get away to try to keep the kids engaged and just be kids more or less.
Yeah.
So Coach Fark, who do you guys open up with?
Before even marrying Catholic, we're leave for Florida in a couple days.
Speaking of vacations.
Yeah, so we scrimmage against Darlington School out of Georgia in Florida.
Wow.
So so I can't even take a breath until I get on the plane on Wednesday. So it's been pretty crazy the last couple weeks, and but we're excited there. We're excited to go down there and really showcase the type of talent we have in our small co-region area. So and then we come back and we play week 1 at home against Marian Catholic. So which they'll have a veteran squad coming back. So it'll be a tough couple games in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, Coach Dukoski he's got some horses too. He's got that big kid on the line, Matt.
Yep.
So that's going to be a struggle. So you're going to Florida with your team.
Yep.
What does that do for your team? Like, why would you schedule a game? For everybody who don't know, why would we go to Florida and play a team from Georgia?
Well, in all reality, we were supposed to go there in 2019,
Right.
and then the C word
Yeah.
came up and put it all kind of. So really, for me, it was just giving them the opportunity to do something different. You know, I have probably more than half my roster will never have the opportunity to go to Universal Studios. So since we have the finances, we have the support of the administration and the community, why not just take them there and go play a game? What does it matter if I'm scrimmaging, say, Williams Valley or Steel High, or if I'm traveling down there and scrimmaging Darlington School from Georgia? So for me, it was giving these kids something that they'll never forget. And, right now, I mean, we're talking about doing this like every 3 years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just a great opportunity. And it's not just Florida. I mean, we contemplated going to Denver. So maybe the next cycle in 25, maybe we'll go to Denver and play, or maybe we'll go out to California and play. So I just think, the role I'm in today, been here a long time doing this. So to me today, it's just about getting players their best opportunities. And I just thought this was going to be a great opportunity for them. That's why I did it.
I think so, yeah. Tim, talk about what you do to make your squad feel special every year.
Well, I guess what we could.
I mean, not everybody goes to Florida. We don't all have to.
Yeah, no, we're trying.
Normally it's team camp. We're go to Florida, sure.
We were trying to fundraise to go to Burger King for a team, and then we fell short. We fell short on that. I gotta get this guy here, head of media relations, and take care of the finances there. But what we've done there is for the last couple of years now, when we're playing someone, and never ever cardinal rule, do you ever look past someone? There's going to be a team on your schedule that you just kind of show up and you're going to win the game. So we've been going. I'd rent out the movie theater there in town, and we would go watch Remember the Titans or Friday Night Lights or whatever. And it's getting comical. Some of these movies to me are iconic. Some of these kids never even heard of them. I'm like, how do you never watch Remember the Titans? You literally what's wrong with you?
When we do our player profiles, that is the number one answer when I say if you could watch one sports movie over and over again, what would it be?
Yeah,
it's a great
Remember
one.
the Titans.
They Google football movies, screenshot it, and that's their answer. They have no idea there's other ones. You know what I mean? But
well, see, we make them answer why they would watch it too.
yeah, I mean, other than that, we just hang out a lot. Every Thursday we just have a family night where the moms come in and bring all kinds of food and stuff and practice just to go over, run through, a lot of special teams and not much at all, maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah.
But I think pretty much it's almost what goes on throughout the year. Even this week, if things look good, we're just gonna chill, go get some, popsicle breaks, hang out, go down to the weight room, we'll modify schedules, just trying to keep it always spontaneous and not the grind. I try to stay away from the grind where it's at 12:40 report to practice, at 1 o'clock we're doing this, at 1:30, you know what I mean? So we just kind of jump all over the place, just to try to keep them engaged. A lot of our conditioning, we throw 50-yard bombs to our fat linemen, and every time they catch it, we'll knock one off, you know what I mean? We're doing suicides or sprints or whatever we're doing, just making it fun, get the kids engaged and and it's also humorous, you know. I mean, these guys can't catch for hell, but it's a good time.
Coach Herbs, your team does a lot of community stuff to stay loose. It seems like almost every other week that you're putting something up there that your team is out with the community doing things. Does that help keep them loose? And
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing for us is giving our kids the opportunity to help other people and serve other people in the community, because a lot of times, it's not always about you. So learning to interact with your community, help others out, I think that's an important component. And I think you appreciate how important everyone is in your community by helping them and serving them and just lending a helping hand.
Yeah, that's important to everybody. Mm-hmm. It is. You for a program to not be involved in your community, I think you're missing out on a big opportunity.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yep. Right.
Yep. Herbs,
Yeah, can I ask Coach a question?
Yeah.
Coach, can you talk about what a great tradition you guys have there at Stoughton? Do your players feed off that energy and knowing just a long-standing tradition of winning championships and competing at a high level?
Absolutely. I always try to preach to our players and even our coaching staff and even myself, no one is bigger than the program. So I think our kids have an understanding. When you put on that helmet, you represent 100 years of football. So I think they really have a good understanding of what our tradition is and how to uphold it week in and week out. So there's really, the standards already set in our program, but that goes along with all the great players, the great coaches, the great community, great administration support. So it's not just one or two people. We have a long, rich list of some great people that were involved in our program, and some are not even players. We have great trainers and team doctors. So I think it's really bigger than just a football game. The band and cheerleaders all put together make it special. So we're fortunate enough where we in our leadership academy, we're able to, every Monday is Roller Pride and Effort, so we're able to speak and go over our tradition and bring some former players in, bring some former coaches in, but it's always about those who played before you.
Coach, do you have a strong heart? Like earlier on, we had Julie Walker on from the Heart Foundation, from the Peyton Walker Foundation. Is your heart really strong? Because I can tell you right now, like watching the playoff games the last couple of years you guys have been in, can you win one by more than like 3 seconds and a touchdown this year, you think? Because it seems like every playoff game you guys pulled off right at the end. It was like right at the end of the game is when it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd
like to give Coach Lance some kudos. His line, Coach Dean's line is already written. So I think I think the special part of that is I always look at it like this and try to tell my coaches, if you prepare, you focus on effort and you're playing together and you're fighting, you're calling, it is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, we're teaching life lessons. But I know that, if you have your coaches and they're max when it comes down to your effort across the board and you can trust each other, at the end of the day, that's all you can ask for. Just eliminate all the other distractions. Just focus on your effort and team. And at the end of the day, whatever happens, happens. We all meet our day. So just focus and stay together and just keep working hard.
Yeah, it's been something watching you guys play because, like, Muncie, Old Forge, Bishop, they're all, like, last-second wins. And I'm just like, man, these guys just, like, somehow they're some way. They're just,
Did you put them up to this?
It's crazy.
Get a dig on me? Is that what this is?
That was 3 or 4 years ago. That was
I feel like I'm being set up right now.
He fell for the old hitch and go.
Yeah, the old hitch and go. I didn't fall for it. The other 11 guys on the field.
Yeah, the kids fell for it.
They fell for it.
Yeah, we did pull that one off. That was
yeah. Loaded question, Billy. I get it.
Yeah. Well, I was there, so I had
Yeah.
I saw that one too, yeah. But I wasn't at the other ones, but we had people at them, and I'm just like, they're like texting me, they're like, you're not going to believe this. And I'm like, again? And they're like, yeah. So somehow, some way. So different classifications. This year, you're in 2A this year. What's that going to be like for you guys?
The schedule's the same as it's always been. It's going to be the postseason will change. It'll be a lot different. We'll see some teams out there in the Lehigh Valley. Went from battling out with Coach Irby, now battling out with Coach Farr, so it's, it's a good challenge for us. We won the past 3 at single A, so we're going for a 4th one. We had an opportunity a couple of years ago, and I lost. Like quarterback Levi Angle had his lung collapse there, and so this is our second chance to win 4 straight, and it's an emphasis. It'll be really nice if we can do it at the Double A. It's a step up in competition, obviously, some new faces, and we're looking forward to the challenge. And the thing is, it's not about like what A you're at, it's about what you bring back at the time you get bumped up. Like if you bump up at the wrong time, it can be disastrous. Yep. Like we bring back 9 on defense and 9 on offense, or 8 on offense. So like it was the right time for us that if we do got to go up, like this will be the year that it'll be okay. There can be a time where it's like not good going up, but we'll be fine. We'll see how far we can take it, and our goal is the same as everybody else sitting here. Is we're going to go until someone's better than us, and that's all you can ask for as a coach. Is you don't ever want to get your season punched out early because you had turnovers, you had penalties, or you did something dumb, or you had a great player ineligible, or just whatever dumbness happens. Like you want to lose because someone's actually better than you, and that's just the goal from day one.
Let's make it fun. So we'll start over here with Lance, since you're the youngest guy. All right. What is
I'm not
your
good at race,
favorite
are we?
story that involves either you or someone that told you your favorite story about high school football?
Man, you really put him on the spot there,
Yeah.
Billy.
These guys will be ready.
My
He's young. He
favorite
don't know.
story. Not necessarily a story, but a memory. I would have to say winning the state championship with Coach Herbie, 2-3 years ago. I think, obviously not a story, but I think that's definitely, just that team was special and just, different characters and different group of kids and what they were dealing with. That being my first year being defense coordinator, I just think that'd be a memorable year for me.
Yeah.
So, not necessarily a story, but
That's
memory.
right.
I'm more
Well, you're
like-
young. You're young yet. You don't have, like, Mike Farr's going to tell us a good one right now. He's got.
Oh man, I got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Actually.
Remember, there are children watching.
I mean, my most memorable was when we went up and played the Eastern semifinal against Riverside in 2008, and we went down early and we just kept grinding and eventually beat a very talented. Personally, we shouldn't have been on the same field with. They were much better than us, but we grinded it out and. We got like a 43-38 victory up there, Valley View. So then lost to Steel High in the Eastern final because of a guy by the name of Jordan Hill, who we couldn't block at all. And he had like 50 tackles in that game, and repeatedly reminds me about that day. He was ungodly. He was unbelievable that day. So that 2008 season in a whole is the biggest. I have a lot of memories from that year.
Yeah. Tim, what's your favorite?
My favorite one's my first year coach in 2012. We played Tri-Valley over there. We were both undefeated. Like all the Pottsville Riders, everybody's picking this game to be a shootout. And with 38 seconds to go, they put one in and it went up 7-0. And we were down and out. And Sadesi hooked up with Owen Daniels on 3 straight pass plays. And we scored, tied it up, went into double overtime. And we had beaten them. And then we faced off against Tri-Valley just 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, for the district title. And the T102 guys who cover our area and radio guys, they came up to me and they're like, Coach, so what do you think? That last game was one of the best high school football games we've seen. It was a battle, 0-0, almost to the bitter end. And I was like, well, this game's going to be a blowout, 40-something to 0. That was a fluke. There's no way Tri-Valley's going to stay with us. And the whole time, Larry O'Rourke, an older guy, he has the mic on. So now this is in every car in the Schuylkill County of me just talking like major smack. So this is during pregame. We come over, and all my coaches hate me. They're like, won't talk to me. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, all we see is black and red, middle fingers in the air. Everyone screaming and hollering from the parking lots at me. And I didn't know that it was a live mic, but it was. So then we beat them 48-0, and they didn't cross the 50 once. And I was really proud of my kids because I'm not one. I have messed up sometimes with my mouth and give bulletin board stuff, but that one was blatantly horrible. And I went into the locker room before game and said, guys, you gotta have my back on this one, man. I'm really I've gone above and beyond now. Like, this is really bad. Like, you guys have got to come out here and ball for me, fall on the sword. This is all about your love for me. And they came through, and it was just a proud moment. So. My mouth almost could have sunk the ship, but the guys responded. So.
Herbs, what do you got?
Coach, what year was that we beat you guys?
Oh, here we go.
In that double move?
Yeah, 2016.
2016.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like
I forget, man.
I'm like in a cold
I'm
sweat.
getting like Coach Favre, man. I can't remember who we played, what year. No, but that team right there, I remember we had some early injuries, but our quarterback was Malachi Young. I think he tore his meniscus in like week 2. So we're really stuck with no quarterback. We were sort of young, but we weren't really at that point a really good football team. We ended up sneaking in the playoffs because we play bigger schools and end up making a run and win the district championship. We beat Halifax that year. But that was one of those moments where we had to really look at each other and the people in the room and just shut out everything else. And we kind of relied on each other, and you just seen the change and the difference within the program, and the kids just started playing for each other. And we end up winning districts and knocking off a really good Williams Valley team, and we end up losing to Bishop Guilfoyle at the end of that. But that showed me right there that the importance of team and trusting each other. And I thought the kids really bought in and faced adversity from week to week because, you know, with the season we were having early with really no quarterback, well, it was rough on the kids. It made us very one-dimensional, and I thought we just found a way at the end when it mattered the most to play together because I remember going up there with Shamokin, nobody gave us a chance. So I think that was a big game. We ended up winning maybe 15, 16 games in a row the following year. So that really gave us some momentum, but that was a good ride because it wasn't expected.
All good answers, all good coaches, all expected to have a good year this year. Siegel Haven should be okay.
I mean, we're gonna start taking that next step. I mean, I think we're there. We're gonna start 5 freshmen, but hey, we're just gonna have a good time. We're gonna start making that move again.
That's it.
And start making some new memories with Coach Savage. Him and
I was just gonna say, you guys.
We go at it. Last year,
you guys have a pretty good relationship.
Last year, they absolutely punched us in the face.
I got a quick question real quick. Can we stop sugarcoating this? Who's going to win the game?
Hey, well, he likes them both.
I'm on that.
So come on,
win the game.
All I know is this.
Now that the llama's not there anymore, we may have a better chance.
Well, Coach, you can't say you didn't know this was a live mic because you know it's going out. So
yeah, I know this is a live mic, and I'll tell you another funny story is the guy locally, and I shouldn't say locally, maybe regionally, that hangs his hat on like being the biggest bully in the room, beating people up, handing the dirt 3 yards in a cloud of dust, the whole nine is this guy here. So we're playing last year, and the head official comes over, and I said, what's Coach Farr acting up over there about? He's like, he wants Jackson Yoder thrown out of the game. And I was like, for what? And he goes, he's being too physical. And I'm like, that's right, coming from Coach Farr, being too physical. Are you kidding me right now? Too physical. Because that's what their program's built on, is just being like
the toughness. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah. So guys, that brings us to the end of the show, guys. We finished off strong. It was a good show. I'm glad to have all you guys on. Coach Herbs, I'm glad you ran back from vacation to be on our show. Tim, I'm glad you weren't sick this year.
Absolutely.
And you made it to the show.
Yep.
Mike, I'm just glad you're here, man. You're a good guy. Good dude. Landstein, I hope you learned something from these guys. Yeah. Yep. And keep doing what you're doing, man. Appreciate it. Pat, thanks for being here. And we're going to come back and say goodbye from Mr. G Sportsbar with the final segment of the Season Rollout-Coaches Cookout 2022 edition right after these words from our sponsors. Thanks for being here, guys.
Circle W Sports is the complete all-in-one platform for high school sports, designed by former athletes, coaches, and athletic directors. Circle W Sports gives school and team personnel an easier solution to run their entire athletic departments with the help of these features. League Manager makes creating master schedules a breeze. Configure your divisions, build schedules, track league all-stars, and much, much more. Referee Manager helps assign and track game officials in the same platform. And with RefPay, your officials can get paid within hours instead of days or weeks. Enjoy live scoring and statistical services through our Performance Tracker and Stat Tracker apps. Learn how to track your workout or camp and combine statistics in real time. Then create any type of report after your results are tallied. The Stat Tracker app helps keep your fans involved, whether they are in the stands or at home, with live in-game stats. For more information, visit CircleWSports.com, the official online platforms of PA Football News and the PSFCA Big 33.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michael Sikorsky from the Funding Zone, the #1 fundraising company in the state of Pennsylvania. If you need help raising funds for your program, please contact us at 570-885-0900. Thank you.
There are 2 things in life that you can't outrun: taxes and death. Everything else you can outrun, if you're fast enough. You can teach speed.
Everybody knows Hoffman has it. Did you know Hoffman has even more? There's the fully stocked Hoffman Ford Parts and Accessories Department, the Hoffman state-of-the-art collision facility, confidence in our ultra-modern service facility, peace of mind with master technicians, satisfaction with low prices.
Do I really need to say it again? Hoffman has it.
Only at Hoffman Ford, Colonial Park.
Hoffman Ford, just what you're looking for. Hoffman has it.
Alongside Billy Splain and his guys from Pennsylvania Football News.
PA Football News.
PA Football News. Okay.
No, it's actually Pennsylvania Football.
I know. PA does have a nice flow to it. So PA Football News. We are live at Mr. G's Sportsbar, North 6th Street in Harrisburg. This was the second annual Coaches Cookout, cooking in again this year. We want to thank G and his wife Amy for being superb hosts. This place is a great venue, great space. Put out really good food, and Billy, what a great time I had. I can speak for myself.
I can't wait to come back.
You guys were great. You know,
I can't wait to come back.
Yeah, this will be a nice spot. Before we leave, mention that this is where you're gonna be for.
So we're gonna announce it. I got to talk to G later on today or tomorrow, but we're gonna come back here. We do a show every Tuesday night. We travel to a different district all throughout the state. All right. And on Tuesday nights, we're going to do a show. It's called The State of PA Football. We talk about basically the state of football in Pennsylvania. Irony. Joe Gilloway gave our show that name.
By mistake, by accident. I remember you looked at me.
We were at Harrisburg. We had a Harrisburg game, and he said, "Billy, let's go on. You come on the air." He goes and talk about the state of PA football. And I was like, "Hey."
You kind of froze and looked at me. You're like, "Yeah, I kind of like that."
Light bulb. That's pretty good. But
but he owns it. I gave up rights to it that day.
I also want to introduce. You guys didn't see these guys today. Ed Weaver from Circle W Sports. Ed builds our website. He builds websites for all kind of people. Does all kind of amazing things. Ed Weaver, Circle W Sports. If you're looking for a website, you want to get a hold of Circle W Sports. Always, when we do these shows, there's a guy behind the scenes. Joe has a guy behind the scenes. John was here earlier. He was helping out. My guy is Dan the Man, right over here. That's Dan the Man. You very rarely see him, but sometimes he pops the camera on himself. He's the guy behind the computer. And he makes everything work. He made everything work today. He's the reason our sponsors got our commercials today. So I want to thank Dan for being here. I want to thank everybody for being here, Pat.
Yep.
Carl's not here. Carl had to leave. I want to thank Carl for being here. I want to thank all the coaches that were here.
We each had a photographer. I had Neil Rinaldi, and you were a photographer.
Yep, and Jen's here.
Jen, yeah.
Yep. That's
and
Bill's.
Matthew Parker, my new intern. We operated.
Oh, is that who that was?
That was Matthew. He took
Matthew.
pride in his work today. Introduced himself to all the coaches. Handed out the T-shirts. So this was a collaborative effort. I mean, everybody, great job.
Yeah, interns are great. If he wants to do a little extra work, tell him to get a hold of me. We'll give him a little extra
really
work.
May.
Nate can tell you that being an intern for our website is great, right, Nate?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Last remarks from everybody.
Well, I thought it was just a great event. Met a lot of coaches and built some relationships and talked to them. And I think everybody's just excited to get the season started and to move past the C word, as Billy Splain coined it. And, I feel like we're back to our normal football season, and I can't wait to go start checking out games.
Great job, Patrick, today.
Oh, thanks.
Starting off at the end here. Okay. I'm just looking forward to getting back on the sidelines. Like, there's no place I'm happier. It's just standing on the sidelines as you get the whole feeling, the band and the sunset and the fall air and everything. Like, there's nothing like it. It's the most romantic feeling in sports. So can't wait to get back out there.
Until it's December.
Who needs a girlfriend then, right?
Like
Exactly.
Yeah. Ed?
Yeah. It seems like, just a couple months ago we were, wrapping up Big 33 weekend down here, East-West weekend, and, now it's, start of the regular season for 2022. So I can't wait. I'm pumped. I'm looking forward to, our scrimmage this next weekend here on Saturday. We're at home, and, just see what the season holds. So here we go.
Bill?
What I'm looking forward to more than anything, my wife and I were rookies. We just came on this year. And my goal is not to screw anything up, but
That's a good goal. I hate to tell you, I have the same goal. And I've been doing this for 25 years. I have the
You've
same
got
goal.
half of it licked if you can pull that off.
That's the easy part.
Yeah. Jenny's going to take pictures while I'm actually doing the stuff for the write-up. So, yeah.
Dan, you want to say anything back there, or are you going to be shy? I think it's on.
Hello?
Yep.
There you go.
I'm excited to open up at North Schuylkill, Mount Carmel.
Oh, that's right. That's a big
plays
one.
them, and that's the opening game. So I'm really excited. And to just get back to Cole Region football.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm excited.
I'm excited for everything, man. So let's see. Okay, we'll do one more thing, Joe. One prediction for the season.
One prediction.
One game, one prognostication, whatever.
I'm going to say that I'm going to be there week 1. I'll be at Wilson playing Roman Catholic, right? Yeah, Roman Catholic. And I'm going to say Wilson's going to beat them.
Bell Vernon will be 16-0 and your PIAA 3 state champions.
Wow.
That's bold.
That's not that bold.
You got any predictions, Ed?
Any predictions? No, not really. No, I'm just excited to see what the season holds.
Bill?
I'm a Redland grad. Always liked the Redland Cedar Cliff, but I think Cedar Cliff's going to whoop some butt.
Got any predictions for this year?
Mount Carmel over Southern Columbia.
Ooh, that's a prediction.
That's spicy.
I think Steel High is going to go back up to the top where they hand out the gold medals, the top tier.
You think that?
I do, yeah. I think it helps. It may help that Guilfoyle got moved up, but I probably would have made the same prediction had they still been in 1A. I think they're loaded with talent. I think Coach Irby's a year more mature, a year wiser, a year smarter, and I think that he's been working with these guys long enough that they've all bought into what he's kind of putting down.
So do you think this Peach Bowl matchup we're going to see in a week and change, do you think we're going to see that as a rematch in the PIAAs?
Could be. That could be.
That's a good point. Very well could be, yeah. Yeah. Yep, good point.
My closing statement, look out for Upper Dublin, Colin O'Sullivan with the quarterback. Look out for them in 5A football. It's not a prediction, but I think that's something worth looking at. Colin O'Sullivan and Upper Dublin, the Cardinals.
Good.
Joe, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was
Appreciate
good.
it.
Fun time.
Fun time, guys. Thanks for being here. Dan, thanks for being here, but you got to go back to work, Dan. And Nate, I'm glad you came down. Good to see you here. Nate has been an intern with PA Football News since 2018 or something like that. Actually, I think it was 2017. You came on when I was Western PA Football.
Yep.
Yeah, so it had to be 2017 because I started this site in 2018. Actually, it might have been 2016 because you were on with me for 2 years before I took over this.
I don't remember.
So anyway, we help kids get jobs. Nate, you had a great job this year working for Spikes.
Yep.
We've got a guy that got hired by WTAJ up in the Johnstown area. We help interns get hired. So if there are any students out there, contact me through my website, PaFootballNews.com. And the email's on there for...
I need interns too.
I was just going to say,
I don't want to steal your...
For Lingostown Gazette, Joe needs interns too, so contact them through Facebook. You can get a hold of them on Facebook. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to my staff for being here. Thanks for Jen for being here. Thanks for everybody that came. Thanks for all those people that had dinner tonight and lunch this afternoon here. Thanks for the fans. Thanks for everybody. And I just have one thing to say. Let's go Friday Night Lights, baby.
Great job, everyone.
Here we go.
Well done.
Thanks a lot. See you next season. See you next week.
Are we out?